Welcome, dear chess fans, to the beautiful Biel in Switzerland, where millions of chess fans are coming from all over the world to follow the games and to play in the Biel Chess Festival, which is already bringing a tradition here for the 58th year in a row. We have a Biel Chess Festival, which is full of action and full of tournaments. But in the heart of the Biel Chess Festival is a Grandmaster Triathlon, which we are following in this broadcast. My name is Angelika Valkova, and I'm being joined by Grandmaster Artus Nations, who will help us to guide through all the action in the games of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Challengers. Artus, yesterday we had a start of the classical portion. It was absolutely amazing. What was a highlight from yesterday from you?
Yeah, Angelique, of course. I mean, every single day brings a lot of action, and if I would have to look back at what was the one thing that stuck in my memory, that was the longest game of the day, where Jacobian was playing against Machun, this crazy endgame, Rook and 2 knights versus Rook and the knight, which was a very interesting position. To be honest, I had never seen it before, so I think that today we're definitely getting something even more exciting than this.
Definitely, and we also had a very good result from Czech Grandmaster David Navarra, who is currently climbing on the standings, so it's a perfect moment for us to check. He's right now on the third place, starting from the last after the Rapid tournament. He's just a few points behind of Aram Jacobian, who is on the second place in the Challengers with 11 points. 1 point behind the current leader, Nicolas Theodorou, Grandmaster from Greece. Artur, and what do we see in the Masters?
Yeah, in the Masters, there's a very, very close race. At the moment, Fedoseev and Aravin, they share the lead with 8.5 points, but Wojtaszek is only 1 point behind, and also Merzin is within the striking distance. Not to forget, in the classical tournament, every single victory is awarded 4 points. So it might seem it's a big lead, but actually it's not so much.
What a tight positions we see in the Masters. And today is the second round, so let's see the pairings for today. In the Masters, we're going to have exciting matchup of Frederick Swane, one of the greatest German players, against Aravind Chidambaram, reigning champion from reigning superstar from India. Volodar Murzing, the rapid world champion, playing against Vladimir Fedoseev, one of the matchups to follow for sure. And Radoslav Wojtaszek, the defending champion from 2020 in the Biel Chess Festival, is coming back and challenging Saleh Salem, top Emirati Grandmaster.
Right, that is already we mentioned in the Challengers. The main story possibly is going to be the comeback of David Navarra against the tournament leader Nicolas Theodorou. Definitely something we don't want to miss. Machun is going to take on Rinat Jumabayev. Both of them lost yesterday, so this is an opportunity for them. One of them at least bounced back, and also Daniel Darda is once again started with the white color, and he's going to try to take them around Jacobian, who is in great shape here in Biel.
Yeah, and we see actually him right now at the board. He's getting ready. He is adjusting his pieces. I mean, Arturs, what are these minutes before the game actually mean for the chess player? As you are also still an active player yourself, what are you trying to remind your preparation for yourself, or you are looking forward to see your opponent?
That's a ritual, I think, because whenever you're sitting at the board, you want to say hello to every single piece, because you have to work together, and you're the master, and the pieces are your army, so to speak, right? So you're greeting all of your pieces, positioning them on ideal squares, and I'm very curious to talk with some other players. What is the positioning of the knights typically, right? So typically, I know there's some players who like to position the knights straight towards the opponent because to intimidate the opponent. Somebody likes to position them staring one against another. Okay, it doesn't really matter, but as long as it helps you to concentrate, it's all good.
What is it personally to you? Because I like to put my knights forward, that they're looking at my opponent. And to you, Artur?
I think I'm usually, the knights are facing each other. So it's like a team effort.
They're working together. We see the handshake. David Navarra arriving at the board against Nicolas Theodorou. Two players who have scored 4 points yesterday in the first round of classical portion, because every win is being awarded with 4 points. We see Rinat Jumabayev is greeting Machun, who didn't have such a happy result yesterday. He was defending actually very hard for many hours. It was the final game to finish against Aram Jacobian, but unfortunately he lost. So we will see if anyone will be able to strike back.
There's this very nice view on the playing venue. As you can see, we are right now in Biel, Congress Center, the second floor. There's very, very nice, cool temperature. Everything is perfect for the players. Obviously, the two main tournaments of the GMT Masters Challenges are played on the stage. Then we have these open tournaments like MTO, ATO. They're playing in the middle of the hall, and everybody gets to follow their favorite Grandmaster playing in the main event.
And also, we have a very nice feature at the Biel Chess Festival. There are beauty awards, and you can see on the top, you can see on the stage, on the right side, there is a game which being played out, which was selected as the best game of the previous round. It was ATO round number 1. And we can see that the winner was from India. He won this game with the black pieces. It's Nuh Nizar Hilmi, so he's going to get a very nice prize. And yeah, it encourages players to submit their games to Beauty Awards. And in social media of Biel Chess Festival, you can vote for the best game which deserves this prize. What a nice feature, right?
I mean, it's got to be really special, right? You're sitting there in the hall, and before the start of the next round, they're showing exactly your game, and everybody's watching. It must be feeling pretty good.
It for sure boosts the mood and helps you to prepare for your next moves. And here we see Frederick Svane from Germany and Aravind Chidambaram from India are getting ready to face against each other. We see the players actually not really looking at each other that much. There is no eye contact. They're looking around, checking out the playing hall. There is also MTO happening in the same hall, so it's also nice for all the participants from there to see the top stars, top chess stars on the stage.
I mean, I have played a couple of times myself, not here obviously on Biel, but in other tournaments on stage. It does feel special. And I think also for the players, it really matters. If you're playing in a nice location, there's a lot of other players who can potentially come by and follow your game, and you're playing on the stage, or you're playing in a basement. And again, a huge, huge difference here. So as you can see, again, this is the perspective from the visitors. By the way, in case you are in Switzerland, you can definitely at any given moment come by here to Biel Congress Center. The admission is free. You can follow the action here, maybe even try to get a signature from your favorite player.
Definitely autogram and photo. Players are very nice. They're also stopping for interview. And we see handshakes and the round has started. We see the first moves on the board. It's time for us to check the bird's eye view for the first moves in the positions, in the Masters and Challengers. And what do we see, Artus? We see a lot of D4s in Masters, all D4s actually.
And Daniel Darda is the only one who played knight f3. That's the lower right corner. This is something about I can relate to. I really love to read the opening. But yeah, I think mostly at the highest level, D4 for some reason is more popular. Mm-hmm. You might argue about that, but we'll see, by the way, how the games are going to turn out.
Yeah, in middle boards, we can see on the top and bottom, Boss went for E4. Actually, Frederick Svane went for E4. Also, Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, E4. And actually, we see French in the bottom middle board, which is a very interesting choice. And some players are saying that French is not such a good opening, but it is actually so good. And it can be very dangerous. And
so you play the French and you say, pardon my French. You know?
Absolutely.
But it is getting more and more popular indeed. And I think we have to thank to some of the, again, best players in the world. Magnus Carlsen has played it. Fabi Caruana has used it. Also in the previous World Championship match, Gukesh against Ding Liren. French was one of the topics. And we'll see what kind of choice Machun is going to choose. I see he played knight c3, knight f6, which, by the way, is one of the top choices, of course.
And on the bottom left corner, David Navarro against Nicolas Teodorov, we see King's Indian defense, and e5 has been played already. So that's going to be for sure a sharp game to follow. Artus, what would be the first game you would pick chess-wise? What's the most interesting position we can see, or the most interesting opening, as you can see?
Right. So from the first thing I'm seeing is that Darda, at least that gives me the impression, has decided just to play chess. When you play knight f3, b3 on the lower right corner, this means I just want to get a game and not really fight for the opening advantage and see where the game is going to take us. But speaking about which game to start with, maybe that could be the top middle board, Svane against Aravind, because I see Aravind has played the Sicilian Taimanov. This is a pretty sharp continuation with the move a6. So I think it also sends a pretty clear signal to the young German that Aravind is here trying to play for the win.
Definitely it is. So, of course, we can go and start with the first moves. It was definitely one e4. So how did they arrive here?
So, by the way, speaking about this particular position, after a6, I'm pretty sure Svane is going to slow down a bit because a6 is a bit a rare move, and there's a couple of choices. But yeah, let's go back a bit. So e4, c5, knight f3, e6. And the e6 is the start of a larger branch of openings. That's the Sicilian Paulsen. And under Sicilian Paulsen, you can input the Taimanov. So here after d4, c takes knight e4, knight c6, that's the Taimanov. One of my pet continuations from the black's perspective is the Sicilian Khan. So Taimanov is slightly more popular, but they're ultimately pretty similar. Knight c3 is the traditional choice, and here a6. Now a6 should be a small surprise to Frederick. Definitely he knows this move, but the main continuation here typically is Queen c7, and one of the core ideas of the Khan and the Taimanov is try to utilize the power of the Daxwa bishop, maybe sometimes early playing bishop c5 or bishop b4.
And we have a clash of two of the younger players here. a6 was played. Frederick is still taking his time. I have researched a bit, and they have not played a single over-the-board game before the Biel Chess Festival. It's really exciting to see these two battle it out. Because they only played in the rapid, and in the rapid, actually, Aravind won. So now it's a chance for white, for Frederick, having white pieces, now to fight for more, especially knowing that there are 4 points for a victory in the classical portion.
Right, so both players are probably really in a fighting mood here. And speaking about what was the main continuation here, I try to remember. So after a6, one of the best continuations, I think it's knight x on c6, b takes on c6, and play bishop d3. Black plays d5, and it feels like black is doing pretty much all right. But then white plays short castle, knight f6, and I don't really remember the theory here. I think it was something like rook e1, bishop e7, e5, knight e7, queen g4, and then it's either g6 and king of fate. But black ultimately is supposed to solve all the opening problems, and then in the long run, he can take over the game. How do I know this? I can play this myself with black against a very good opposition. So this is one continuation that definitely Svane is considering right now. Maybe there's some newer trends here I might not be aware of. And the other move I think here after knight c6, b takes on c6 is this testing move e5. So you're stopping black to play d5 because you can play e takes on d6 and pass on, and black has created some weaknesses. And to be honest, I don't really remember the theory so well here. I would have to sit and think about it.
And definitely Frederick is also sitting and thinking, do you think this choice from the opening of Aravind says that he's ambitious in this game, he's trying to get the game, or what can you say about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think whenever you play Sicilian, this basically means think that you want to get a fight, and also the format of the tournament, where the victory for every player is awarded 4 points, and a draw is 1.5 points. This is definitely something that encourages the players to make more risks. But I think we should also check what's happening in other games.
Absolutely. Frederick is taking his time, so let's get the bird's eye view and see what else is happening, because we don't have actually a single e4, e5, since another e4 game, which is on the bottom middle board, it was French, as we were talking about it earlier. But look at the bottom left corner. David Navarro against Nicolas Teodoro. The King's Indian with the a5 already there. e5 was played. Shall we check out this game?
Yeah, that's really a good call. The King's Indian defense nowadays is a bit not so popular from the Black's perspective. I mean, back in the day, we used to have many practitioners, and some of the most famous ones, if we go back very far, they were Garry Kasparov, of course, Bobby Fischer. But in the modern times, Hikaru Nakamura, Timur Rajabov, they used to play it. But then at some point, everybody started to switch away. And I think that there were some problems with the kings in the defense. White has too many ways to test the kings in the defense. But as you can see, it is coming back to popularity once again, and Nicholas is not really afraid to employ it. So this seems to be some sort of a classical position where both of the sides are trying to play on their strength. White is dreaming about c5, c takes on d6, and black is thinking about eventual f5 push.
I have a big question here. Bishop e3 was just played. Cannot black just go for knight g4?
This must be some deep idea. So I don't know really this position, but there are positions when after knight g4, White plays bishop g5, and I don't think that White wants to give up the Dachshund bishop just like that, because the bishop is more worth, especially the Dachshund bishop. So White could play bishop g5, f6, and I'm not really sure which one is here. Is it either bishop h4 or bishop d2 or even bishop c1? And perhaps this knight on h4 is, knight on g4 is not so well positioned. So let's say here, g5, here, and maybe some f5, and White takes an f5, and not always black pushing this f5 push is really so great. So this has got to be some theoretical discussion here.
Definitely it is. And as I look on the clock, both players are prepared, and knight g4 is on the board. But you know, Artur's talking about King's Indian generally. What I realized that Engine seems to like the position of White in King's Indian in many positions, but if there is a moment that black can strike with dynamic play, then actually it all can turn around. Like the tables can turn around in just a few moves. And I've seen so many attacking games, especially on the king side, which were won with black pieces. So it's very, very dangerous for White as well.
It could be, yeah, it could as well, could be. And also this choice by Theodoro, it means that he's going for a fight, because it would be really strange. Let's say somebody plays the Sicilian defense or the King's Indian defense, and he's trying to equalize. I mean, if you want to equalize, you play some safer openings. These are the choices where black is trying to take over the game, and there's definitely risk. By the way, speaking about what you said, that Engine really likes White's position, I think it's a very common thing for White in the King's Indian defense positions, because White typically enjoys space advantage, and guess what? Engine's like a space advantage.
Yeah, definitely. But black definitely has the development. That's the first thing. And that's why black will try to challenge the center. And very interesting move. We see bishop h4, not going back to the d2.
I think both of them are perfectly playable. Like there's this idea, we got the word, by the way, that after bishop d2, f5, there's even an idea to play c5 here. Well, absolutely. Absolutely. There's such a move. And yeah, I don't know if black's supposed to take on e4 or black plays knight e7, but it still strictly follows that both players are trying to carry out the plans. White plays at the queen side, and black is supposed to storm the white king at the king side.
And bishop h4, doesn't look that bishop is going to be encaged on the king side because of all the black pawns on f6, e5.
I mean, eventually black is going to play f5. So maybe g5, f5. I think I've seen this, to be honest. I'm not a big player of the King's Indian defense. By the way, if we go very early, from the back at the very start, how did this position arose? Knight c3, bishop g7, e4, knight f3, bishop e2. It's a very classical approach, and David is himself very classical, very principled players, and White here has a number of testing choices. So h3 is a super modern consideration. Recently, who was it? I think Jordan Van Forest was advocating the move bishop d3. There's the bishop e3, there's the bishop g5, bishop e2, bishop g5. There's so many setups here. So this bishop e2 is the classical way, and apparently it's still good.
By the way, Artur, I see that we have major updates from the other boards. Let's pull up the bird's eye view and see what's happening in the top right corner. As Radoslav Wojtaszek against Alex Salem, it looks like a Grunfeld, and looks like Radoslav has sacrificed a pawn. And we see that queen is already all the way to e2. So let's dive in there, because we have a lot of crazy openings today, Artur. I am impressed.
This is a very old line. I try to recall who played it last or maybe first. It was definitely one of the topical lines back in the day when Gary Kasparov was playing against Vladimir Kramnik, and I definitely recall these positions. There were some famous games played, so White voluntarily sacrificed the pawn on a2 in the Grunfeld. And the word is that black should be always somehow completely fine, but that's the thing. You play an older line and maybe there's a twist. Maybe there's something new. Obviously, the engines keep evolving. You have a new idea. You play an old forgotten line. Maybe it's not really forgotten, but I haven't really seen so much lately in the modern games, and everybody, again, starts to play the line like a fresh one.
And that's why the modern computers are helping the players find some hidden gems, from the old variations which were already forgotten, as you're mentioning, becoming new and more popular nowadays. So how did actually this line go?
Yeah, let's go back from the beginning. So the Grunfeld is a very solid defense, and if I would have to mention the greatest expert in the world, I think it's Petr Svidler, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Those are the names that immediately pop in my mind, but basically every highest level chess player has played their fair share of the Grunfeld. Also, I think it's very nicely combined together with the king's Indian defense. So knight f6, g6, these are the first starting moves.
And funny thing that they have faced against each other earlier, and in 2 games that Radoslav played white, there were 2 Grunfeld. One, it was Neo Grunfeld, and the other one, it was Brinkman attack. I don't know if you know this name. So maybe we see another, the 3rd Grunfeld. The last time they played against each other was actually during the Olympiad in 2016 in Baku over the board. So it was a long, long time ago. And now they repeat Grunfeld once again.
I think Salek Salem is also a very big Grunfeld player. As far as I remember, so he definitely has played it before. So one of the big ideas of the Grunfeld is white gets the strong center, but black has a lot of counter pressure against the pawn on d4, and there's like many ways how I can play. Bishop c4 and knight e2 is a very popular way to play it because this would stop any bishop g4 pins. So here, Wojciech just goes for the most principal approach. Rook b1, bishop e2 here. Black played c takes, queen a5, attacking the king on e1, attacking the pawn on a2. So Wojciech just follows the opening prep here. Short castle, bishop g4, and I think the line still continues pretty far from here.
Yeah, there is a pawn hanging right now on b7, but the question is if white wants to capture it immediately or maybe improve the pieces, maybe use somehow this location of the queen on a2. But the opening choice, Arturs, whenever you prepare against an opponent and you already had the game and you already had the Grunfeld, doesn't it show from Saleh Salem that he's so confident in his knowledge in Grunfeld that he's playing it? Because sometimes you're trying to trick and you're trying to find some new openings to surprise your opponent. Here we see there has probably been surprise in the line, but not in the opening choice.
Well, speaking about it, I was always admiring Maxim Vachier-Lagrave because he was always playing the Grunfeld defense and nothing else. Like he was always playing the Grunfeld defense against the best players in the world. They would test him in a million ways, and he would always principally play it. So it could be that Saleh is having the same principles. He just believes in the opening, but that's the thing. Like if you're playing the same opening over and over again, for the opponent, it's quite easy to prepare, and they can just play like a rare testing line, possibly not the top choice of the engine, and hope that you don't know it.
And we see that actually Saleh currently is not at the board, so he's still in the preparation. We probably let Radoslav think in this position because there are definitely many options, and diving into the other games. Is there anything, Arturs, you can see what is happening so far in the games? Because we have so many crazy openings.
So 2 of the games are quieter. That's Volodar Murzin against Vladimir Fedoseev. That's the top left corner. We have our London. London is a very popular choice. Also, Daniel Dardas, Reti, in the lower right corner against Aram Jacobian. Oh, this is something I could talk about for a long time. I've played this setup many times. Those are the quiet games. Then we have something sharper in Machun's game against Rinat Jumabayev. That's the French with already double pawns, an unbalanced structure. That's the lower middle board. And also, we have the Sicilian Taimanov. Now it looks like Sicilian Scheveningen at the
Transposed.
top middle board. Frederick Svane against Arvind.
And definitely the game on the bottom middle is catching my eye, so that the game we mentioned in the French defense with the double pawns. I suggest we jump in there and see how the opening evolved, because this is very important match for both of the players, Machun and Rinat. They lost yesterday, and if they manage to strike back today, they will climb up in the standings.
Yeah, they are hoping to bounce back, indeed, and both players are taking the risks. So if you look at the current position, we can see that both players have something to work with. White already has castled the long side, and while Black King is in the center, this means that White could be a bit faster to generate an attack, open up the position. I think this is what Machun wants, open up the position and avoid a queen trade if possible. At the same time, Jumabayev is taking some risks. He has what we call the minimal advantage, the bishop pair, and even if he doesn't really feel a lot, in the long run, especially the absence of White's Daxwa bishop might be felt. So Jumabayev would love to play at some point c5, trade off the queens, put the bishop on f6 on the long diagonal, and somehow try to capitalize on the power of the bishop. That's essentially clash of two styles, so we'll see how it's going to turn out.
And we have also bishop on c8, which is doesn't look right now like a typical French bishop, because position opened up, so there could be a potential for it, probably on b7 square, playing something like b6 or b5 and developing bishop on b7 and getting on this long diagonal. But I'm just interested how it all got here. We have seen there was a very interesting and thematic line with knight f6 played.
Yeah, let's indeed go back. So the French defense. Knight c3, the most principal continuation here. Knight f6. After knight f6, I think the other move is bishop b4. Also a super popular line, but okay, knight f6 is a choice. And the more played continuation, if I'm not terribly mistaken, I think bishop g5, what was played in the game, is just good. But I think e5 is somehow more popular. e5, knight e7, f4, c5, knight f3, knight c6. Very, very big discussion here, and White often goes for some kingside attack, and Black's let's go bishop on c8, perhaps is not feeling really so great. Okay, doesn't really matter. Bishop g5 was played, and here Jumabayev immediately released the tension in the center by taking on e4.
Do you get, Arthurs, yourself such positions against French, or you play another line? You don't.
Oh no,
play knight c3?
no, I'm playing kings in and attack myself.
Ah, oh.
Yeah, that's why. That's why when I was looking at Darda's position, I was like, "Oh, great! Kings in and attack properties we have on the board, so we could talk about that, like typical ideas."
Amazing.
Forever. Yeah.
Okay.
So bishop e7 was played. Bishop takes. I think you need to deal with it somehow, and g takes on f6 is a very fighting move. Like, I think bishop takes on f6 should be playable here, but White is somehow slightly better. So g takes on f6. Jumabayev willingly ruins his pawn structure. He wants to play f5 and keep the bishop on e7 alive.
And there is a bishop pair right now for Black. So this is going to be something what Rinat will try to prove later on. He has a worse pawn structure, but the bishop pair. And a6 has been played. Do you think he's preparing something on the queen side already, or he's stopping bishop b5?
Yeah, I mean, probably stop the bishop b5. It does feel quite risky, to be honest, because Black is underdeveloped, and now he's wasting one more tempo, but this has got to be theory here. So long castle f5, and knight g3. An interesting choice here by Machun, because the knight on g3 sort of doesn't really seem to have a lot of prospects. Is it going to... Maybe it goes to h5 and tries to harass the Black king, but perhaps there was just no other better square to go, because on c3 it doesn't really do anything, and on c5 Black can just push it back. So yeah, I suppose knight g3 is just normal.
Yeah, and there I see there is a very nice move, bishop g5 trying to pin the queen, but unfortunately doesn't work, yeah, because of the f4 push. Just to highlight for our viewers, definitely the players are not blundering anything.
How would you react if there would be a queen blunder at move number 10?
I mean, I would be completely shocked. But actually, talking about the game is finishing fast. In the Biel Chess Festival, Arthurs, do you know that famous game which finished I don't know, I believe in 5 or 6 moves in one of the very strong, one of the strongest grandmasters in the world. It was played much earlier.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
It was Anand who played, and he lost in 6 moves, if I'm not mistaken. So just
Really?
yes, I'll try to pull up that game, but it's
In Biel.
in Biel.
Unbelievable. I have to check it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So for that reason, it's possible, and definitely I would not be so much surprised. But of course, it's a huge shock when one of the top grandmaster is sacrificing a queen or losing a queen and pretty early on. But it is definitely possible.
Yeah, all weird things sometimes happen. Okay, so here Renat is thinking about his choices. He has to tread very carefully. I mean, again, he's thinking about the c5 push, but if you play c5, you have to evaluate consequences if white plays d5 or if white plays knight f3. If you risk too much, you open up the position too early, the king on e8 could be a bit exposed. So we're going to now use this opportunity again to check the other games and assess how sharp they are and where the action is leading us.
Yeah, we see on the top left corner the game of Vladimir Murzin against Vladimir Fedoseev. As we were mentioning, a bit calmer game in the London. Vladimir has just offered bishop trade with a bishop d6 move. Is there anything else? We have checked the game of Frederick Svane against Arvind earlier. Not much has changed. It's in the top middle board. Meanwhile, Radoslav Wojtaszek is still taking time. It's on the top right corner right now. But other games are getting wilder and wilder. I'm just looking in the bottom left corner. David Navarre against Nicolas Theodore is for sure one of the games we should follow closer. But I would say we go to the game of Vladimir Murzin against Vladimir Fedoseev to see how the opening went, because these are two players. We have Vladimir Fedoseev, who is a top seed, and we have Vladimir Murzin, who is a reigning world rapid champion, who has also performed pretty well so far, and he's not one of the leaders, but he's at the top of the tournament.
I mean, yesterday Volodar was quite unfortunate because he played a really nice game. He had some problems in the opening, but Saleh missed his chances, and then he was this close to win the game. And he just gave this one unfortunate check, allowing the Emirati grandmaster to find some miraculous escape. But in the meantime, Fedoseev, with the white color yesterday, was slightly pressing against Arvind. He had to be very careful in the end to make a draw, so they did. And now we have some sort of London, and London has been a household name basically at any level, not only highest level, but also the club level, ever since 2016 or 18, when this was one of the topics in the World Championship matches. We have to thank to Magnus Carlsen for this. So he started to play this a lot, and ever since, everybody plays it.
Yeah, we see Ruko already on b1 defending the pawn. There has been bishop d6 played right now, and pawn takes on c5, intermezzo. So basically,
this is a very common idea. Yeah. So bishop takes on d6. I think this is what's going to happen on c4. That's the common idea, and we might get again some Catalan vibes. Black has possibly some small problems with the last of a bishop on c8. White would love to put the bishop on g2 in the long run, but ultimately it's very, very hard to have any real advantage here.
If we could go back a few moves just to see how the opening evolved, because it started all with the d4, obviously, the London, and e6. So first, not really showing the cards.
Also, knight f3 is not showing the cards. Like, both the players are really smart here. And I really like this move, knight f3. And by the way, when it comes to the grandmaster chess, you're probably wondering, but wait, this is not how you're supposed to play the opening. Yeah, you should be playing d4, c4, and then figure it out. But every single move has its pros and cons. And with knight f3, white is a bit more flexible to some setups. For example, here, Murzin played e6, and apparently he was expecting that, not Murzin, but Fedoseev, my apologies. So Fedoseev played e6, and he was possibly expecting that the game's going to transpose to some c4, and we don't know what here Fedoseev had prepared. Is it d5? Is it the Queen's Indian? But this moment to play bishop f4, I think it really is very reasonable idea because black has committed to e6 and he doesn't have some of the most aggressive choices against London.
Yeah, for sure. And here after bishop f4, it's already a different story. Now black can react with a c5, immediately strike in the center. And now we kind of transposed to the very usual position for London, now with queen coming to b6. And now there is a big problem to defend, so rook b1 had to be played.
And this bishop d6 is also, I think, pretty necessary move because if you at some point play c takes on d4, e takes on d4, and play bishop d6, now it can transpose. I don't really know if this belongs to the exchange Caro-Kann, but it looks very similar to the exchange Caro-Kann positions like this. You play bishop d3, the bishop on c8 doesn't really do anything, and then in the long run you're thinking should castle, rook e1, knight e5, maybe f4, etc. So these positions, even though Engine says it's quite equalish, it's not really so simple here. Black could get in trouble.
It is complicated, and if you go closer to current position, there has been some interesting move played b4, first kicking the queen back and then taking on d6, using the fact that black will have to recapture on d6, and in that way white is winning a tempo with it. And now c4.
I think this is played before. I definitely recall this. Yeah, b4, c4. And yeah, I don't remember what was the continuation here, but white's plan along the way somehow is to get something like this. Let's say d takes on c4. Maybe it's possible to take with the bishop, but perhaps here Mersenne will be pretty happy to have some small pressure. Here, let's say takes, and he could potentially put the knight on e5. The bishop maybe goes to f3, or maybe the bishop goes on g2. And because of this bishop on c8 and some weaknesses of the queen side, it's not quite equal. I mean, of course, I see the Engine says it's dead equal, but it's not really so simple for a human being.
It does feel that white is going to put pressure in this kind of endgame. Do you think it was an ambitious approach now going for this opening, and particularly this line with b4 and c4 from Volodar?
No, you gotta try something. And maybe here after d takes on c4, he's still gonna take with the bishop. This could be the other idea, with possibly an idea to play e4, e5. Let's say castles, e5. I don't know. Can you play that? Open up the bishop here. Perhaps something like b6, queen e2, bishop b7, e4. There are some ideas like these. I don't really recall this particular position because typically the pawns don't somewhere here on b2. But after e5, if you get the pawn here, you can have some kings and attack ideas. So I don't really know what Mersenne has prepared, so I guess we're going to see.
And Vladimir Fedoseev has actually won against Volodar in the rapid, and there has been only one over-the-board game played before this matchup here in Biel. It was in 2021, and also Fedoseev won playing with the same color, and it was actually Sicilian. So in that game, Volodar went for e4, so we see some changes here. And while Fedoseev is taking time for taking the pawn, let's take a look at other games, because I believe the one game we have not yet fully checked, it's a game of Daniel Darda against Aram Hakobian on the bottom right corner, where we see very interesting opening choice from the Belgium #1.
This is some sort of a king's in an attack. So we're definitely going to step back for a moment. And the other games, they are slowly proceeding forward. By the way, the top middle board I see, Aravind played a thematic idea e5.
Oh, wow.
Against Frederick. We could also go back to that game, but yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's start with Darda and then see where the action takes us.
Okay. I think it's your favorite game from so far from the opening wise from this round.
Well,
personally.
No, I mean I love the king's in an attack. Absolutely, one of my favorite discussions and topics in the opening theory, and also of course I was influenced a lot by the top Egyptian grandmaster
Bassem Amin.
Amin Bassem, yeah, absolutely. So I wrote a course on it. He knows that I wrote it, and yeah, so we communicated about it. I included some of his model games. Anyway. It's a very easy to play setup, and it's not only reserved for the club level chess. It's also pretty popular at the highest level. Maybe it's very difficult to score points like against very good opposition. So kings in attack is more popular at the highest level, especially in rapid and blitz.
For sure it is. And we see the moves incoming actually quite quickly. Looking also at the time situation, looks like both of the players are still in the preparation, or still at least they know what they're doing here. But the first move, no, actually the second move of white, it was b3. And I would suggest go back in the first moves and see how it went, because it's not something you meet every day, right? Whenever I'm meeting one b3 or a second move b3, I'm immediately confused. I have to try to understand how should I put my pieces. I mean, at least mentally, it's so difficult to face this opening, the Larsen.
So, speaking about this particular setup, now look at this. Darda is playing the moves. Like he plays b3, he plays bishop b2, he plays g3. Do you think it's random?
It's not random, but he chose specific move order to try to black to show what
But
they
why?
want.
I think
Because
I
he
have
likes fianchettos.
No, I have a theory. I have a
Okay.
theory. Maybe this is wrong. But the point is, after knight f3, d5, instead of b3, the classical reti or the start of the kings in attack, actually, you know, we could talk about where starts and ends the reti, where is the kings in an attack. It's not really relevant. It's just a name. But anyway, the big idea is that white wants to play bishop g2, castle, d3, knight e2, e4. So this is your typical kings in an attack. But there's one problem. A very popular choice for black is g6. After g6, if you play bishop g2, bishop g7, black wants to play e5. And, I mean, you can allow it, but you're not going to get any opening advantage. So if you play d4, now we transpose to the symmetrical Grunfeld. So I think the idea of this b3, why this continuation is getting really so popular, is white avoids this. White avoids this idea of g6, bishop g7, and e5, because if black here does this, I could go here, let's say knight f6, and now I have many interesting opportunities. Who says I have to play g3 and bishop g2? Maybe I could play c4, and you don't have the typical d4 move here, and then I could transpose to some chimera variation with e3. So there's very interesting properties here. And that's why after b3, as you can see, knight f6 was played, bishop f5 was played, one of the most principal choices. Only now he plays g3.
And I was actually taught that whenever there is fianchetto, like the g6 move, you don't play bishop f5. They don't go together. And that's why in this particular case, playing g6 would already not make sense, because the bishop is already developed on f5. There is no way to step back for the bishop, and it would always have to go back. So that's actually brilliant concept we see here from the Belgian #1, Daniel Darda.
Even though, I mean, according to an engine, it doesn't really mean anything, but at least I see some tricks here. So Aram played e6, bishop g2, a5, very typical aggressive way to try to clarify the situation. a4 was responded. I think engine here sometimes likes ideas like a3, c6, short castle, and only after knight e7, now you play a4. So there's even stuff like this. And the big idea is that you don't allow this knight to land on b4. But okay, I mean, people don't play like this really. So, I mean, okay, a4 is just good.
Yeah, it's a bit more tricky, but actually one of the points right now that knight could go actually from a6, from b8 to a6 to b4, but we see that he chose not to. And interestingly, why didn't he want to bring the knight to b4? Because if knight would be on b4, c3 would be the only move to kick the knight away, and that would block the bishop on b2.
Yeah, and also after knight b4, I think here white already has committed to the idea of d3. So the way he played both double fianchetto, d4 is not really going to pose any problems for black, because black has set up the absolute perfect setup. Like this will be the ideal Slav. If black plays c6, the bishop is out on f5, and white has got nothing, not even the bishop pair. So it's definitely not something that Darda would do. Pretty sure he will play d3 here. But okay, he decided not to play knight a6 and knight e7 instead. Castles, d3, short castle, and the one move, Angelica, I'm really surprised, is the knight c3.
Wow. put the knight on c3 where it's not really so good. I mean, knight d2 looks such a natural move to me.
Yeah, the knight d2 is more common, and there must be some very concrete idea because white wants to play e4, let's say c6, you could play e4, and this is, by the way, where I used some of the old games by Lev Pologayevsky. He used to play this line back in the, I don't remember, 60s or 70s, one of the world's leading players, top Soviet grandmaster. He started with rook e1, and the big idea is to play e4, e5, get the pawn on e5, split black's position into halves, and then you go for some kingside attack, or maybe you somehow play positionally. But later, Pologayevsky would switch to, where was it? Yeah, so instead of knight c3, let's say knight e2, c6, he would switch to queen e1. And queen e1, again, the idea is to play e4, e5. Let me just make some random moves again. Let's say here, e4, here, e5, knight goes back. And now you're just tossing everything at a king side. You're thinking about moves like queen e2, rook e1. This knight quite often goes to d4, f4, f5, and you just have a very easy game, even though Stockfish says it doesn't matter. It's equal.
But this knight c3, I mean, what could be an idea? I mean, one that I think of is to go for knight b5, but as I see, c6 has been already played, so there is no knight b5, and I like how Ram is playing. He is taking control over the b5 square where knight is right now, and knight d2, what an interesting move.
So I think that Dart is just playing a different setup. I did not even know it exists. now I know. And I think that this knight e2 is also a very nice idea. He wants to play e4, f4, typically, again, to have this core idea from the kings in an attack. This could be a very fun game. There's many ways how Aram could respond. I'm a bit surprised that Daniel did not go for the bishop pair. He didn't play knight h4. And this is also the reason why black very often includes a window for the bishop so that the bishop can escape on h7. And it's possible that here he was not really in the mood to weaken the position like this, takes and play something like e3 and have a longer game. But ultimately, yeah, I suppose it's balanced.
Yeah, we're getting such an interesting setups from the players, so many wild openings in the round number 2 of classical portion. We're going to go for a very short break and coming back with more action from Biel. Welcome back to Biel, where the second round of classical portion of the GMT is spicing up. We have one of the game with major updates. Arturs, what is happening on the board? I see the brilliant move.
Yeah, we have a really brilliant move in the game of Wojtaszek against Alexa Lem, but realistically look what's happening. I think it's going to lead to a draw. And this particular pattern, I think, already has been played before. And the big idea here is that black can take the queen on e1, which most likely is going to happen because black doesn't really have any other moves. And after knight takes on e1, this is what we call the windmill. Rook g7 check, king h8, and since the bishop on d4 is under attack, you just give a check here on d7. The rook on d4 cannot take the bishop.
Arturs,
After
it's
king
happening on the
draw.
board. Rook is on g7 already. King h8, will we see it? Of course, there should be a repetition. So rook d7, another check. And the players are getting ready to go for a draw. Yeah, what happens when both opponents know line perfectly well is that sometimes we can see such draws, and even if you're having white pieces, you cannot do much.
No, this is definitely something that has been played before, and also the clock situation for Salem just signals that he knows this line really well. Wojtaszek tried something. Maybe he wanted to test some continuation, but apparently the Emirati Grandmaster knew everything. And here you can see the players do not agree to a draw. They're supposed to call the arbiter, claim a trefoil repetition, because according to the tournament rules, you could not agree to a draw before move 40 unless the position repeats 3 times. So now you can see the chief arbiter, Laurent Freud. He comes, checks, and probably is going to end with a shaking hands.
And we see a draw has been agreed by a threefold repetition. The first result of the round 2 of the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon has come as a first result. Radoslav Wojtaszek, who yesterday played a draw, Saleh Salem saved yesterday against Volodar Murzin, now having more free time to prepare for the next round. And let's take a look what is happening on the rest of the boards, because we still have 5 more games ongoing. And in the top middle board, I see that something is going on. It's a game of Frederick Svane against Aravind. We were discussing it was the Sicilian Taimanov, and e5 was played at some moment by Aravind. We see both players are being ambitious. Shall we jump in that game, or do we see anything spicy?
Yeah, we definitely are going to investigate this a bit closer. Also, just to give you an update, what's happening in the other games. Murzin against Decisive, top left corner. That's the quiet London. By the way, the trade on c4 hasn't yet happened. There's not so many moves to be played. Also, the lower left corner, we have the game in the King's Indian defense. That's the game of David Navarra with the white collar against Nicolas Theodorou. Super interesting stuff. And by the way, the evaluation bar says that the game is about balanced, but it doesn't really feel peaceful to me. The lower middle board, Machon against Renat Jumabayev. This is this very interesting discussion in the French. Potentially could be really wild. And of course, also the game Daniel Darda on the lower right corner against Aram Hakobian, where e4 was played. And I think we are going to get some quiet game there.
Yeah, we have so many nice positions. I suggest we dive into Frederick Svane against Aravind Chidambaram. This, you mentioned earlier, Arturs. We have seen the Sicilian Taimanov, and then you said we kind of transposed, did we?
Yeah, to Sicilian Scheveningen. I hope I pronounce it well, Scheveningen. So, f takes on e5. This is what was just played, and I would expect that d takes on e5 will be played. And it looks pretty sharp because we have our imbalances. The pawn structure is not symmetrical.
Yeah, it definitely does look. And looking at the clock situation, Aravind spent only 7 minutes so far on all the moves, while Frederick Svane is thinking a lot. 43 minutes, he already thought about all these moves. It means Indian superstar is still in his prep, he's still in the book, he still knows what's happening, although I can see him at the board and he's also fully focused as well as Frederick.
Wait, He's thinking about knight g4, isn't he? He's thinking about knight g4. Otherwise, d takes on e5 would have happened immediately.
Oh.
And I noticed there might be this move. It's very, very tempting. So you want to kill the bishop. You want to land the knight on e5. So if white does something except taking on d6, I think that black immediately gets the perfect position. Like, let's say, bishop f4, knight e5, bishop e5, d takes on e5. Black is just really fantastic. Control of the dark squares gives him a really, really great game.
And bishop pair.
And the bishop pair, exactly. And even if he gets the bishop on e6, to stop white from putting the bishop on c4 would be really, really great. But I think there is the line. He is right now calculating what happens if white takes on d6, knight takes on e3. So if you take on e7, there's a fork. By the way, you have to calculate this as well. And after queen takes here, for example, if black plays bishop d6 or queen takes on d6, and Arvin is somewhere here right now, and he's thinking, can I do this or I shouldn't?
Can I sacrifice a pawn or not? This is a big question right now because there would be pretty much open position, which is good for the bishop pair. So I would say there is a compensation, although computer doesn't so much agree with us. I would say it's saying, of course, maybe there is something, but it's not sure. But looking at this open position, it's understandable that Aravind is taking this opportunity seriously. Will we see it, Arturs? What do you think? Will we see this knight g4?
It's very tempting. You know, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking I would want to think about this. Because if I put the bishop on e5, this bishop might be worth more than the lost pawn. For example, I want to put the bishop on e5, queen e7, and it controls very nice long diagonals. And why, by the way, I just changed my mind. I didn't play queen d6, but bishop d6. The idea is that after e5, white could try to stop you. I noticed there's queen e7.
Oh, very nice idea. Using the pin on the queen and the pawn cannot take the bishop. What a nice idea. I also enjoyed this position because of the isolated pawn on e4. You can put any piece on e5 if the pawn is not pushing forward. Of course, right now, pawn is lost.
Maybe white even has to give away the pawn like this. So since they're super GMs, they definitely think about this and even further. So I'm thinking there could be a long castle. Maybe bishop takes on e5. And white could play something like bishop c4, and black could play, I don't know, f6, etc. The bishop on e5 is strong. So that's what the grandmasters are thinking about here. So d takes on e5 is the obvious choice, but knight g4 is too much of a tempting possibility for the Indian player just to pass that quickly.
Arturs, I think 9 out of 10 would take here immediately on e5, just in a spare of second. But Aravind is a 10th person who is thinking here of this other opportunities with the jump of the knight on g4, which is unbelievable that he's considering giving up a pawn, although Frederick Swan is also a super strong player. He's one of the German best players, has got gold medal on the board 5 in the Olympiad. So there is a lot at stake, and I think while Aravind is taking time, it's time for us to check other games which are still happening. Arturs, you were mentioning this great game on the bottom left corner, David Navarra against Nicolas Teodorou. We have seen there have been some updates in that position where Nicolas went for the King's Indian defense. Other than that, there has been not so much of an updates recently, but in the middle bottom board is Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. I can see b5, I can see queen d5. What is going on there?
Yeah, there's a lot of action, and Jumabayev is playing very aggressively. So he has centered the queen, which is normally something you're not supposed to do, but he's immediately targeting some white's weaknesses. Looks pretty fascinating stuff and doesn't really feel peaceful to me. Speaking about Navarra's game that you mentioned, it's very unbalanced, very interesting strategic struggle. So I'm going to follow your lead, whichever the game you want to start with, we could follow.
Let's dive into Navarra's game against Nicolas Teodorou, since we also have the game, first of all, with a leader. Nicolas Teodorou is currently leading the standings in the challengers. Meanwhile, David Navarra has won yesterday's game, and he's trying to climb up in the standings. The win today with white pieces would bring him a lot of confidence and a lot of power, and he might even be on the second place after winning this game. So this is a huge match for both of the players. And I see the opening choice was also pretty much amazing. We were mentioning earlier, it was King's Indian defense. Arturs, what can we see? So much has changed, and there is e4 square.
Indeed. By the way, speaking about David, that you mentioned that he is fighting for the second win in a row, he was struggling earlier in the GMT. He had a pretty bad run in the Rapid tournament. Once again, this is, in case you're just joining, dear viewer, it's a combination of 3 tournaments, Rapid, Classical, and Blitz. This is Rapid. I'm sorry, this is the Classical tournament, round 2. Rapid is finished. And David was doing pretty poorly. And he had difficulties to get in the rhythm, so he was missing a couple of great games, spoiled winning chances. So it seems that he has managed to restore his strength. And what do we see here? I don't know. Well, it seems that Black has set up the perfect King's Indian defense position. Black controls the d4 square. The knight on a5 is pretty great. Black potentially might have some chances to go for a kingston attack with h5, h4, g4, etc. And at the same time, for White, it's not so simple to carry out a typical idea of c5. So here Navarra does control those light squares, but is it enough?
It's a big question, Arturs. I wanted to ask you, because usually I was told if you get control over the e4 square as White, because usually Black is the one who wants to take control, who wants to push this e4. And if White gets control of the e4 square, doesn't it also mean that White kind of has an advantage in the position? Because you are mentioning that d4 square is under control for Black, but e4 is under control of White.
So it should be about balance. I suppose that this is also what the bar says, that both of the players control one of the most important central squares, and we're gonna see. But I think that from the opening standpoint, Theodorov's position feels like an achievement. So he was risking with things, and he has managed to get a fighting position where White doesn't have the typical huge space advantage in the King's Indian defense. So I would say he should be feeling pretty optimistic right now. By the way, h6 was just played.
But isn't the bishop on d7 as a bad piece right now? Because I see all the pawns are currently on the dark squares. You see a5, b6, c7, d6, e5, g5, h6. Why did he put the last pawn he had, which was on the light square, on the dark square once again?
I'm with you. I mean, the bishop on g7 definitely deserves the award for the worst bishop in this game, at least for now. But the pawn on h6 defends the pawn on g5. This probably signals that here Theodorov is planning to relocate the queen. It's a bit strange move order. Maybe he wants to play queen d7, queen f7, and get the queen somewhere here to play h5. And if you would play instead of h6, you would play queen d7. The pawn is under attack. Yeah, it's hard to say. A bit strange choice, but maybe, yeah, he just didn't see anything better.
And also I see that the whole queen side of Black is not developed right now. Does the close position helps Black in this case? Because usually when they are getting open dynamic position, you're struggling when you're down developed. But in this position, knight on b8, bishop on c8, they still there and they're not looking so good. But does Black have time to develop them?
Probably because the only real way how White could try to punish his lead in development is open the position. But how would he open? f4 is so unrealistic, so let's not talk about it. h4 is contested 3 times by the queen, the knight, and the pawn on g5. What else? c5 is just b-takes on c5. If you play a3 to facilitate b4 to facilitate c5, then after a3, Black's going to play a4, and after b4, there's going to be en passant capture on b3. So also for White to carry out all of this, he needs time. So I'm talking about b3 to prepare a3, to prepare b4, to prepare c5, and even then you still need to see, do you get anything?
Yeah, we're probably going to look for some very long positional and maybe sometimes dynamical battle. Depends. We'll let David Navarra think in this position and take an overview on all the rest of the boards, because I see in the bottom middle board, there's already queen on d5. We have actually mentioning this game earlier. It is a game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, two players who lost yesterday. And I see there is a lot of action also on the queen side. The pawn is on b5, the other double pawn is on f5. This is this French defense we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I think that's the game we're definitely going to check in a minute. But also, first, let's see what's happening in the other games, just to give you a quick update. What happened in Frederick Svane game against Aravind? As you can see, Aravind decided not to play knight g4. He was very tempted, but he decided trust his gut instinct. The game on the top left, Volodar Murzin against Vladimir Fedoseev, the quiet London. Finally, we see d-takes on c4 played on the board. But the way I'm looking, it seems that Fedoseev has solved all of the opening problems. He has the bishop on b7, no visible weaknesses. Maybe White has him under pressure, but nothing super real. And what else do we have? Darda's game against Jacobi in the lower right corner, where e4 was played, and there were a couple of captures.
Yeah, I see that there is a full control of the e4 square. Arturs, which game should we go to the next from the chess point of view? Because we don't see so much updates in some of the games.
Yeah, I mean, the pace definitely has slowed down a bit. So let's go to the game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, which has a chance to explode. This was the game where the players that played the French defense with knight c3 and the bishop takes on f6, and Jumabayev decided to be a bit more ambitious. He kept the dogs with bishop alive. He played f5. And the last couple of moves that we didn't really see, there's not so many of them. I think we did not see the move b5, and we did not see the move queen d5, which hits the pawn on a2, but not much has been happening here.
So not much is happening, but position does look exotic. I see that the white already castled. There are two knights out. For black, I see only bishop on e7 and queen on d5. And I was told not to develop the queen too early in the opening, but we see that many opening principles sometimes are being broken, and because there are exceptions. Why do you think was queen d5 okay in this position, and why did Rinat play it?
I think that normally this rule applies to the casual players. Do not put the queens in the middle of the board before developing your pieces, unless you're a strong grandmaster and you know what you're doing. So of course, most of the time, the standard rules about development, about the castling, the center, piece placement, they're like for the general audience. And as soon as you really well know the game, you know where you can take risks, where you can break the rules and set up new rules yourself. That's usually how it goes. The better you are, you're setting new rules for the position because you understand it so well. And I think this queen d5 is a pretty nice idea, actually.
And to understand it, of course, you have to master chess, as Artur is mentioning, definitely only for top players. Don't repeat it at home if you're rating at least not 2500, 2400, 23, maybe. But queen d5 is the idea to stop d5 move, because I was thinking maybe if black would develop any piece, let's say knight c6, is there d5 move in the position?
Maybe. Yeah, like after knight c6, possibly d5 could be a move. Mm-hmm. But this would trigger some trades like takes. And, okay, I see the bar really doesn't like, oh, queen c3. Okay,
ooh,
pardon
okay.
me. I didn't even see that, by the way. So I just noticed the bar. So after d5, maybe there's something else like, but queen d5 is again going to be queen c3. This time a slightly different attack. So the queen is under attack. The rook at h8 is under attack. And it's entirely possible that here, after d5, black could play something sharper like knight b4. I don't know. I mean, it's a move. But Jumabayev decided not to take any risks, so he hit a pawn on a2. And if I'm here sitting with white, I'm thinking, so the obvious choice is definitely king b1. It protects the pawn on a2, and then you are planning to do something. But I'm looking at this position, I'm wondering, can I play c4 here?
Actually, a big question. What happens after b takes c4?
So after b takes on c4, I can sacrifice the pawn, but my idea was to recapture it, probably something like queen c3 to contain the queen, play bishop takes on c4, play d5, and also hit the rook on h8.
using the fact that there is not so much developed pieces for black which can defend the pawn on c4, because right now not a single piece can defend the pawn, and it's just a weak pawn which will be away in one move after bishop c4. What an interesting idea.
Yeah, but it gets really tricky here, because if we go back here, when we speak about the concept of this position, where do you think both sides are supposed to play? I think that white should be trying to open up either the center or go for a kingside attack, because this is possibly where the black king is going to go. Because with the pawn on b5, do you think black's going to go for a long castle?
No, for sure not.
Probably no. So most likely it's going to be a long castle, so a short castle. So you need to open up the king side. But if you now play c4, b takes on c4, and queen c3, are you not actually helping black to open up the queen side? Because let's say here black would play short castle followed by bishop takes on c4, maybe queen d6, and perhaps this knight c6, rook b8 gives black some initiative. Of course, I see the bar, I'm aware, but you have to take all of this into account when you're thinking.
Definitely, this idea is something what Renat is thinking of, that it can happen, and currently it's Maciun's move, and for that reason, this c4 is something what he's, I believe, thinking and calculating. But once again, I mean, you have to make sure, does it make you good or bad? Or maybe you're just opening the B file for potential attack on the king. What other candidate moves are there in the position
I think he's just going to play c4. He's just
You
after
know?
that. I think so. Like he's going to play c4, b takes, maybe knight e5 is a move. Knight e5 with bishop takes on c4. So it's entirely possible that Maciun already has selected c4 as the move, and he expects b takes on c4. It's what happens after that. And knight e5 is also a very logical move. So you centralize the knight, you enable bishop takes on c4, and you're going for this attack. And it could be that he's right now undecided. Is it queen c3 with bishop c4, or is it knight e5 with bishop c4? Because now we have different kind of properties here. Maybe black can even afford to play either knight c6 or even c5. And again, this is something you have to address very carefully.
But I absolutely love the choice from both players, how they're playing this game, because it seems like yesterday they both lost. They had a bad game, terrible result. But they're still coming here. They're choosing the fighting lines. We see many imbalances. We see black is going for the bishop pair, doubling their pawns, ruining the pawn structure, going forward with the pawns. And Maciun, who is currently considering sacrificing the pawn, who was more greedy yesterday because he was the one who was taking the pawns. Do you think this psychology from yesterday, that their games didn't go so well, will play a reversed role? So they will try to play differently than they did yesterday?
Well, I think the previous results definitely reflect on your play in some way, but does it really force you to play more aggressive rather than you would play it? Not really sure. They're professionals. They know that they're going to keep playing their best game, and if they're going to do it, the results should show. But sometimes, yeah, if you have lost a previous round game, perhaps not in the style that you wanted, then yeah, maybe it can affect some of your decisions, but most of the time I think they're just professionals.
For sure, and also the format of the event, getting 4 points for a win, make players and motivates them to play better chess, to try to play more riskier openings to get those 4 points, because that's what they want to get. Meanwhile, let's take a look on the overview of the rest of the games. We see a lot of changes in the board of Volodar Murzin against Vladimir Fedoseev, which is in the top left corner, and as well as Frederick Swan against Aravind. We see that Aravind went for a safer approach, but Rook is on b8, it is in the top middle board. Other than that, do we see anything interesting? I see the queen on h5 in the bottom left corner, by the way, Arturs. What is going on there? It's David Navarre against Nicolas Theodorou.
Oh, the queen on h5. That's interesting.
Ooh. The attack is ongoing.
Yeah, so David is trying to block things. So I suppose that he was not really interested to... that's why he wanted to play h6, to play queen e8 and h5 or something. This is why he did. Now I finally understand it. Okay, so that was a very interesting concept. We are going to go back at that game at some point.
We have also Daniel Darda with a knight on c4. It's the bottom right corner. we see that the pieces are located and controlling all the central squares. Bishop from b2 is targeting the pawn on e5 together with the knight. We have many interesting positions, Arturs, in this round. I'm really impressed by the choices of the players. But which game do you think we should dive into more?
Yeah, the Dart game is against Jacobi, and it's still pretty quiet. I think that we have to once again revisit the game of Merzen against Decisive, because that's the game we checked already quite a while ago. That was the quiet London system played. And it seems that there was a trade on c4. I think we saw it already from the bird's eye view some minutes ago. And now that's what we have here. It seems that black is perfectly fine. No visible weaknesses. Perhaps the weakness on d6 is a bit vulnerable, but it's not a lot. But maybe it's something.
But Arturs, I see that there is no queen straight, because earlier you were mentioning it's a possibility to go into the endgame. What happened that they didn't trade the queens? I'm just wondering, how did we get here from that position?
Yeah, I suppose we could scroll back a bit and see how the pace of the game changed. When was the last moment when we were looking at it? I think we left it here after b4 and c4. Yeah, bishop takes on d6, of course, and c4. So what happened is that white developed the pieces very carefully, brought out the queen, and Fedoshev did exactly the same. Rook fc1, so white has very, very tiny pressure, but nothing really serious. And apparently there was no choice even for the queen trade at any given moment. And, you know, I'm looking at this position, and I don't think it's really that equal, that obvious. Like, for the engine, of course, everything is, like, super obvious. But I'm seeing ideas for white. Like, I'm seeing one idea could be knight e4, potentially b5, and knight c6, which very often is used in the Catalan. That's one idea. And the second idea could be some sort of a a4, a5, try to advance the queens, because you have the rook's position perfectly here.
What I see right now, that both players, but mostly Vladimir, he didn't want to go for that queen trade, and both players are ready for a fight. Although, looking at the pawn structure, the position looks rather mirrored. Yeah, we have the same pawns. We have basically, there is no imbalances in the pawn structure. There is no isolated pawn. There are no hanging pawns. But there is a space advantage for white. Do you think it brings white more, bringing white more initiative in this position, or how this pawn on b4 helps?
I mean, the pawn on b4 takes away the c5 square, so there's no knight c5, and maybe this pawn on b4 allows white to push eventually the move b5. So. Yeah, I mean, it's equalish, but Fedoshev is a tenacious defender. But maybe Merzen is happy with the position, because the one thing I think most players are quite unhappy about, especially the professionals, they play at the opening and they don't really get to pose any problems. Like, the opponent shows the perfect prep, and you're like, okay, there's nothing I could have done. But I think this position is full with life. So the players have traded only the darks for bishops and a couple of pawns in the center. And even though we have a symmetrical position, even though black's perfectly safe, I would not really go as far as say that it's a draw. I think it's very far from it.
It's very far indeed. But what could be a way for black to get ambitious? I see there is a space advantage for white. There are pieces located like knight on f3, knight on c4, targeting the d5 square. But if you're playing black, how can you get ambitious here? There is a bishop on b7, which is taking this.
I'm bothered by a fly here.
Please don't fly away with that.
It just keeps attacking me all the time. Yeah. So you were saying
Yes.
the black's active ideas.
Yeah, how they can get this initiative, because Fedoshev is definitely has to try himself to be. And last move was rook f to c8, and I want to highlight that rook f to c8, not rook a to c8.
So maybe this means that Fedoshev believes that the rook better stands at the queen side. Maybe he's not really ruling out some future a5 ideas. Also notice the bishop on b7, it could go to e4, target the rook on b1, and then after the bishop is gone, there might be a5. So let me just make some random move just to showcase Fedoshev's potential idea. Let's say white plays h3, bishop e4, hits the rook, I go here, and maybe I play a5. So the idea is that I want to move the pawn from b4 so that I get to activate the knight on c5, and after a3, look at this, after takes, the rook on e8 stands exactly where it had to.
Exactly where it belongs, and suddenly the A file is getting opened, and yeah, the game is happening. That's what Vladimir probably wants to do. Yeah, this idea is very nice to have, and as for white, you have to make a decision. Either you control the e4 square by playing something like knight f to d2, or you occupy the e5 square like knight f to e5. I mean, it's one of both. But you cannot do both of this.
I mean, knight e5 is also a move, and it's a very common maneuver of the Catalan. So bishop f3 could be after that, weaken the c6 square, and very often white is like pretty happy with very minimal pressure. Like if white trades the light square bishops, plays b5, and anchors the knight on c6, it's already something. Like it's not super dry, drawn position. It's something. So that's why black is thinking about things. And the other active ideas before that, Angelica, I was thinking about some e5 idea, but I think with the rook fc8, e5 already seems not to be a real choice.
It cannot be really carried out. Volodar is taking him time and thinking here to go or not to go for this decision, but we have other games as well ongoing, and this game of David Navarra against Nicolas Teodoro and the bottom left corner is really something special. We see their queen is on h5, but queen e8 was just played, as Arthur, you were mentioning. Shall we dive in and see what is happening, that king's Indian position?
Yep, let's do that and go to this particular game. Let me try to find it. Pardon me, slightly lost it. Here we go. Found it. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So, queen h5 and queen e8 is on the board.
Offering a trade of the queens. Potentially, we might see some endgame. What do you think, Arthur? Trading the queens, does it prefer white or black in this particular case?
I think that David played queen h5 to be okay with the queen trade. So he should be pretty all right with it, because it's also one of the philosophies for black. When you play the king's Indian defense, you want to have a king's attack. And at the same time, black has committed to some last-call weaknesses at a queen side. So I think that David, yeah, there you go, queen x on e8 is played, and he could play moves like knight a3, knight b5, the bishop on d3 and knight on e4 are really nicely positioned. The bishop on g3, though, doesn't do much. I think that f3, bishop f2 could be played. So white definitely has ideas. At the same time, black also has his trumps, like he controls the d4 square. Maybe he cannot completely rule out the idea to play g4 and h5, because if you play h5 immediately, you need to watch out for the pawn on g5, so maybe g4 could be a move, and then figure out what to do with those pieces. As long as white is not immediately threatening to open up the position, maybe Teodoro is pretty okay to keep them on b8 and c8 and just see where to put them.
And for now, there is no maybe a good way to find the squares for those pieces. And also, big question to white, what to do? As you were mentioning earlier, c5 is not possible, this break is not happening. And if you want to prepare c5, you have to play all the small moves, b3, a3, b4, c5, slowly preparing it. So it's definitely going to take a lot of time. And I think David has to calculate if black has something what they can do during he is preparing this c5, or is there any other active idea for white in this endgame?
I'm not even sure if the c5 is even a viable option for white anymore, because it like takes forever, and with the queens off the board, maybe the rules of the position already have changed. So I would, if I was white, I would start with things that I know for sure, which are improve my pieces. So I see that the bishop on g3 doesn't do anything. I would play maybe f3 and bishop f2 and see what happens. I see that these pieces are standing well on d3 and e4. The knight on c2 doesn't do a lot. It controls the d4 square, but that's it. So maybe I can rearrange the bishop on f2, control the d4 square, relieve the knight on c2 to do something better, put it on b5 and do something after that. But again, you cannot really forget that also black is playing here. And black might play moves like knight e7, knight c5, or maybe knight a, knight a6 and knight c5, and not even to mention this g4 and h5 idea.
Yeah, and I think one of the big questions is that, for example, can we take a look at this line? So f3, what happens if black takes on g3?
I think it's a very risky choice. So even though you get two bishops, this would allow white to play g4 and control those light squares, and there's a very good likelihood that black will be left with a terrible ducks with bishop. So this is something that makes black's position a bit risky here. Let's say knight e7, g4, knight f6, knight f6, bishop f6, bishop e4. I'm going to dominate all the light squares. On this bishop and f6, well, let's just put it this way. I've seen better bishops.
So basically we might say that having bishop pair in this close position, there will be no advantage for black and obviously also for white. So
it's only problems.
It's only problems. So the knight on f5 works much more.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting, you know, especially for most chess fans who are watching this, and we did talk about the bishop pair. I mean, thinking, yeah, how do you understand when the bishop pair is good and when the knight is good? But mostly, I do believe that bishops best operate in open positions. So you see some elements change things very quickly. With the pawn on e5, I don't think that black wants to take on g3. Why? The bishop on g7 becomes really bad. But imagine this, if the pawn on e5, if it was standing on e6, things would be completely different. Let's assume the pawn on b2 would be defended. Then I could take on g3 and open up the position for my two bishops. So small elements of the position change the approach completely.
Yeah, that's very important for players to realize those nuances and definitely play according. And also looking at the black's rook on e8, it's supporting the pawn on e5, but it's not doing that much. Maybe at some moment rook could also go back again for the second time or for the third time on f8. But meanwhile, we have knight e3, a different approach from Czech grandmaster David Navarra, not going for f3, but challenging the knight on f5, offering a trade. Do you think he wants to put the pawn on e4, or what is his idea with the knight e3 move?
Listen, Angelica, maybe he has a different idea. He wants to go for h4.
Oh, he wants to challenge the knight on f5 because it's controlling h4.
Maybe this is what he wants. Like he's thinking about h4, or is it f3 and then h4, because this could be a target. Maybe if you play h4 immediately, black can play g4. And yeah, what do you do?
And now maybe you still have f3 in this position.
Maybe you do. Like f3 takes, and you could go for some inspired kingside attack, like king h2, rook f2, rook g1 at the right moment to play f4. Definitely an option.
I see that computer doesn't agree, but...
No, I was thinking that you could improve it, like you play f3, then you play h4. This could be Navarro's idea. So he has centralized the pieces here on the central squares. And I think it also sends a pretty good signal to Teodoro that there's not going to be any queenside activities and Navarra is focusing on the kingside.
Yeah, and looking at this position, even if knight will get at some moment to d4, knight will be standing there just so beautifully, but there are no weaknesses and no targets for the knight. So now big question for Nicolas, and we see the answer has been there. Rook f8, he is not removing his knight from f5. He's still keeping the defense of the h4 square. What does it tell us, Artur?
That he recognizes Navarro's threat, I think. That he decided not to control the d4 square anymore. And also, I think that it changes the pace a bit because it feels that now it's Navarra who's dictating the terms. Because with this knight on f5 or knight on d4, black was getting pretty active. But now, with the most active piece being traded, black's drawbacks are immediately obvious. It's the bishop on g7. And he's underdeveloped pieces at the queenside. So I think here Teodoro is just trying to, you know, stay put, control things, and look for chances later. But I think that this game is definitely continue for a while, but I think it's also time for us to see what else is happening in the remaining games.
Definitely, let's pull up the bird's eye view and see which updates we have. And it's the game of Oldar Murzing against Vladimir Fedosey in the top left corner. We see there has been some change in the piece. So knight from c4 jumped back to d2. So not much has changed from the previous position we have seen. Do we see any other updates? For example, actually in the game in the bottom middle, Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, we see the c4 we were discussing earlier about. So Chinese Grandmaster finally went for it.
Yeah, c4 was to be expected, and Jumabayev has not responded yet. I think that he has to take the pawn on c4. We are definitely going to revisit this position. Also give you an update of what's happening in the top middle board, Frederick Svane against Arvind. That's also the game we haven't followed for a while. This was the Sicilian Tamanov. Arvind, a couple of moves ago, resisted. He is urged to sacrifice a pawn for a strong Oxford bishop. Looks quite unbalanced. And then we have the quiet Darda game against Aram Hakobin in the lower right corner, which started as the Reti Kings in an attack, and now it's something else really. So either we go to the Svane against Aravind or Darda against Hakobian.
Let's follow the Svane against Aravind, because this feels like one of the central games in the Master Tournament. We already had the first result. It was a draw, Radoslav Wojtaszek against Saleh Salem. We have two other games ongoing, and I believe this game of Frederick Svane against Aravind is the one which potentially can be resultive, because both players are young, both players are very ambitious. They both want to get 4 points.
Yeah, and both players already played draws in the first round. I think all the games yesterday finished in the Masters section with a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So that's once again shows how difficult it is to win in classical tournament against well-prepared opponents. So what do we have here? We have some sort of unbalanced Sicilian. White has a beautiful bishop on c4. White has good bishop here, strong bishop on c4. The knight on c3 potentially could be improved. At the same time, black has seemingly worse pawn structure. That's a potential weakness on a6. Maybe the pawn on c6 not so much, because it controls the critical d5 square. And also black has no problems with the piece activity. But I think that makes Frederick to spend more time than he wanted is that he cannot easily cast the long side, because with this setup, White would ideally want to have the king towards a position towards the queen side so that he can start the king side attack. Here, I don't think it's going to happen.
And it's not really legal at this moment, but he played b3 move, so that would be maybe it would be ideal for him castle immediately, defending the pawn on b2, but he had to play b3. But for Aravind, looking that he's also not castling, although for him, I believe there is only one legal way to castle short, and looks like it should be like this. With his bishop on c4 and queen on f3, do you think he's a bit afraid that there might be some attack on the king side, or is everything under control for black?
It's probably okay. I think that black's position, even from the visually, it just looks all right. And also, black has not yet decided to castle short, and I think this is something we can expect in the coming moves. Also, I would expect that pretty soon Frederick is going to play a move h3, because h3 controls the critical g4 square. I mean, there might be knight g4 ideas, there might be bishop g4 ideas. Obviously, after black castling short, not to blunder anything happening on f7.
No checkmates.
Yeah, so I think that White's going to go short castle, black's going to go short castle, there's going to be h3, and then Frederick most likely is going to try to somehow capitalize on black's weaknesses at the queen side. That's the most realistic scenario. In the meantime, Arvind is going to try to somehow use his piece activity, which, to be honest, I don't immediately see how to do.
I'm just wondering about Frederick's ideas. Is there some knight a4 to go for the c5 and b6 square? Maybe putting the knight all the way to c5, because the pawn is on a6. There is never going to be b6 move. So
Eventually, yeah, I think so. Knight a4 is going to be an idea. Like, I think that here we could see a short castle. Let's say black could make some developing move. Queen c7, h3. There could be rook d8, and now maybe now could be a moment when you do play knight a4, knight c5, try to control these weaknesses, and if black resists you, you can go back and remind black that there's another weakness potentially you have to cover on d5.
what an interesting updates from this game we have, Arturs. But the other game, which is bringing also a lot of attention, let's get the overview of all the games. On the bottom middle board, it's Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. We were talking about this game earlier. There has been the c4 move played, and after a take there is knight jumping to e5. We see all the pieces of white are being active. Shall we take a deeper look in this game, or any other interesting updates from the rest of the boards?
I also want to check Darda against Jacobi, and that's the game we haven't followed for a while. So yeah, I think we could do both of them. We're going to start once again to evaluate what has changed in Machun's game, and then we're going to slide to Darda's game and see what have we missed.
Absolutely. So going into Machun's game, he has spent quite some time into this decision of pushing for c4. As we see, it all happened on the board as we were discussed, and now is Rinat the one who is thinking. We see major changes. How can the game continue from now on? Because I'm really worried for Black's king. I don't think it's going to be safe on the king side so much, but it's also not going to be found the safety on the queen side as well. What to do about it?
Jumabayev has to be very careful here. Like, indeed, the king is very exposed, and that's the kind of position where the cost of the mistake is very high. I think here white is a bit more flexible with the position, and white cannot easily mess up, but black can. And here white's idea is pretty straightforward. Play bishop takes on c4, target the queen on d5. By the way, just as we were talking about it, knight e7 already marks this the only move in this position. So that's already basically confirms that here this position already was so tricky for black that he had to be very careful not to get in trouble. I think we are going to see bishop takes on c4 here. And is Jumabayev going to accept the pawn on g2?
There are only two moves with the queen, or three. No, three. Queen d6, queen b7, and queen b2. Queen g2, sorry.
I think I don't want to take on g2.
No, you don't want to open the g file.
It just, this is the kind of stuff that strong grandmasters don't even calculate. They just feel it's wrong. Like, my king is completely exposed. The g2 pawn doesn't really play any role here in this position, so I could play stuff like rook g1, push away the queen, and I'll just use my imagination. Knight f7, king f7, knight f5. I just have so many pieces attacking the black king. It's just never going to work. So I think this is what Jumabayev immediately understands. The pawn on g2 cannot be taken, so I think he's going to choose between queen d6 and queen b7. I think queen d6 is the safer move here.
Yeah, I think intuition is screaming to you, don't take that pawn on g2, just go for a safer option. And queen d6 looks like you're still keeping the queen in the center. Ooh.
Yeah, I just wanted to include it.
You just want to try out.
Yeah, I want to play knight f5 and see what happens, because this is also something that Jumabayev has to understand. If he plays queen d6, there might be knight f5. The big idea, the queen is hit, e takes on f5 is going to be knight f7. You see that's an attack, that's a fork. Let's say you play...
Maybe queen c6?
Queen c6.
Because there is a bishop also.
That's really good.
Or
That's a strong move. Very strong move, yeah. I didn't notice, so the idea knight h8, queen takes on c4, you eliminate the strong bishop. To be honest, I was looking at queen f6 and this position, but your idea is stronger.
yeah.
Queen c6.
Queen c6. There is some weakness still of the bishop on c4. But you have to calculate this knight f5.
Yeah, and knight f7 as well. And knight f7 as well, like what is this position?
Oh my god.
Do you want to go here? Knight takes on f5, the queen is, yeah. Ooh, yeah, queen b6, wait,
Queen h6?
Queen h6, yeah. Feels to be like a bit. I think I missed again your queen c6. I have some blindness here.
Queen c6.
Targeting the bishop.
Again, the bishop is under attack. So it's not all so clear.
By the way, queen d6 is played. Jumabayev is not afraid.
Ooh.
I think he sees knight f7, he sees knight f5, and Machun's eyes are fixed on these squares. He is looking at these tactics because black is stuck in the center, and you definitely want to consider these opportunities here. So I'm pretty sure he's somewhere in these lines right now.
Arthur, as we see that Machun is the only one sitting at the board. We see Renat executing this queen d6, standing up and just leaving the board. What does it tell us? Does it tell that he's completely confident in his position? I
think further away from the sin, really. It's like he just wants to get away as far from the position as possible. And sometimes I've been in this situation when you make a move, you feel like it's got to be right, but you don't want to see the move from your opponent, so you get up and you don't want to give your opponent any information,
any hint, yeah.
Any hints on your face, because your face might just tell your opponent a lot of things. So maybe he just got to take a walk. We don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. And Machun is taking time. He sees definitely there is a sacrifice there. Will we see it? We'll find out in quite some time. For now, we'll let Machun think, and we go back to the bird's eye view to see what else have he missed. And the game in the bottom right corner, Daniel Darda, the Belgian champion, against Aram Hakaban, reigning rapid champion of Armenia. They're facing a very nice match, a slow game, but super interesting opening choice by Daniel Darda. Artur, let's go to that game.
Yeah, we're definitely going to go there. I'm just very quickly, I'm going to check if we can miss some moves. Merzen against Decisive, that's the top left corner. There was knight e4. There's a couple of moves played, but nothing dramatically has changed. The top middle board, Frederick Svane against Aravind. Bishop d2 was played. This is pretty important because he's prepping for a long castle. So this means he's looking forward a lot of action. On the lower left corner, David Navara against Nicolas Theodorou. Here we see black has finally completed his development, and the knight on a6 is heading to c5. The game of Machun, lower middle board against Renat Jumabayev. This is something we discussed, and the Chinese Grandmaster is looking into knight x on f7. So yeah, we have to finally go to Darda.
Let's go to Daniel Darda against Aram Hakaban. What an exciting position we have. Many imbalances here. There is a bishop on b2, there is a bishop on g2, two fianchetto, double fianchetto position. Artur, you were mentioning earlier that you enjoy the position of Daniel because you personally love to go for the king's Indian attack. How do you like his position now?
It's a game. I think he has accomplished something. He has accomplished to get the game, and there's 3 pieces on the board, and the black has some weaknesses. Like the pawn on a5 could be a target. The pawn on e5 is something that black has to possibly worry about, and even though black seems to be quite solid, white has some ideas here. So I think that he should be feeling pretty optimistic.
So we have a fight here.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a fight. Yeah, it's a fight. It's not a quiet game, and we're definitely going to go back a couple of moves and understand how did I get here, but it's an unbalanced game.
But first what I see, rook a to e8. So do we expect some f5 action in the position? Do we expect an attack from Aram?
Well, either that or Aram just didn't like his rook at f8, really. So, yeah, I think f5. f5 is definitely incoming, maybe even f6 in some lines, but I think f5 really makes sense because the rooks they deserved some files. And the rook on f8 doesn't do anything. And maybe there is a reason why Jacobian decided not to play f5 first and then play rook e8. And usually there's some nuances why he chose this over that.
We're also recalling yesterday's game of Aram Hakaban where he won against Machun in a very nice attacking fashion. I think he's one of the players who is very dynamic, who loves such positions. And as he was also mentioning in the interview, that the format motivates the players to play on, to fight till the end, to get these 4 points. Because for a draw, player gets only 1.5 points. And if we add 1.5 plus 1.5, it will be 3. So So for the draw, it's definitely slightly less given. For that reason, players are fighting till the end. But you're right, Artur. Let's go back a bit and see what have we missed.
Here we go. So I think we left it after knight e2, and this already was something like 6 moves ago. So knight e2 with this odd move, knight c3. You know, I'm looking at this game, I'm wondering, okay, I want to test this myself in my own game. So the idea is to play e4. Jacobian played e5, so he immediately grabbed the center. e4 was played, and here d takes on e4 was the choice of the Armenian grandmaster. Knight takes on e4. Also very typical for the reti and the kings in an attack positions. White commonly takes with a pawn, but again, black is like having no weaknesses here. So knight takes on e4 does make sense because white keeps the bishop alive. And what we did not see were a couple of trades. Takes, bishop takes on e4, and this is actually pretty surprising. Jacobian rejected.
I would actually take on e4 because, so as I can see it, if you're going to trade the light-squared bishop of white, there are going to be weaknesses on the king's side after g3 is already made. So this is something what you consider really seriously, taking on e4 and getting all these light square weaknesses on the king's side. But why didn't he go for it, Artus?
Maybe Jacobian was not really feeling like he wants to enter a position with a game for 2 results. Like, this is a position where he's absolutely sure he's solid. He has no real problems. He's going to play queen c7, rook d8, knight f8, knight e6, maybe f6, and do your worst. While in the same time, white has some pressure against the a5 and e5 square. So that's why for Jacobian, it's not about pride or something. He simply wants to have some chances so that he can fight for the win. The bishop on e6 is definitely not worse than the bishop on e4, so he decided to keep the bishops on the board.
And also it supports the f5 push, which is now getting possible. Queen e2 has been played. And now big question, because it feels like black is ready. Black prepared everything, but not everything. Actually, yes, you're right. Touching the pawn on a5. You just moved your rook from a8, and it was defending the pawn on a5. How to defend it? Do you play b6?
Or bishop b4.
Oh, bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4 looks also incredibly logical because this opens up the rook on e8. And if you play c3, this really disconnects your coordination of your army. It creates a weakness on d3. So I don't think that Darda is going to do this. Most likely, he's going to play either bishop c3 or move the queen, which, by the way, also could be a move. But if there's a bishop c3 move, takes, black plays b6, maybe suddenly here Darda could go for some unexpected initiative at the queen side. I would not be surprised because you see black has positioned every single piece towards the king side to go for this f5 idea, and also for Darda it would make a lot of sense try to generate some targets here. The bishop on g2 conveniently is looking at the pawn on c6, and there is some pressure. And then Jacobian is thinking about all of this, so he's thinking after queen e2, do I play bishop b4? Because after bishop c3 trade, there's going to be definitely b4, so maybe I play b6 and just have a safer position.
Absolutely, Artur. And here is a big question for around what to do next. But I see that we have an update from one of the boards. It's actually Frederick Swane against Aravind, who just went for knight a4. Was it a miss by Aravind? Because queen b6 looks like an offer of the repetition after bishop went back to d2. But did he miss knight a4? What happened, Artur? Can we go through this game?
Yeah, it definitely looks pretty sharp. And in the other games, there's nothing dramatically changing. Yeah, let's go. Full screen to that particular game, and then at some point we're going to go back to all the games and see what's happening. Now, obviously, the pace of all the games has significantly slowed down. By the way, the time control is a long one, 2 hours for 40 moves, so there's no increment. Only increment starts with move 41. We're still going to get to that point at some point, and here we go, knight a4.
Knight a4 is on the board targeting the queen, and now whenever queen goes back, there can be bishop coming back to e3, or there is even long castle possible, because actually, where do you put the queen? You cannot put it on b7,
I can put it on d4,
d4, but there is bishop c3.
and I take with e4. It's like,
And then you're getting this endgame trade of the
Yep.
queens, bishop e5, some
absolutely.
crazy story.
I don't know how crazy. I think it's just very good for white. Like I'm going to show you this in a moment, but like here, I want to scroll back a bit. I want to understand why they're doing what they're doing. Like it was this position. So we looked at this position, and after queen a5, so it was Arvind who forced white to play bishop d2. It was not the other way around, because when we were looking at the overview of the games, I thought, oh, look at that, how Frederick is smart. He played bishop d2 to play the long castle. No, actually, this was a defensive move. He simply defended the knight. Queen b6 now doesn't allow white to castle short. So bishop e3, queen a5 could be a silent draw offer, just to see how you feel today. And the answer from Frederick is, I feel just fine.
I want to play and I want to fight, and now knight a4 has been played. Looking at the time situation, Arvind has half an hour extra on the clock, 35 minutes to be precise, and Frederick Svane has only 50 minutes left. So it looks like a very bold choice from the German Grandmaster, but he wants to go in and fight. And if he sees a good move, why not to play it? But queen d4, big question.
I think,
What
to
to
be
do
honest,
after it?
he wouldn't even forgive himself. Like you play a sharp opening, and your opponent offers you a truffled repetition. You're like, okay, fine, it's a draw. Like, come on, like, why we're doing this? Of course, he's looking for the win. And if you agree to a draw after the opening, and they're still full of life, then yeah, well, why do you do this? But I think this queen d4 is a pretty risky choice. We already found the continuation. Bishop c3, queen e4 takes, bishop takes to d5, and if somebody can be better here, it's only white. I think it's very, very clear. The rook is under attack, the pawn on g7 is under attack, and black simply has a worse pawn structure.
Yeah, big question what to do for black. This is not position you want to get. But Artur, I have a funny continuation after queen d4.
Here, yeah?
Yes, if in case not bishop c3, but in case long castle.
Oh,
Just a funny.
you want to test my tactical skills in this position. Well, I gotta confess, there's been moments when I have not noticed mate in one, but this is not going to be one of those moments.
Of course, this is the way how you protect the pawn, but also how you lose the game. But definitely a funny moment where castle doesn't work out. Of course, it's not going to happen. But one more time, queen d4, what else does black have? And it's the only active move, bishop c3. There is no other choice than the take on e4. Is there queen d6?
Yeah, but then again, why did you play queen b6, queen d4, queen d6, give up so many tempes?
Triangulation. So
Rook
very
d1 and
strange.
queen c7, queen a5, and queen c5, queen d4 just makes no sense, really. So I think that if you play queen d4, you play queen e4. And if queen e4 doesn't work, you simply do not play queen d4, and you accept, okay, it doesn't work, time to retreat.
To retreat to
think so.
c7 or to d8?
Oh, wait, there's queen a7 as well. Maybe there's
Queen
queen a7.
And bishop e3. It's coming onto another tempo. You know, this is what I don't like, that white is now having initiative.
Yeah,
Suddenly winning so many tempos.
and your knight c5 is going to happen, or h3 is going to happen to control this square, or short castle is going to be an opportunity for white. It looks really nice.
Yeah, it looks incredibly nice position. Arvind is taking time right now, trying to figure all this out. What would you feel if you were playing black here? Do you think you messed up something? You undercalculated? Or what actually happened?
I have a theory. I have a theory what happened. By the way, queen c7 was played, and h3 was also on the board. I have a theory that Arvind decided to test. Maybe the opponent is okay with a peaceful outcome, because you played the opening pretty quickly, you seemingly solved all the opening problems, and you offered truffle repetition. You just want to see if white's going to accept it or not. Maybe he accepts, and we just use this term, you kill one black color, basically, and then you have more games with white, it's a long tournament, etc. But the answer has arrived. Frederick is in a fighting mood, and he just played h3 short castle, and I think here Arvind hasn't really gained anything because with his queen a5, queen c7, all he did is improve the knight on a4, which on c3 wasn't doing anything, and white has pretty clear plans to fight for those weaknesses.
Arthur's Aravin started with black one tempo down and now also losing one more tempo. I mean, looks like a tough position for the Indian superstar to follow. And while he's thinking and while all the rest games slow down a bit, I suggest we go on a very short break and to follow more action right after it. Bring refreshments, bring something to follow the games of the second round of the classical Porsche and Grandmaster Triathlon. Be right back. Welcome to the hot summer afternoon here in Biel in Switzerland. We are following the action of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival and Grandmaster Triathlon as the heart of this event. My name is Angelika Valkova. I'm joined by Grandmaster Artus Nations. We're still here. We're still following the action. So many wild openings today, Arturs. Aren't they most exciting rounds so far? Of course, we had only 2 rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are seeing a lot of fighting games. One game did finish very quickly, even though it was featuring, if I'm not terribly mistaken, the only double exclam move so far, even though it was apparently still a known theoretical position. The game in question, of course, that was Radoslav Wojtaszek against Alexa Lem. The game finished pretty quickly. But the other games, they have no intention to slow down, and we have everything. We have big theoretical struggles in the King's Indian defense. We have the quiet red E game where the players are maneuvering. We have Sicilia and we have the London. So something for every chess fan to relate to.
Something for every chess states. And let's go to the playing venue to check how the players are seated on the stage. And as well, we see there are also, of course, many attacks by the animals here on the stage.
Oh, you mean the flies? Yeah, there were some wild flies flying, attacking us.
Look at
Oh no!
Oh my God!
No, that's not real. That's not here. It's not here.
Just remove it from your screen, dear viewers.
No.
But definitely,
they were here. They were here before.
They were here.
Like many of them.
Absolutely, and yeah, huge thanks for everyone to tune in to this exciting round. We see the players are at the stage. At the same time, there are also many viewers and the players of the Masters Open tournament. We see everyone is locked in. Arturs, what is the game of the round so far for you? I mean, it's tough to choose. I mean, we have so many exciting openings, exciting positions. What stands out?
So let's make overview and understand what's going on. So not much has changed after we left for a very short break. So I'm going to start to give my impressions about the top left corner. That's the game Merzen against Fedoseev. This is the London opening that turned out to be a pretty equal fight. I mean, unfortunately, this is how sometimes it goes. All of us chess fans were looking for some very, very exciting stuff, but unfortunately, you also have to be really good at these quiet, positional games where your opponent has to be a bit careful. We'll see. By the way, the game is still obviously ongoing. There's also the game of Frederick Svane against Aravind. That's the top middle board. This was the Sicilian Taimanov, where it was pretty strange to see from the Indian Grandmaster to play Queen A5, Queen C7 a couple of moves ago, allowing Svane simply to collect some free tempi. This is, by the way, the position we're seeing right now. And a couple of moves later, Aravind played Bishop B7, which is a pretty interesting move.
It's interesting that he's neglecting the control over the c5 and b6 square and allowing all kinds of bishop b6, knight b6, knight c5 in the position. I mean, I'm just wondering here, how are you not collapsing on those dark squares? Because this looks like a huge... We were discussing it earlier. Yeah, we wanted to try to make knight a4 work. But Aravind helped Frederick work it even for free, losing a tempo. Do you think he's already in trouble?
I think I understand what he wants. I definitely can see the drawbacks of Black's position, but I think he wants to play c5 and sacrifice the exchange on d4, if I'm not terribly mistaken. So let's say I am making... Oh, by the way, it's Black to move. Black to move. So let's say I'm playing c5, stopping any bishop b6 or knight b6 or knight c5 ideas. The pawn on e4 is hit. So you would think White wants to play knight c3. White wants to control this square in d5. Like in an ideal world, I want to play rook d1, knight e5, bishop d5, rook d5, and control this d5 square. But what I'm really interested about is what happens if Black plays rook d8, controls this d5 square, and let's say here White plays either rook ft1 or rook ad1. I don't know which is the better move. And here we have a classic Tigran Petrosian exchange sacrifice on d4. How about this?
Wow, what an idea. Sacrifice a rook to get the strong pawns in the center. I mean, this looks something really inspiring, and definitely I've been thinking of something about this. So bishop takes, pawn takes on d4, and now suddenly there is a strong center for black, and there is a huge compensation for an exchange.
Yeah. It could be like bishop d5. Like you have to watch out here very carefully. Bishop d5 drops the pawn on c2, drops the pawn on a3. I could even take it and here, and I could maybe eventually play f5, e4. So there's a lot of room for creativity here. So that's what I said. I immediately see the drawbacks of black's position. But now after bishop b7, I think that this idea is getting pretty clear, that he is thinking about the c5, rook d8, and rook d4, and also Swane. He must be expecting this.
He for sure is trying to calculate this as well. I see in his body language he's trying to be focused, he's holding his head. But by the way, if we go through this line one more time, so c5, knight, pawn is hit, so knight has to return, and now after rook b to d8.
Probably rook b to d8, yeah, not rook f to d8. I don't really know, to be honest. Like,
yeah, what's the difference?
Just to defend the pawn on f7, but.
And here, can white go for knight d5? Not allow this nice sacrifice.
You can do that, yeah. Knight e5.
But the big question is going to be helpful for you to have that pawn on d5 or not? Because at the end of the line,
I think black is just fine. That's a maybe
that's
even
a
a weakness.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and black can play 5e4. No, I think the thing that black wants to, I'm sorry, that white wants to accomplish here, white doesn't want a pawn on d5, white wants the d5 square. And the d5 square you can get either by playing rook d1, or the second move maybe is bishop g5. By the way, this bishop g5 move is also something you would want to check, because now I could take on f6. I know that this dark square bishop is so important, but maybe the d5 square is even more important than the dark square bishops. And let's say black plays h6, which of course is never going to happen, takes, and maybe knight e5, bishop d5, and bishop d5. This would be the dream position for white, because even though we have opposite color bishops on the board, this bishop on d5 is so much stronger than the bishop on f6.
Absolutely. And Arturs, we have a new result in the game of Volodar Murzin against Vladimir Fedoseev. It has finished in a draw. We see the players are signing score sheets right now. Already the draw has been agreed. I'm wondering, was there a threefold repetition? What happened? But the position was quite even. We were mentioning this game earlier.
Let's check it very quickly,
Let's
maybe.
check what happened there. And once again, yesterday we have all the games in Master finish in a draw, and today we see already 2 games in the Master finishing in a draw. The third game, the only one, Frederick Swane against Aravind, which is left in action with the big chances for the German Grandmaster. And we see there has been a repetition, bishop on e4, bishop b7, and they agreed on a draw.
I mean, of course, Murzin tried. He tried something, but your attempts go as far as your opponent allows them to be carried out. And I think that everything started with this very accurate defense by Fedoseev, rook fc8. I really love this move. So he kept the rook at a8. He was implying for the bishop e4 and a5 idea. That's why Murzin played knight e2, and as soon as the c file was open, h6, knight e4, more trades were incoming. Every single piece started to disappear. None of the sides has either weaknesses, so they just found a way to repeat the possession, because they could have dragged it until move 40, but both players already perfectly understood it's going to be a peaceful outcome.
They understood it, and now they're going to have probably more energy preparing for the next round, the third round of the classical portion. Let's take a look at the games we still have. We still have 4 very nice games which are happening, fighting ones. I mean, the other draws which were finished, they were also very much fighting, and players were testing each other. The game we were checking just now was Frederick Swane against Aravind, the last game which stayed in the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon in the top central ward. Then we see in the bottom left corner David Navarre against Nicolas Theodore, there is already a pawn on a4 for black. Very interesting outcome of the King's Indian. Arthurs, what else can we see in the other boards?
So Machon's game, a lower middle board, we see this rook HE1, but clearly White is thinking about some sacrifice ideas on F7. And I'm a bit surprised to see that the game Daniel Darda against Aram Jacobian, Darda has lost the knight, like it's been traded. I don't see how it happened, and here, to be honest, I don't even see any active ideas for White, even though the bar somehow prefers White's position. I think that black is just completely safe. So we can choose whichever game. I think we have to address all of these games anyway, but maybe we could start with the game of David Navarra against Nicolas Theodorou, because that's also the game we haven't checked for a while, and it feels to be one of the most fighting games of them all.
Absolutely. It was this King's Indian defense which was played. Such a nice choice from Nicolas Theodore. At the same time, a risky choice, but also something which can be rewarding. Scrolling back to the moment where we have left, actually, what has changed? Because the king is suddenly already on h7, pawn is on a4. I mean, the position looked like it changed dramatically.
So let's scroll it back, and I think we saw it after the queen trade. And this happened about 5-6 moves ago. So there was the last move that Navarra played here. There was queen h5. This is what you already saw. There was queen e8, a trade, and knight e3. And here we left it, I believe, after rook f8. We were estimating that probably White is slightly pressing. So what we did not see, Navarra played f3, which I thought it makes sense because it might initiate some h4 ideas. Knight a6, rook c1 is quite a bit strange move. a4.
Maybe it opens up the square on b1 for a bishop, just potentially, that if knight jumps to b4 or c5, that the bishop goes back to b1 and the rook is not stuck on a1. I mean, that's...
So, I see.
So let's say if we play some move like bishop f2, and after knight b4...
But then I play bishop b1.
But then rook is...
Then I play a3. I don't know. But it was... I mean, it feels a bit strange to me. Like it's probably part of some deeper plan. But it always amazes me how very often the players, they make maybe visually strange moves, then they explain it perfectly makes sense. Yeah. So maybe you're right. Maybe it's this rook c1, bishop b1, even though I don't think it was really a threat. But okay. So a4 was played. I think here... Theodorou was threatened to play knight b4 and a3 to secure the knight on b4, so this part makes sense. So this is why Navarra played bishop b1, because let's say if I would play some random move h3, knight b4, here a3, this looks pretty interesting for black, because the knight on b4 is feeling pretty active, and also black is organizing some activity at the queen side. So at least Navarra's move, it can be understood. And that's the current position, I believe.
This is a position we have bishop on g6, going back, preparing something. But I'm wondering, we have so many moves, we have so many piece maneuvers in this position. The pawn structure remains the same. I think it's going to be the answer to a question, who is remaneuvering the pieces better and who will find the best squares for the pieces, that person might get an advantage, or how can we assess this position?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, obviously, I'm, as always, slightly influenced by the relation bar that says that White is slightly better. Also, by the way, Navarra is playing pretty quickly. He has a 25-minute lead on the clock, so it should be important. But at the same time, Black is very solid, and the only thing that Black should be slightly worried about is the Dax with bishop on g7. Apart from that, I think Black has the ideal King's Indian defense position. And the question here is how Navarra intends to continue. So is he going to play b4? I think it doesn't work anymore, especially since he has given up the a file. Does he play for the h4 move, or does he try to rearrange this knight on c3 and put it on b5? I have an idea what he
Which
could
one?
try. He could try to play bishop e3, take on c5, trade off the light square bishops, and play the good knight against the bad bishop.
Oh, that's actually a very nice idea, right? In the endgame, that bishop will be pretty bad. Is there any way that black can stop? Probably removing knight from c5.
I mean, you can take on e4. I mean, you can.
But then you will have good bishop against bad bishop.
Question how long? Because I'm gonna fix it. I don't know. And maybe white has some chances because of this weak pawn on a4. Maybe black shouldn't have pushed it. Maybe he should have kept it on a5. So I would love to do this. I would love to take on c5 with the bishop. Let's say black is completely careless and he doesn't understand what I'm planning. I want to take it here. I want to play knight c3. I want to trade. And the engine says black is doing great, to be honest.
Maybe e4 and rook b8?
Yeah, maybe e4. Maybe this is what changes everything. Yeah, this e4 activate the bishop. So even if you get to this position where I was hoping that I will get knight e4, the good knight for the bad bishop, even here you have to understand that black would sacrifice the pawn and go for some super activity.
Yeah, this is actually very hard to understand and calculate for both of the players. But as yesterday Navarra was here, he was showing us so many amazing lines, right? Calculating so deep in the lines, and basically the one square difference was changing the valuation completely. And in this case, we see h3 actually has been played.
h3 has been played to stop g4, but I'm thinking there could be interesting ideas to play rook b8 and b5 eventually. This is also something you want to do. And if you would get the b5 push, you could open up the b file, you could organize some counterplay here.
Yeah.
I think here it's very important to know how well does black feel these positions. And I think that Nicolas feels them pretty well. So is he going to try to go for the queen side? Counterplay with rook b8, because this is a very common idea, this b5 push, or is he going to try to solve the problem of the bishop on g7? And I think this move h3 is like super deep idea, so white stops g4 in advance just in case, shuts the door, maybe even hints at future g4 to make this bishop on g7 look really bad, and at every given moment Navarra is going to keep an eye on this e4 pawn sacrifice to keep the bishop on g7 locked away and throwing away the keys.
Actually, what will happen if white will manage to close the position on the king side? Because if g4 is going to happen at some moment, even h5 will not open the position, and then we maybe can try to fulfill the plan you were mentioning earlier, taking this knight with the bishop, trading the light square bishop, and having the knight against this poor bishop on g7. I mean, Artos, can we see it happen?
We could. And I think here also Nicolas has to make a big decision. Does he take on e4 right now, or does he not take on e4? I think there's no need yet to rush. And the move h3, it could be also directed against this threat. Let's say I will play something else, let's say, I don't know, something ridiculous like king h1. So it could be directed against this idea. Takes, and let's say bishop e4 takes it, and g4. So I'm fixing the problem of the dark square bishop. And with the move h3, you see, now this no longer is the case, because if you take with e4, I don't know, do I take with the bishop or I take with the pawn? You cannot play g4. That's the thing. And you cannot play h5 because the pawn on g5 is under attack, and black cannot easily solve the problem of the bishop.
Yeah, now there is a big question for black in this position. What then move h3 has been played? Yeah, rook f4, of course, would be nice to sacrifice, but does it work? Yeah. After bishop f4, pawn e takes on f4, and suddenly the bishop is becoming powerful from g7. What is going on?
Yeah, it's of course very easy to suggest this because I've seen too many games of Tigran Petrosian, and he made his career basically the formidable champion by exchange sacrifices. But I mean, who says that White has to accept this? Yeah, for example, White could play G3, and then okay, whatever happens. There's Bishop E4, there's Rook E4, there's things to calculate. So I think the both players, they're somewhere here, and it's going to be a very interesting positional struggle.
It is going to be for sure. What I want also to highlight is this H3 move. In many positions, it is a move which is weakening, right? It's weakening the G3 square, it's weakening some dark squares. But in this particular case, there is no way that black can use this, right? And that's why this move of H3 is rather a prophylactical move, and it's not weakening any squares. But while David Navarro is taking time, since Rook F7 has been played, let's take a look at the rest of the games which are still ongoing. We see in the top middle board, Frederick Swane is still pushing against Aravind, and we see H6 has been played right now by the Indian superstar, trying to do some prophylaxis on the G5 square, but also creating a hook. On the rest of the games, what do we see? In the bottom middle board, Machun against Rinat Jimabayev. Is Chinese Grandmaster getting initiative in this position? Arthurs, it's getting very interesting. There is a bishop pair for black, but Rook is all the way on E5. Oh my God, what is happening?
It just doesn't feel like he has achieved a lot. And Jumabayev, with the last couple of moves, at least visually, his position feels safer, while he hasn't really lost any dynamic properties. Also, Darda, lower right corner, against a Ram Jacobian. Now, this is something I noticed before. I was a bit surprised how he traded the knight for the bishop, and I thought it's not really a lot, even though the bar somehow slightly likes it. And the game of Swane against Aravind, that's the top middle board. By the way, we see that Aravind played H6. A very, very interesting move. So I think he saw the exchange sacrifice on D4. This is something we discussed, but he also anticipated that White's not going to go for it, and White might want to trade his darks with bishop for the knight on F6. So maybe we could go first to this game and try to assess how serious is White's advantage, because obviously we see the valuation bar and we see the weaknesses in Black's position. We also have identified Black's idea, and now we can also assess it ourselves.
Let's dive into the game. Frederick Swane, German superstar against the Indian superstar Aravind Chidambaram. We have seen earlier that Aravind lost this tempo, this crucial tempo, by silently offering a draw a few moves ago, and now the position what we are getting now feels like White is in complete control now, and there is a semi-open file, F file, and there is a pressure on the F7 square. I'm starting to get worried for Aravind here, Arthurs. Are you?
No.
No, not worried.
No, I think the game is only heating up. Like I think that he made a couple of very smart moves. So here, Rook D8, it already potentially signals this exchange sacrifice on D4. I think he should be pretty happy, but the move H6, this might change things. And now let's roll back a bit here. We discussed this, right? We thought that, of course, why did he repeat the position with Queen A5, Queen B6, Queen C7, losing time, weakening in the end the control of the D5 square. And something interesting happened here. H6 was on the board, not Rook D8. And I think here Aravind expected that Swane knows that he wants to sacrifice the exchange on D4, and he identified the bishop G5 to be a far more unpleasant threat, to eliminate the knight, to control the D5 square. Hence, he played H6. But this is where it gets really tricky. Maybe because of H6, White might have extra opportunities with Queen G3 and Bishop H6.
I also look at the moves G4, G5, because H6 created a hook. Potentially, White can use it by pushing G pawn forward. Of course, you have to be careful because you also open your own king. But this is something what I think both of the players are thinking about in this position. Which options White has here, and I see there are many ideas. Meanwhile, for black, the queen is standing on c7, is not really participating into defense on the king side. But what is an active plan for black? Is it only this rook d4 sacrifice, or is there something else?
I see nothing else. Like, if I don't play rook d4, what I'm doing, the knight on f6 cannot move, then the d5 square is forfeited. The bishop on e7, I don't see any need for the bishop to move. Can I play bishop d6? But for what? The queen on c7 stands pretty well. The rook on d8 has no other legal moves. I could double the rooks at the d file, but then what? I think it's got to be a rook d4. You play rook d4 and you immediately apply some pressure here. And I think that Svane's rook f2 is like a very smart move because he anticipates rook d4, but in some lines the rook on f2 is defending the c2 square. So I would not be surprised to see rook d4, bishop takes on d4, something like c takes on d4, knight e5, couple of trades, and then black has sacrificed an exchange, but possibly with a compensation. By the way, you see the bar confirms it.
Yeah, the computer also says, yes, you know what, there is a material advantage for white, but there is a big compensation, and that's what players are also feeling in this position. So here after trade, pawn takes bishop a3, the pawn was hanging on a3 as well, and now d5. Is it a weakness or is it a strength? Because it looks separated from other pawns.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tough to say, definitely.
Tough to say. Like, actually, you know, I go back to this position and I start to wonder, maybe white doesn't take the exchange at all. I mean, who said you have to take this? Very luckily for us, and that's what separates us from checkers, is we don't have to take. We have the liberty to not to take. We can choose to ignore. And rook d4, of course, is a very famous motive, but maybe white can play something else. White could play perhaps queen g3, targeting the knight on f6, targeting the pawn on h6. That's why, again, I said this pawn on h6 might change things. And perhaps in some lines now, there might be this idea, maybe there's even going to be a sacrifice on f6. Watch this out. King h8, I'm going to take on f6. I'm going to take another time on f6, and there's going to be queen h4, and with these pieces, it suddenly looks really scary for black.
This looks incredibly scary. I mean, there is a lot what Arvin has to take control now over. Talking about these two players we have here in the field, we have Frederick Svane from Germany. Last year, and also many others year before in a row, we had Vincent Keimer, who was representing Germany here at the Biel Chess Festival. And now, since Vincent couldn't participate, we have another representative from Germany. The same from India, right, Artur? Because usually we used to have Gukesh. 3 years ago, was it, right? Gukesh was here, then we had Arjun, we had Michal Sarin, we had Prague last year, and this year we have another superstar, Aravind. It's so exciting when the chess communities from other countries sending to us.
Please keep sending them to us. I mean, we really, really appreciate them because this is really amazing to see one of the most strongest developed country in the world, India, of course, that they trust the Biel Chess Festival. That's the place where you want to test the young talents, and then they grow into chess superstars. So, yeah, very, very excited to see the action here. But, you know, Angelique, I'm just looking at this game, and I have a feeling that Svane is playing like 5D chess. You know, it's just like super, super deep. So he used those weaknesses. He recognizes that there's going to be an exchange sacrifice on d4. He knows it's going to happen, and he is going to reject it. He is already prepped queen g3 with this rook f2, rook f1. This is not random. This is super high-level stuff.
What a play by Frederick. He has won a gold medal in the Olympiad in Budapest last year on the fifth board for Germany, which brought the team pretty high with a good result. But also Aravind, what a performance. He has reached the 2700 club last year, and after wins in the Chennai tournament and Prague Masters, he reached the number 11 in the world. What a performance by Aravind, getting another Indian player in the top of the rankings in the world. And I think, how many Indians do we have now in top 20? I mean, it's Gukesh, it's Prague, it's Arjun, it's Aravind, it's still Anand, Vidit. We have 6 Indians in top 20.
Stop the count.
Oh my God, so many. I mean, Indians are occupying the rankings of the chess world so far. But this is a game we want to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, while Aravind is taking his time, let's take a look at Did we have any updates on the other boards? Because I think the players are slowly getting lower on the clock, and that means we might see some unpredictable decisions. B4 is there still in the bottom right corner, the game of Daniel Darda against Aram Hakobian. He still didn't take that pawn on B4. Arturs, what do you think of that? I mean, what is his
Yeah, that's the
choice?
game I definitely want to check next. First, I will also very quickly assess what's happening in the other games. Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, that's a lower middle board. Like, I feel that Jumabayev's position has become safer as long as he gets the king away from the center. That's the game we also haven't checked for a while. The game David Navarra against Nicolas Theodorou, we see that's the lower left corner. The knights have disappeared from the board, and apparently Theodorou has played bishop f6. He is about to solve the problem of his terrible ducks for bishop. Navarra doesn't have a lot, but I think he is still pressing.
Yeah, there are bishop pair for both all the players. But as I just now, we go to the game of Daniel Darda against Aram Hakobian. This is the game which started pretty intensely with a very nice opening. And we see right now that Daniel Darda is sacrificing a pawn. If we can pull up the board closer, we can follow what is happening right now. Why did he go this b4?
So he played before. This is something we discussed before, not in this position, but in a very similar
Before, he
position.
played before, we discussed it before.
Yeah, before we discussed it before, exactly. Yeah, funny how it sounds.
Yes.
So it enables some pressure against the pawn on b7. Even though the pawn on e4 now is a bit weaker, here Darda feels that pawn on b7 is the only real weakness he could target. So he decided to sacrifice a pawn. And a couple of moves ago, this is what happened. If we roll back, like this was the move, he played b4. He played b4 and with the idea that queen takes on b4 is not a move, because now I think you can play rook b1, play rook takes on b4, and if black decides to defend it, you take the pawn on b7, and this pawn on a4, you see it's becoming really strong. It controls this a8 square, and visually it feels pretty risky, although I already see rook e7, rook a7, and black is perfectly fine. But can we scroll back a bit?
Definitely. Let's go back. Let's see what happened. How did the bishop went away?
Yeah, we left it here. We did not see bishop b4, trade, and this was the moment we were discussing this b4. And we're thinking that b6, here white could play b4 and have the same pressure. What happened here, what we did not see, is that Hakobian decided to kill the knight. So I think he saw b4 idea, but he decided to kill the knight outright.
He decides to remove that piece which was targeting the a5 pawn, and after queen c4 we get this imbalance. We have a knight for black and bishop for white. Very interesting approach by Armenian
Queen
grandmaster.
c3. I'm already wondering why not b4 right now? Like,
It was
why?
already possible.
I think it was possible.
Yes.
Like, the same idea, basically. A takes on b4, rook b1. Same idea. c5 is bishop takes on b7. But okay. So, yeah, but okay. So here, Darda decided to include queen c3. First target the pawn, maybe provoke b6, and then play b4. But queen c5, queen d2, knight f6, only now he played b4, getting to this position.
Yeah, it's interesting that he needed the queen on c5 for that position, so maybe he wanted to do it. But I got to ask you, Arturs, there is always a big discussions between the chess lovers, but question to you, bishop or a knight?
Normally a bishop, but you know, I'm going to adjust my answer. The bishop in a classical game, absolutely. In the blitz, always the knight.
Oh, that's an interesting
Absolutely,
approach.
always the knight. Yeah,
Always
like
the knight.
they're really tricky. They can give forks, which is something you cannot really say a lot about the bishop.
Because I remember whenever I play, for example, some Backhouse game, right? There you try always to kill the knights as early as possible. You try to sacrifice to take with a bishop the knight, and then the knight feels like more powerful piece. But in chess, it's all relative.
Do we have Bachhaus here, by the way, Biel?
It would be nice to have, because in one of the interviews, I believe it was with Baev, he said that the only thing is missing from the Biel Chess Festival is to have Backhouse. I mean, it would be nice to have some unofficial Backhouse.
We're going to relay this information to the tournament director. Absolutely.
I think everyone loves Backhouse. This is something what I used to play, for example, after some youth championship in Ukraine. We were having tough rounds. We would play tough games, classical. In the evenings, we would gather everyone. We just play Backhouse, or at the closing ceremony even. I mean, something what definitely all chess lovers do enjoy playing in pairs.
You know, this reminds me, just recently I was doing this one-day event commentary. It was some Chess Kid Stars event. And the kids who participated in the event, they were asked to choose their favorite chess variant.
Oh.
Who do you think they chose?
Backhouse, duck chess, I don't know.
Freestyle chess.
No.
I don't know. No, it cannot be. I mean, how could you choose?
Kids.
Yes, freestyle chess. I mean, or chess 960 over Backhouse.
No,
Kids.
no. Backhouse,
yes,
all the way.
Those are the results.
I remember
Yeah,
actually, I remember actually in one of the tournament, even when the top grandmasters, I believe it was Prague and Duda, they were playing blindfold, and there were even some, they were playing without the boards, and there were also some Backhouse they played, so even top players enjoy it, but for kids, Backhouse for sure, the #1 choice.
Yep. Indeed, I hope that we could see some Backhouse also here. But anyway, let's now focus on the action at hand here. What do we have? And try to figure out how serious is Darda's pressure here, because he does have the bishop, and this is not a blitz game. And of course, the knight is very tricky in time scrambles. And the bishop on g2 in the long run could try to have some problems for black because the pawn on b7 needs to be protected, and if it moves, the pawn on c6 becomes vulnerable. So if I'm black, I'm sitting here, how do I liquidate this position? Is it e4, or do I play something solid with rook e7? To be honest, I'm looking at this and I want to play e4 because it's one pawn less to worry about, but the engine respectfully disagrees.
I don't know actually why, because e4 looks like a very tempting move. You're for now temporarily a pawn up, you're opening up the e-file, you have this knight against the bishop, which could be very good in the endgames, working on both sides of the board. You have to do something. If you're just going to calmly continue the game, then you might get a slightly worse position and you will have to defend. But this e4, I mean, Artos, I really love this move.
It looks very human. Like the point is after queen takes on b4, you got to evaluate consequences. What happens? Can you take the pawn on c2? But my big idea, like why even went here, I wanted to take it. I wanted to take on d3 and find a way to protect these pawns, like maybe bring one rook here, you play rook b1, and now I just need a smart move, like I don't know where it is, to be honest. Like rook b8, there's already noticed there's bishop c6, but the position feels so balanced that there's got to be a way somehow for black to keep this position together. Maybe, I don't know, maybe b5? No, but it's probably a lot, too much.
Yeah, probably it is, but also d3 pawn can be under attack after some time. It's tough to say how to continue here and how to proceed. Also, you shouldn't forget there are at some moment some check only one available for black, so definitely something to watch out in this position. But as you're mentioning,
yeah, rook e7, by the way, was playing.
Rook e7.
Not e4.
Solid.
I think e4 was making a lot of sense, but that was the second choice by Hakovian. The point here is now queen takes on b4. Perhaps the pawn on c2 can be taken. And after rook takes on b4, you can lift the rook on a8, f8 to a8. And this creates some counterplay here. So it's not like also Darda is playing without any risk here. He has what we call in chess language more pawn islands. So what do I mean with pawn islands? So this is one pawn island, it's deserted completely, and there's a c2, d3, that's the second island, this is the third island. So we have 3 pawn islands. At the same time, black has one island is here, and there's the mainland at the king side. So the less you have, in theory, it should be better for the one who has less of them.
Artisan, we have a big action on the board of Frederick Svane against Aravind Chidambaram in the top middle board. The rook d4 has been played, so let's just dive in instantly to that game. So what Aravind is doing, he's sacrificing the rook. And we'll see, will he take it? Will Frederick take the rook?
So, rook d4. We discussed this earlier, and the big idea is it's pretty clear that Aravind has received top-notch coaching. I believe his coach is Ramesh, if I'm not terribly mistaken, who is responsible for bringing some of the best talents from India to stardom. And we discussed briefly that bishop takes on d4, c takes on d4 is looking really great for black. He gave up the exchange to activate the Daxwa bishop. The bishop on e7 hits the pawn on a3. And we briefly looked at these lines like knight e5, bishop d5, yum, 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 take on d5, bishop takes on a3. And somehow this is unclear. So maybe this could happen. But I think that the other move, queen g3, looks so much more tempting here, Angelica.
Oh my God, there is a big pressure on the g file, pinning the pawn on g7. Now h6 suddenly under attack, knight on f6. And how do you defend it all at once? I mean, it seems like you have to move the king away, but does it even help to move the king to h8 or h7?
I mean, first I would like to check the forcing moves. Captures checks threats. This is usually how my mindset works. And I'm seeing that there's a pawn on e4 under attack, and this is why I played rook d4 in the first place. So I would want to check it. So probably knight e4 can be discarded very quickly because white can take on e4. Let's say rook takes on e4, bishop takes on h6. Oh, there's even bishop takes on f7. Yeah, looks dangerous. So what about rook takes on e4? Rook takes on e4 would be coming with an idea, if you take it, I take with the knight, I give you a fork, I'm probably happy. But this looks dangerous. Like, okay, the bar disagrees, but it looks incredibly scary if I'm black.
What about bishop h6? Is there still
that's another
bishop
idea.
h6? Because it's a checkmate threat, right?
I saw a knight h5 intermezzo move, but I already see at least I have queen g6.
Wow, what a beautiful move using the pin.
Yeah, and the lines still continue. You take on c4, eliminate the bishop.
You take on f7 maybe?
Yeah, and somehow there's a mate. I hope so, I don't know.
Line. I mean, definitely a dangerous position. If you're looking at it as black, I mean, I would be scared. I would be scared so much in this position. So queen g3 is one of the candidate moves in this position.
So the capture doesn't work.
Okay, so...
And you gotta address the rook takes on f6. You gotta address the bishop takes on h6.
So we don't have checks. We don't have reasonable captures.
Gotta be king h7.
And no threats. It has to be.
Well, this could be really perfect moment. So black plays rook d4. He's willing to sacrifice the exchange. What do you think Svane can do?
Just sacrifice, continue.
But it just looks very tempting. Like pretty clean. The threat is to get the queen on h4 and target the pawn on h6. So I think we already looked at this. Like take at f6, double exchange, sacrifice, take, queen h4.
There is not a single piece to defend the h6 pawn.
Like this is fantastic initiative, and Aravind has gotta see this. And also definitely Svane is here thinking, okay, what I'm missing here after queen g3, I mean, how do you stop this? There's got to be a move. So king h7 is going to be rook takes on f6, knight e4, rook e4 doesn't work, but what does work?
Is there knight h5? But probably there's going to be once again queen g6.
We should check it. And what about now rook c4?
Rook f7?
Yeah,
Again,
it's very easy to suggest, but not so clear to understand if this works or not. Like if I take it, where's the mate?
I wanted to take on h6, but...
And I'm going to play rook g3?
Oh my God, and then suddenly there is no checkmate, and then white is the one who is losing. Okay, I have to be really careful here.
Not so fast. Yeah, like this position, we have a major spoiler.
Is there rook g7, knight g7, bishop h6, or it doesn't work? No, it doesn't work.
I'm not sure. It should not work because now I can just use the bishop
Yeah.
at e7 to defend like bishop d6 something.
Doesn't work.
The queen defends the g7 square. Not so clear. Not so clear. And maybe Arvin just trusts his calculation. He sees that there's supposedly nothing after knight h5. I mean, it's very easy for us to throw queen g6 on the board. The other more human move I was looking at was queen g4, which I think is more safe than queen g6. And absolutely, it just feels so risky here.
A more solid approach, definitely. I think right now both players are trying to figure it out. Frederick has 30 minutes right now in this position, while Arvind has 46 minutes. And it's move number 20. Which one? I cannot see.
20 something, 21.
21. So 19 more moves to be played. And it's quite a lot, actually, for 32 minutes. I think one more time, we shall remind our viewers that time control is without the increment per each move. So it's 2 hours for 40 moves, and only then the players get additional time. And from move 41, they start getting this increment with 30 seconds per each move. So for that reason, players not right now trying to understand and trying to figure out this position and knowing that there is no more increment. And 19 move, it's actually a lot to make. So Frederick has to make up decision very fast.
All right. Okay. So first, I think we're going to see queen g3. So queen g3, I don't think it has been played.
Yes, but probably while Frederick is taking his time, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what else is going on the rest of the board. We see in the bottom left corner David Navarro against Nicolas Theodore. This King's Indian defense. We have the bishop pair for both sides, double bishop pair, and I see that Navarro managed to close the dark squared bishop for black. I mean, this is pretty incredible what we see here. Meanwhile, in the middle bottom board, Machun against Rinat Jimabayev, we still see the rook on e5. The pieces are very active for white, but looks like the Kazakh grandmaster is managing to get the pieces out, with the bishop b7 being the last move. And last board, what we see is on the bottom right corner, Daniel Darda against Aram Hokabian. We see some trades has happened. There is a rook on b4 and some target on a4 has been played. We were discussing this game just now, but Arturs, what's the most exciting so far in the games?
Yeah, I think I really can make some estimates what to expect. So I could make some predictions. So based on how the pace of the games has been, it feels that the games of Darda against Hakobian are pretty. It's a pretty equalish position. Then the other game of Navarra against Nicolas Theodorou also feels pretty balanced, and I would not be surprised that it also could end peacefully. And then we have also the game of Fredrik Svane against Arvind. I think the action is exploding. And potentially also the game of Makun against Jumabayev, even though it shows balanced according to an engine, I think it's still very, very unclear. So there's like a couple of games that are having a bit slower pace, and maybe they're going to end peacefully. I wouldn't be surprised. But definitely we are on to the pace that we might see some decisive results today.
So much action, and the games are heating up here at the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The Grandmaster Triathlon players are locked in and focused before they are reaching the time trouble. We're going for the very short break, after which we'll see what was the decision of Frederick Svane. Will he take the rook or will he proceed with the attack? Be right back in a few moments. Welcome back to Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival. The weather outside is very summerish and very hot, while the games are also heating up, and we have a lot of new updates. Arturs, what can you say from this round, second round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon so far?
Angelica, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of action. From the 6 running games, 2 of them have already finished in a draw. The games are in question Merzen against Decisive. That was the quiet London. Merzen did try some things, but quite didn't work for him, and they found a way to trade off all the pieces pretty quickly. Then the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Alexa Lem. This was a pretty theoretical line in the Grunfeld. I think the Polish Grandmaster wanted to test some line, but it quite didn't work, and he had to settle for a draw. But other games are still ongoing, and we have some spicier games. That's the game of Frederick Svane playing against our event. And then we also have a game that can potentially become very interesting. Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. Things look very unbalanced. The other 2 games, David Nandamvara against Niklas Theodorou, at the moment, which you can see on the screen, also Daniel Darda against Aram Jacobi, they're quite balanced.
Yeah, we have very interesting matchups in the round number 2. As you were mentioning this game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, we have not followed so far recently. I suggest we dive into this game and see what has changed, because we see there is a rook on e5, but there has been some development from black, and still the bishop pair for Rinat in this position, but the king is still in the center.
And Machun has been thinking about this position for a very, very long time. So we left it a couple of moves ago where we're suggesting that there might be some sacrifices or either on f5 or f7. So this is the current position, and I would like to show you a couple of ideas that possibly Machun is thinking about. But everything started a couple of moves ago. I think we left it around here. After knight e5, knight e7, we saw there might be knight takes on f7 move with knight takes on f5. Since the bishop on c4 is pinning the f7 square, there might be even the knight takes on f5 idea. We somehow managed it not to work because of your notice queen c6. But here what happened in the game was rook e1, knight takes on e5, and of course Machun is not interested to trade the queens. He decided to play rook takes on e5 because the black king is stuck in the center, and after bishop b7, here the player from China has been thinking for a pretty long time, and I guess he's looking for some sacrifices against the black king.
I'm sorry, Arturs, but which move is it? Isn't it move number 15 right now? So there are still 25 moves to be played, and he has 25 minutes. It means he has only 1 minute per each move to be made in this position.
Not a lot of time, but he also feels that this is a very critical position. So I would like to show you a couple of things that maybe he's thinking about. So choice number 1, I'm thinking, if I'm playing with white, why I'm not even playing knight e5 immediately? Like, it feels so easy. Knight takes on f5, e takes on f5, I'm seeing rook e1. Like, the bishop on e7 is under attack. It's a double attack. I can join also with a queen. But there might be some problems. First thing is, black could play bishop e4, disconnect my 2 rooks. And if I now attack the bishop on e4, I play f3, I have to calculate all kinds of conditions when black, for example, castles away. And after f takes on e4, black plays something aggressive like queen takes on e5. I think it's just queen e5. Queen e5, d takes, rook d2, king d2, and bishop b4, winning an exchange. So I'm seeing this line like very approximately. I haven't really spent a lot of time here, but this already is something that Machun was calculating. So knight takes on e5 is something he wants to play. And again, after e takes on e5, for example, maybe not rook e1, maybe he plays queen e3 instead. And again, you have to calculate these lines like bishop e4, f3, a long castle. What happens if you take on e4? Is it enough? The king on c8 is exposed. There's so many things to calculate. The other thing is maybe you make another quiet move first. Maybe you play rook d to e1. You improve on the idea of knight f5. And again, you calculate a long castle. castle, knight takes on f5, e takes on f5, rook takes on e7, let's say queen takes on d4. So there's a lot of work for white to do.
There is definitely a huge amount of work to do, but also not so much time left. And Machun is already under 22 minutes right now. It's not a joke. He has 25 moves to make. And meanwhile, Rinat is comfortable. He has 41 minutes. And when we learned from the previous game, that was actually one of the problems of Machun. He didn't have enough time. Yesterday, he lost in this very long match, which went to the endgame rook and 2 knights against rook and 1 knight against Aram Hakobian. And the time was an issue there because maybe he would be able to save the endgame if he would have more time. But again, he's getting into the same trap. He's getting lower in the clock. Although in this position, he's the one who is having initiative. So I don't know. Can he simply not decide right now? I mean, what do you think goes through his head? Because definitely he has some candidates move.
Maybe he doesn't see the advantage. That's the point. Like, he sees the ideas, but he doesn't see the advantage. Like, for example, this move, knight takes on f5, I calculated a bit, and it quite doesn't work. So I'm thinking, it's got to be something about this e-file. So do I play rook e1? Or do I play queen e3? And I'm pretty sure that in every single line, he just doesn't see anything like clear, that he doesn't see the advantage. And that's why he's spending this time and he feels this is the critical moment. I mean, I got to make a very big decision here. So, of course, clockwise, it's not great. So he has only 21 minutes left on the remaining 25 moves. But it's a big choice that you can see he's 100% locked in.
He's focused on the game. We have 2 players who have lost yesterday, and they try to prove today that they want to score these 4 points. But meanwhile, there has been an update in one of the games we are following, Archers. It's the game of Frederick Svane against Aravind Chitambaran. There has been Queen G3 played, and there is a very surprising move which we haven't seen before. Queen D6, indirectly defending the F6 and H6. But does it mean that there is going to be knight h5 after bishop h6? Or what is happening? How do you defend all of it? Let's dive into that game maybe and check.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to check that game. Are we missing some other action? Like, is there some major changes? Darda against Hakobian, that's more or less what we expected. That's a lower right corner. And also Navarra against Theodoro, that's the quiet King's Indian defense position. Not a lot has happened. Yeah, I think so. That's a great call. We probably want to delve in more closely to the Svane against Aravind and try to work out the details.
Here we have a super dynamic position. Let's close onto the game of Svane against Aravind Chitambaram. Queen d6 was the last move, and bishop h6, big question. Is there knight h5?
Yeah, that's $1 million question, essentially. So if you got it right, congratulations, you made $1 million. So, knight h5, what do you do? By the way, you notice immediately there are some tactical shots here on the f7 square. The queen on d6 hits the bishop on h6. So if there's got to be something, it's got to be right now. What to do? Can I play queen g4? Just play an easy move. The queen is hit. I'm defending it.
And bishop f7 is a threat.
Or rook f7.
Or rook f7, yeah, everything is possible. So queen h6, it's actually not clear, rook f7 or bishop f7.
Yeah,
moves
absolutely not clear. Yeah.
What is better, yeah?
Okay, maybe let's start with the obvious move. Bishop takes on f7.
Because it's a check.
Yeah, it's a check, and I take it. And black has, I mean, if I don't take on f7, then white simply has the knight on h5. 2 extra pawns should be pretty great. So that's why I assume that black's going to take on f7 and somehow try to capitalize on the 2 minor pieces. But they're pretty scattered.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a pin on the 2 bishops on the 7th rank. It's a tough position for Aravind. Both players are trying to calculate where they are right now in calculation. It's tough to say, but for sure, the biggest question is to find out, is this bishop h6 working out or not? So let's see what it's going to be. Maybe we can move a bit back and see What else is there after bishop h6? Because knight h5 looks like
The only
very
move.
tempting.
The only move. Yeah, it's really the only move. G6 is checkmate immediately. F takes on G6, the queen is pinned, goodbye. Yeah, the game is immediately finished. You have to go here. I mean, I'm also seeing some fancy moves. I'm seeing queen sacrifice on f7 and double checks and everything. But first, I want to be pragmatic. Just play queen g4. You know, the queen is hit. I'm defending it. I'm hitting the knight. So queen takes on h6. Bishop takes on f7. Seems to be quite straightforward. What else can black do? Black could try to eliminate maybe the bishop on c4 first. And maybe this is what Arvind wants. He wants to kill the bishop and then take on h6. But does it work?
It's a bigger question because now knight is hanging on h5. There is a rook hanging on c4. I mean, there are so many pieces. So now even if black takes on c3...
I'm just making all the forcing moves. You see, actually, I missed something.
Maybe queen h6.
Yeah, queen h6, and black has 2 extra pieces. Takes, and maybe this somehow ends with a draw.
Arthur, something is happening right now in the game. Let's go to the live position. We see rook f5 has been played. Apparently a missed opportunity. Bishop h6 has not been played. Frederick saw something there.
Wait, that is really surprising because I would have thought like this is something that jumps to your attention. Once again, what are we missing? So bishop h6, knight h5, queen g4. It's got to be this move. It's got to be this move that Frederick saw something here, that rook takes on c4, queen takes on h5, queen takes on h6. He's doing great. We're definitely missing something here. Maybe there is a move. We have a spoiler, estabulation bar. Apparently there was something here for white. Which is it?
We're trying to find, because this is not particularly working.
Do you just take on c4?
But I think queen h5 was a good move. I think we had this position before, and I think queen h5 worked. I believe queen h5 worked, and after this, rook c3 here was the move.
Here was something, yeah?
So here we were talking about rook c7. It didn't work, but what about bishop takes g7 or...
Oh, of course, yeah, bishop g7, queen h8. Yeah, immediately takes, and that's a mate.
It's a checkmate.
That's a mate on the board. So it takes king g8 and queen h7. Nice call, Angelika.
Was it missed by both of the players?
So what was it once again? Bishop h6, knight h5, queen g4. So queen takes on h6 is bishop takes on f7. Not very difficult to calculate. So it's got to be rook takes on c4 and queen takes on h5. If you take on h6 here, I'm going to take on h6, collect the rook on c4, just have an exchange, and that's it. And after rook takes on c3, could it be? That's fun. I did not see bishop takes on g7.
It is possible that he has missed it.
Let me check with an engine. It's the only move.
It's the only move in this position. Oh my God.
The only move. Apparently, he had a winning position. So bishop takes on h6 was winning. I just switched on the engine, and it just confirms. Bishop h6 is the best move. Knight h5 is strictly the only move. White has also that move, queen f3. Queen g4 is winning, and after queen h6, bishop takes on f7, it's winning, and after rook takes on c4, the only winning plan is queen h5, rook takes on c3, and bishop takes on g7, and Svane missed it.
What a line was missed right now by the German superstar Frederick
Big miss.
Svane. Huge miss. Rook is coming to f5, but definitely there is an idea behind this move. Rook on f5 is stopping knight jumping to h5. Now he's threatening bishop h6 one more time. He's introducing a threat with more power, but he lost this valuable time. Now, can Aravind sacrifice the rook on c4 in this position? Because he wants to sacrifice the rook. The bishop on c4 is extremely powerful piece.
Now this changes completely. Like, I don't know even how to evaluate this because I'm pretty sure that Aravind... he should have seen it. Like it's very rare that the both players they don't see the same continuation, and maybe after queen g3 he simply didn't have anything better. So suddenly the game continues. Maybe you're right, Angelika. Rook takes on c4 with knight takes on e4. It looks very interesting. Maybe can I by the way try to do this immediately? Like takes, and I wanted to play knight e4. Does this work? Takes, takes, and rook takes on e5. Does it work?
It's funny, you're making all this move and evaluation doesn't change. So I assume we're doing the right moves.
I hope I'm playing good moves.
Yeah, because evaluation doesn't change, so it's remaining the same, around equal. And now the big problem, of course, the rook is seemingly attacking the bishop, but the queen on g3 is hanging, so you cannot actually take that bishop on e4. What to do?
Yeah, could be some bishop g6 here, and the pin remains because bishop f6 doesn't work because of rook takes on f6. That's a pin here, and queen takes on f6 is rook e4, and white just wins.
Definitely, that's something what he's not going to miss. But now, big time, big question for Aravind. Will he make it? We see him right now on the screen. He's fully locked in. Look at his body language. He's focused. He's holding his head. He's trying to deliver this important.
He's got to realize he just dodged a bullet. I mean, he's got to realize it. Maybe in this previous position, he felt he had nothing better. He was like maybe bluffing or trying to complicate White's life as much as he could. And suddenly he's gifted, again, a chance to fight back and maybe more than just an equal position here. So is it this rook takes on c4? To be honest, Angelica, I'm not sure. It feels like in this position there could be many moves of rook takes on c4 is played.
He sacrificed in exchange, taking the bishop, the only move in the position which Aravind had, and he is going for it. Will Frederick realize right now what he has missed in the previous move? Arthurs, what do you think is going through the head of the German superstar?
I just hope he doesn't know that he missed. Maybe he doesn't know, but maybe he is not aware that, I mean, how could he be aware? Like, he didn't play bishop h6. There was something he didn't like. And now, if he knows this, if he would have known that there was something like a winning position a couple of moves ago, this is very difficult to overcome. Now, rook takes on c4 here. He's got to take, unless he's planning to do something else. There might be also bishop takes on h6 here.
He's getting focused. He's still trying to understand what is happening. Now, after bishop h6, there is no knight h5. So let's see what is happening along this line. So bishop takes on h6. Looks like a checkmate threat, but is knight e6 working here? Because there is no longer bishop on c4, which is targeting this f7 square. Just knight e7 defending from a checkmate. Sorry, knight e8. I mean, knight e8.
Knight e8. And I'm also looking at some fancier moves like knight g4. Maybe they even work, but maybe, yeah, maybe let's start with some human moves like knight e8. Yeah, knight e8 is good. It's just good. Like the bishop at h6 is hit, defend the pawn on g7. The rook is still hanging. Black at the moment has an extra piece, so it's not really great.
And also knight on c3 is hit, right? It's double attack. The bishop and the knight is hit.
Yeah. Exactly. I try to make this work. Yeah, like I saw knight g4. I have a fancy spot for a big spot for fancy moves, but no, it's too much. Yeah, of course, knight e8.
A good idea, great idea, definitely.
No, no, it's not a great idea. It's a terrible idea. But okay, thank you for saving me.
No, it's all good. And that's why Frederick is forced now to take on c4. We see he takes back the rook with a pawn. Now knight e4. We are following the line, Arthurs, we were mentioning. Now, is it so clear? I mean, it looks like the bishop from b7 is getting open, and position of black is... I see some prospects already for some initiative from black as well. I mean, it's not that black is defending right now, but there are a lot of things.
Now, this is getting really chaotic. And after knight takes on e4, white also doesn't have a lot of moves. The queen is hit. So, do you play queen e1? No, it just doesn't feel right. You got to take on e4. Like, I see the bar doesn't like it, but okay, it just feels normal. Bishop takes on e4. Now the rook is under attack. There's no bishop h6 due to queen takes on h6. I'm looking for some rook f6, bishop f6. There's no tricks. Maybe there's some other move.
We have actually a suggestion. Instead of taking on e4, play queen f3 with the idea that bishop on b7 is undefended.
Who is suggesting this?
Our beloved producer, Bic.
That's our producer, Bic, who is running the broadcast. Yeah, actually, yeah, queen f3 is looking pretty decent. And if I play knight c3, queen b7. Yeah, but it doesn't feel like white has any advantage here. So black has an exchange for a pawn. There might be a check on e2. There might be some e4, activate the queen. I don't know, to be honest. I'll just tell you.
The only advantage in this position, there is no bishop pair for black. This is the only advantage for white, because in going into other line we were mentioning after trade on e4, there is a bishop pair for black. So I think this line eliminates one of the bishops, and that's one of the ideas.
I don't like this for white. Yeah, engine says it's good, but no, I don't like it. Like, it just feels very risky. This rook at f5 is somehow not playing, but I guess this is where you calculate. So.
And here, big question now for Frederick. Actually, he's 14 minutes on the clock, the move number 24. 16 more moves to play, and he's below 15 minutes. What a position.
Maybe he can bail out. Like, I don't know if he has to bail out. Maybe he can play knight x on e4, bishop e4, and queen e5. Like, I'm like, okay, listen.
Just give it back.
Yeah, this pin is looking so dangerous, and black gets plenty of counterplay. Let me just take on e5, take on d6, take on f5, and I'm definitely not going to lose this game. And this, by the way, would be a pretty smart choice, because you only have 40 minutes on the clock, and this would be move 28, and there's a lot of easy moves incoming. So quite a big choice for Svane to make right now. Does he still play ambitious? He could even maybe play queen takes on e5 here. Do you play knight x on e4, queen e5, give the exchange? Do you play knight x on e4, bishop e4, and rook takes on e5, walk under a pin? Or you just bail out? What do you do?
Big question. And now Frederick is going for it. He plays queen takes on e5, defending the knight on c3 at the same time. And now Arvin's turn to go. I mean, boss players are getting lower and lower on the clock. What to do now as black? Do you take on e5? Do you take on c3? What do you do? I think
I have to think.
Ardros, I think it's extremely difficult mentally when you had such a huge attack as Frederick had just now a few moves ago, and suddenly you realize it's not working out anymore because, okay, the opponent sacrificed an exchange, but he has initiative for it. He has a compensation definitely there. So queen e5 is played.
So the point is queen e5, rook e5, white's keeping the exchange. This part is pretty clear. If you take on c3, I take on e7, and if you play something like bishop f6, you take on e4, you take on c3, and white just keeps the exchange. So this part is pretty clear. What maybe is not so clear is how is this balanced? Because knight takes on c3, queen takes on c3, this apparently is correct. Maybe it's because of the strong bishop on b7.
Is there maybe a bishop e4? I was wondering, or queen
or
queen g6, checkmate threat?
Or maybe queen g3 even.
Queen g3.
Oh, look at that.
Queen g3.
Look at that.
Now the huge attack, wow.
And maybe white has to give away the exchange. I know, I always find ways to give away the exchange, but I'm seeing these ghosts everywhere. And this is still not over, but I think we got our answer. So we're wondering, is Svane going to bail out, or he's going to go for more? He went for more. He's not afraid, and he doesn't know he missed the victory. With his bishop takes on h6, we already worked it out. We checked with an engine. He did miss the victory a couple of moves ago, and he's still fighting. He's still fighting for the victory.
And it's good for him. He doesn't know. Now he's trying to figure out this position, trying to find the way to get some advantage due to the material knight g3.
This is
Fork. Wow.
This is a suggestion by our producer. He's very, very sharp. Thank you, Beck.
Wow. You cannot take the knight because there is queen defending it indirectly.
Yeah.
And that's how you get back in exchange, is it?
Yeah. It looks very reasonable. It's very unusual fork. Like queen takes on g3 is impossible. The queen on d6 defends the knight on g3. Well, okay, let's then put it this way. Now it's Arvin who has to make a big choice. So does he try to win back the exchange with knight g3, which looks very human, but white is up to fold the exchange, and he could make some move, like he could make something like knight e5, I don't know, give up the exchange, and have no risk. Or instead, Arvin decides not to play knight g3, and he decides to take on c3 here and play queen g3. And this choice, Angelica, is incredibly tempting. Like, I see there's a checkmate in one threat, I see there's bishop d6, and I want to make sure. So he has 29 minutes on the clock, all the time in the world to figure out and prove why you are a world-class player.
And this is a fourth in line after take on c3. Queen has to take, so we might see exactly this position on the board. Huge choice right now for Aravind. What is it going to be? Knight jumping to g3 or knight to c3? While he's taking time, maybe it's good time for us to check what is happening in the other positions, because the player is approaching the time scramble. And we see in the bottom left corner, David Navarro against Nicolas Theodorou in that interesting King's Indian. Their position looks still completely closed. But what about Machun against Rinat Jibabayev? Rook is already on a5, targeting the a6 square. Machun is trying to be ambitious, but time situation is something what I'm worried about. What about the game about Daniel Darda against Aram Hakobian on the bottom right corner? I see there was a pawn on a6. What is happening?
There's not a lot of changes in regard of has any of the players got an upper hand. Darda against Hakobian or Navarra against Theodorou. The pace of the game feels more or less the same. In Theodorou's game, from Black's perspective, everything is locked down, and Navarra is trying to find ways to break through, but it's just very, very difficult. That's the game on the lower left corner. Lower right corner, the position feels quite equalish, and Darda is trying to create chances. Maybe the game of Machun against Jumabayev could still explode. So, Angelica, it's your call whether you want to go to check, but we want to keep, of course, at all times, a very close eye on the explosive game of Svane against Arvind.
Let's go to the Machun against Rinat Jimabayev to check what is going on in that game of the challengers, because we see that there is also huge time pressure and also attack from white. But as you're mentioning, we will anytime ready to jump to the game of Aravind against Frederick Svane. So Rook a4 has been played.
And the long castle is on the board. So Black has safely, is it? Safely, I suppose. Castle the long side. He has activated the bishops. The bar starts to swing in favor for Black. So White did not really find anything concrete. And if we scroll back the position, where was this? Maybe 7 moves ago. It feels like Black is having a pretty dangerous position. He has to be careful. And Jumabayev found every single move. He found knight e7, he found queen e6. He was not afraid of knight x on f7. After rook e1, he found the only move, knight e5. He found the only move, bishop b7. And Machun spent a lot of time here trying to figure out, does any sacrifice ideas on f5 and rook e1 or maybe rook e1 first and knight f5, etc., do they work? Apparently they do not, and he played queen e2 and decided to go for this queenside attack.
And it's move number 19. There is still not so much time left for both of the players. Machun, with only 14 seconds on the clock, he's trying to find a way to attack. He's trying to attack the pawn on a6, but actually big question, how do you defend it with Black right now? And here's the answer.
Here's the answer. You play rook d6. I don't believe in White's attack. You know why? Because I'm looking at White's position. It's maybe a nice position, but there's one element, there's one guy who has not shown up for work, and that is the knight on g3. Like, it's not doing anything. It stands there. He played his move after the opening. He had some ideas to go for a future knight h5 in case Black would castle short, but now the knight on g3 is just standing there minding its own business, and White would somehow want to slide the knight towards the queen side, let's say to b3 and c5, but how do you do that? I mean, it's impossible. Also, do not forget the pawn on g2 in the long run is under attack. So here, I think that Jumabayev is taking over the game.
Yes, the pawn on d4 is the isolated pawn IQP in this position, and there might be big pressure on it while having also the bishop pair. And I see the position probably not entirely open, but for the bishops it's actually enough, because bishop on b7 is controlling the long diagonal. The bishop from g5 is also very active. It can slide always to f6, targeting the d4 pawn. I really love position of Black, and I think, is this the moment, Arturs, where Machun is losing control over the position?
It feels like it. It feels like it, and also the clock situation, 12 minutes on the clock, moves 19. So this means he has to make 21 moves in 12 minutes in a rather unpleasant position where his direct attack has failed, and Black has managed to survive the storm and slowly taking over the game. This is a recipe for disaster. So here, Machun is going to have to show something to keep the balance, maybe go for inspired queenside attack, but it just looks very good for the Kazakhstani Grandmaster.
Meanwhile, we have new moves incoming on the board of Frederick Svane against Aravind Chitambaram. He made up his mind and he made a decision. He went for the knight c3 and then queen g6, keeping the material imbalance in this position, still being down in exchange, but with two massive bishops. Now, there is a big threat in the position. It's a checkmate on g2. How do you defend? Frederick is only under 10 minutes. Arthur's, what can he do here?
Yeah, but why queen g6 and not queen g3? I don't understand. I thought this is the same idea. Like queen g3, you play queen g2, and an extra idea is you enable bishop d6 and queen h2. There must have been something concrete. So perhaps he saw there's going to be queen d2, defend from the checkmate, and after bishop d6, he saw there's bishop f4. Yeah, by the way, the bar shoots up immediately in the sky, so apparently there's no attack. And the point of queen g6, what I notice here is also, wait, you can play rook f2.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and then bishop g2, rook g2, bishop f5, and checkmate.
Yeah, this is what I noticed
end of the line.
End of the line.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. So yeah, I was about to say that rook f2 white could not play because the bishop takes on g2. Now it's not so simple. Maybe there's bishop h4. Black adds a lot of activity for the bishops, and it seems he's going to win back the exchange because the rook at f5 would be left defenseless. So it cannot be rook f1 to f2. Maybe it's the other rook.
Yeah, and also there might be at some moment bishop c8 ideas.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh.
That's me.
I was scared
No,
that
no,
Aravind
no,
went
that's me.
Frederick went for it. So looking also at the clock situation, only 8 minutes, and it's move number 26, right? The 14 more moves have to be played. It's quite a dangerous situation for German grandmasters, and I would be feeling worried here for the king.
Right, so it's definitely, there's a storm brewing up here in Biel. We're not talking about the weather outside. That's the game in question. Frederick Svane against Aravind. It's getting really heated up here. Svane missed a clean victory a couple of moves ago, and now this is a 3-result game.
Yeah, it's the big moment right now for Frederick. We're going to go for a very short break before the critical moment of the time control will start. We see Frederick is shaking his head. What we'll see in the next few moments, we will be right back in 5 minutes to follow more action from Biel, Vienna. And we are back with even more excitement from the round 2 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon here at the 58th edition of the International Biel Chess Festival. We see the pressure is rising in the playing hall. The players are getting locked in on their boards. A lot has happened and a lot is at stake right now. We see there has been already a huge updates in many games since everyone is approaching a time trouble. Arturs, what do we see in the bottom right corner? Daniel Darda against Aram Hokaban. It looks like a major change in the evaluation.
Yeah, I see the valuation bar drop dramatically, as if like white just left the rook at e5 hanging. I find it very, very hard to believe maybe it's a glitch in the transmission.
I hope so.
Let's wait for a moment. First, assess what's happening here. I do not think that while they decided to give up the rook on e5, maybe we could see the camera from the board and see what's happening there. Does it look like Darda just gave up the rook at e5 for free? He's sitting too calm, right?
Yeah, he's looking like it's all... If we can zoom in, actually, it would be great to see if the king is there on e2, but he did play?
No. It's his move, so it's got to be. There's got to be some problem with the transmission. So the position remains. Still
I was so
level.
scared for a second.
The position is still pretty level. It's good. So all the chess fans from Belgium and of Daniel Darda, it's good. Sometimes weird things happen with transmission. Now you see, again, the position is fixed. That's the game in question, lower right corner. The position remains balanced. Also, the other game, which has been a very interesting strategic struggle, the game from the lower left part, Navarra against Nicolas Theodorou. It's a very locked position where Navarra has made some sort of a progress by putting the king on b4, but the game that I'm very interested to see where might be a lot of action is, of course, either Frederick Svan against Aravind or Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, because Jumabayev's game, it felt like the Kazakhstani Grandmaster is trying to take over the game, but Machun has started to improve his pieces and also start to play faster.
Let's dive into game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. We haven't looked for this game so far. Players are reaching time trouble right now. At move 21 only, 19 more moves to make. Both players are having low time, but Machun is the one who has only 9 minutes on the clock. But looking at his last move, it's a great move. It means the only move in the position which is holding. But I see Artur's evaluation bar is preferring black in this position. Do we see that Rinat turned the tables?
Yeah, we had this feeling before the break, because a couple of moves ago, I'm just going to show you which was our starting position. I think we left it here. Rook a4, and we felt that after rook d6, there is no attack for white at the queen side. The pawn on a6 is defended. Rook d8 is incoming. The white knight on g3 is weird. And this is where the Chinese Grandmaster start to improve his position. So he did play queen h5, hitting the bishop on g5, also the pawn on f7. Here black played the bishop f6, targeting the pawn on d4, and on top of that, there are some problems with the king's safety, and that's why knight e2 was the only move to protect the pawn on d4 and also the safety of the king. And here Jumabayev already played king b8. The big question is the pawn on f7 not under attack?
It is under attack, but I feel like if queen is going to take, the pawn on f7 is going to be stuck there for quite some time. Meanwhile, black will be able to activate an attack against the king on the queen side. I would be really scared to take that pawn. And Machun in this position can get some flashbacks from yesterday. Yesterday, he was taking all the pawns on the queen side of Aram Hokaban. Meanwhile, Aram was creating a big attack against Machun, Chinese Grandmaster, on the king side. So it might be some kind of repetition. What
you think
he
he left himself a note after yesterday? Do not take 3 pawns for now. There's got to be something. Yeah.
Be careful when you're be careful.
Might be poison pawn. Anyway, yeah, you never really know. So let me show you very quickly on the board. Queen takes on f7. What happens if white accepts this pawn? Might be a Greek gift. We don't know. I assume it's got to be bishop d4, takes, rook takes on d4, the rook on d1 is hit, rook takes, queen takes on d4, and now this rook on a4 is somehow oddly positioned because there is a queen d1, not only a checkmate, but the rook on a4 is left defenseless.
That's actually a good point. Sometimes if you don't see if it's a checkmate, at least you will be able to take the rook, but it is a checkmate in this position. So what to do? Bishop b3 is on the board, and now the other rook is getting defended on the d4. But now that I was starting talking about these flashbacks, and Artur, don't you see this rook on a4 it has the same vibes to me. It brings same vibes from yesterday, like that rook on g6. That it looks a bit clumsy on the queen side on the board. It's defending the pawn from the side, which doesn't look so great.
Yeah, so here I think Maciun is definitely just trying to stay in the game. I see a very easy move for black. It's rook d8, so you just apply pressure. And again, if I place queen takes on f7, you're going to play bishop takes on d4, and we are going to have a lot of trades. Okay, I'm now playing from the black's perspective. Takes, 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 and this position somehow feels a bit safer for white because now there's no checkmate on d1. The rook at a4 is not under attack, so this is what Maciun wants.
This is what he wants indeed. But is there anything else what Jumabayev can try? I mean, definitely not a rook at h to d8 is a move, which is very tempting. You're putting more pressure on d4. But, what are the other ideas for black in this position?
There's many moves. Like I think this is a pretty easy move. Like you just improve your pieces, and after queen takes on f7, who said that you have to take? I'm also seeing the move c5. Like, oh, I'm missing something. What I'm missing? Oh, I'm blundering the bishop. Pardon me. Really bad. Take more coffee. Yeah. Like I thought that I can somehow exploit the pin here. Maybe then e5. Yeah, that was the other move I was thinking about, applying pressure against the pawn on d4, but this one is better because I'm not blundering the bishop.
I absolutely love it. Wow. e5. Now the pawn cannot take definitely because of the rook hanging on d4. And d5, I mean, it feels a bit too much.
Could be something like this.
We might see it, actually.
Yeah, so c6 could be a move. Also, e4 makes sense. Open up the bishop. There's a lot of dynamics. And by the way, this is a very common play at the GM level. The players at this caliber, they don't really count the material balance very often. All they care is the initiative, especially in the time scramble. And sacrificing the pawn on f7, going for this e5, e4, it looks really reasonable. But I think we just did not see Jumabayev just played bishop c6, rook c4. Different choice was made.
Interesting. He went for a bishop c6 with the idea of bishop e5. Now the knight on e2 is being on attack. Does he want to trade the light squared bishop for a knight and get the pawn on d4?
I think so. Yeah, that looks really nice. Unless he's weakening his own king. Like, I think this is what he wants. Like, take on e2, queen takes on e2, take the pawn on d4, and secure the bishop on d4 with c5. It looks really nice.
Then you have the opposite card bishop position, but the attack might be huge in those kind of positions because the bishop cannot defend the other squares, the opposite colored squares.
Unless, of course, Jumabayev just improved the bishop and he wants to do something else. So I think this is a game definitely we want to keep our eyes very closely. So let's have a look at the other games and estimate their chances, how they might finish, because we also have this crazy action that now turned down a bit. Frederick Svan against Aravind, the top middle board, the only remaining game of the Masters section, and all the games of the challengers are still being played.
Yeah, we see that bishop f6 has been played in the top middle board. Aravind is trying to prepare some attack, currently targeting the queen on c3. The action slowed down a bit, but the clock situation, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, there is just a few minutes on the clock of the German Grandmaster. He has to make a decision. Still a lot of moves to be played. Meanwhile, on the bottom left corner, David Navarre against Nicolas Theodore, this position with a pawn on a4, and I see suddenly his king is already on b4 for white. What is happening in that position? I mean, definitely something exciting on the A file. Meanwhile, on the bottom right corner. All right, we were going to follow this game.
Very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly.
Very quickly, let's just assess the situation, what's happening in Navarre against Nicolas Theodorou, then also jump in what's going on in the game of Daniel Dard against Aram Jacobi, and those are the peaceful games because two games potentially can explode. Svane against Aravind, and also the game of Machun against Renat Jumabayev. So we're going to keep an eye on those games very, very shortly. But what's happening here? So Navarre put the king on b4. The question is, can he make any progress?
Yeah, he's trying to put pressure on the a4 pawn, but I'm not sure. I mean, it looks a very interesting position for a king. While black's king is all the way on g7 square, it's not doing much, but white's king is very active.
I don't see how he's winning the pawn on a4. It seems to be well defended. Everything stands here. There's no progress. If you play b3, you trade the weakness that is defended. So the king side seems to be locked away. So we can assume that the game is pretty balanced. By the way, if you're wondering about the clock situation, why the players have so much time on the clock? Because they're already well within the next time control. They already got extra half an hour on the clock. Now let's move on to the other game. The other game in question is Daniel Darda against Aram Jacobian. That's the game we also haven't seen for a while. So Darda's played with the white color. He has a minor pressure. He has the bishop, although black has an outside pass pawn at the queen side.
Yes, but the bishop is a pretty strong piece, although it compensates for this passer on the a file. And players are getting lower in the clock. 8 minutes only with 5 moves to be made. But I say, Artus, right now is the spiciest game which we have as a Frederick Svane against Aravind Chidambaram. I suggest we go there because the players are getting so low on the clock, and we'll see what has changed so far, because I see some changes in the position and only 3 minutes for Frederick Svane. What is going on?
So some moves were made. I think we missed a couple of moves while we were checking the other games. I'm just going to scroll back a bit. What happened here? It was queen g6, rook f2, bishop f6, not bishop h4, by the way. Here, Svane played queen b3, targeting the bishop on b7. Bishop e4 was played, bishop takes on c5. The German grandmaster collected the pawn on c5. And after rook c8, bishop e3. This is the current position we have on the board.
We have two bishops which are targeting the king side of Frederick, and it's tough position to be in. He has to play 9 more moves with the 3 minutes on the clock. I mean, that's a tough position to be in.
c5, rook c7, you can clearly see the Indian grandmaster using the advantage he has on the clock. He responds very quickly because he senses that white doesn't have enough time. This is move 31. White needs to make 9 moves in less than 3 minutes in a very complicated position where black has a very scary-looking bishop here at the center of the board.
Artus, just check a body language of both players. They are fully locked in, but Frederick Svane is getting under this huge time pressure. He cannot find the best move. He's shaking his head. I mean, I'm not sure about him finding. He's in shock right now. He's just getting, from his body language, I see he's unsure completely what is going on. 2 minutes, 15 seconds for German superstar. What to do in this position?
This is where your training kicks in. You got to protect the pawn on g2. You want to play bishop f4. Bishop f4 might be some bishop d4 problems. At the moment, bishop f4 is bishop f4. There's a checkmate on g2. You could do that. So you're thinking, I got to protect the pawn on g2, but the queen is on b3. How do I do that? Do I maybe play c4, queen a2, defend the pawn on g2? What about queen g3 idea? That's even a nastier threat. So not really easy to make move here. So rook e2 is by the way played.
Rook e2 was played. He was reaching out a few times for a move. He was not sure. 9 moves had to be played. Now 8 minutes, 8 moves more left for 1 minute and 50 seconds. I mean, this is a very little time for Frederick.
Watch out for queen g3. Queen g3 is a big threat here. So if you play queen g3, I think here white has to play bishop f4. Bishop takes at f4. Rook takes on e4. Queen is to check. King f2 escapes. Queen g3 check. Maybe it's going to end with a... Is it going to end with a draw because the queen on b3 also protects the g3 square? Actually, I think this is a genius move. I mean, rook e2, queen g3, bishop f4. I just noticed that after the trade, you can take on g3 first and play rook takes on e4. So queen g3 does not work.
Artus, we have an update from another game, Machun against Rinat Jimabayev. There has been take on d4. Maybe very shortly we see that the black takes the pawn on d4. Suddenly we see evaluation bar is shifting more and more down, getting lower on the clock. Machun is getting into trouble. But probably let's keep our eye on the position of Frederick Svan against Aravind.
The Kazakhstani Grunfeld definitely has a great position, but he has everything under control. This is the game where nothing is really clear. Frederick Svan has an extra exchange, he has an extra pawn, but he is under a serious pressure here because here Aravind is going all in. He's going for the full point, or actually 4 full points, because in this tournament every single victory is 4 points. Big threat, Queen G3, which doesn't work immediately because of Bishop F4. Somehow you want to improve the threat, but how do you do it? You want to be unpredictable.
So far, all games in Masters finish in a draw. Yesterday in the round number 1, today in the round number 2. This is the only game ongoing.
There comes the jacket. There comes the jacket. So Frederick Svan takes off the jacket like in a very famous game. Paul Keres once removed the jacket against Mikhail Tal when Mikhail Tal was sacrificed, gave her a single piece against him. He just removed the jacket, calculated things precisely, and then just won the game. Did we just witness this in year 2025?
Yeah, for sure we did. David Frederick Svan is getting ready to play another move. He has to be ready, automatically replying after each move of Aravind. Will he be able to score those 4 points and get to the top of the rankings after actually a pretty tough start in the chess 960?
He's nervous. He's nervous. Look at him. He's nervous. He feels this is a critical moment, or maybe it's just the adrenaline that is kicking in because you feel this is it. This is the moment you've been going for the entire game. You got to be precise. You got to concentrate. Be 100%. You cannot afford to make a mistake. And again, there's no increment, no extra seconds added for every made move. It's only, how much seconds is it? 110 seconds for 8 moves to play.
Yeah, it's not enough for sure, so he has to make sure every move Aravind is playing, he has a reply. He has to find reply to every move. And meanwhile, I really admire that Aravind is not rushing with his decisions. He's not rushing with the moves. He has 10 minutes on the clock, and he's using his time against Frederick Svan because he knows playing on time might not work well for him.
These are the most difficult moves for Frederick in this game. Rook b7, queen a4. Rook e7 is played very quickly. The bar shoots up immediately in the sky. But again, this is something that Svan was not expecting. Series of moves to be played very quickly.
Rook e7 was played. Now Svan has to find a move. 1.5 minutes for him only now. 5 more moves to make? No, not 5. 7 more moves to make.
Watch out for the queen g3 threat. Is it a threat? Is it not a threat? You don't really know. You have to calculate things. By the way, if you play queen g3, it drops the bishop on e4. So similarly, you cannot do that. You want to clarify things. You want to play bishop f4. By the way, big question. Can you play bishop f4 here?
Yes, a huge question. He has 1 minute, 6 seconds on the clock. It's tough to find the solution. He's trying to figure out, but
The
not
clock
enough
is ticking.
time.
The clock is taking 1 minute here, and he needs to make, how many moves is it? 7 moves.
7 moves, and actually we have an information. There is the only move for him, and he goes for it. He plays bishop f4. It was the only move he had to play, and bishop c6 replied instantly. Frederick is shaking his head. He doesn't know what to do.
According to an engine, the only move here is queen takes on a6. Everything else he loses, and he has to find his own second. So you can definitely see he's like, oh my goodness, how did I get here?
30 seconds for Frederick. He has to go for it. He's in shock.
It's very realistic. He's going to lose on time. So there's a lot of drama. He's like, what's going on? He just cannot believe. He doesn't know that he's winning. He wants to take on a6. No, he doesn't take it. He plays queen c4, which is a big mistake, walking into bishop b5.
Bishop b5, and he's going to recapture the exchange back for Aravind. Will he do it?
So apparently queen x on a6 was winning, but it was so scary move to make, and now queen c4 with the pawn on a6. Bishop b5 is a major threat. What is he going to do after bishop b5? Actually, here the engine says bishop b5, you have to take on b5, give away the queen, and all the emotions are in the face of Frederick. He's so unhappy right now.
Look at the body language. He's in complete shock. He cannot believe this happened. The time control, no increment. This is what is making to the players. He's He is in shock. He cannot believe this is going on. After bishop b5, he cannot defend the rook. What an emotion from the German grandmaster.
This is really hard to watch. That's essentially professional chess to you. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. That's the price of one mistake in a very, very difficult position. But also you have to give huge, basically, shout out to Arvind, who made these things happen, who created these complications. Engine evaluation is one thing, but the practical easiness to make the moves in a time scale, that's completely different thing. The tournament format this time played against Frederick.
And Arvind had this very nice plan to prepare a few moves in a row. This is a strategy which players usually use when the opponent is in time trouble. He played one move, he was ready for a reaction from Frederick, and he played a second move in a spare of seconds to make Frederick find the only moves which he didn't succeed in this position. Will we see bishop b5?
Bishop b5 is strictly the only move that gives black the winning chances. Bishop d4, by the way, is also a move, a very, very tempting move. The point is, after queen takes on d4, there's rook takes on e2, and the pawn on g2 is attacked twice. Like it's attacked by the queen on g6, the rook on e2, also the bishop on c6 feels like an extra piece. I would say, Angelika, bishop d4 is a very tempting move to consider.
Absolutely. It's very, very tempting, but it's tough to find which one. For that reason, Arvind has also 7.5 minutes on the clock right now. He's using this time wisely, while Frederick is struggling now big time with only 20 seconds left. 5 moves to be made, so it means 4 seconds for each move. He has to basically play a blitz game or bullet game right now, blitzing out all the moves, which is extremely tough, especially knowing he missed his chance.
So how many moves does he need to make? So it's like 5 moves for 20 seconds, yeah?
It's 4 seconds per move.
4 seconds per move. But okay, after bishop b5, there's queen takes on b5, there's going to be rook takes on e5, and bishop b5 is played, and of course here Svane sees he shouldn't take an pawn on a6, he did not take it, now he has to go with a queen and try to escape with perhaps a fortress.
Now he takes the bishop on b5. We're going to see the endgame where white is going to try to create a fortress with rook and a bishop against the queen. We see the emotions of Frederick. He is in complete disbelief. He cannot understand how it happened. 9 seconds for 3 more moves. 3 seconds per move has to be played to try to stay in the game, to try to stay and prove that there could be a fortress.
Yeah, and this, of course, is going to be really hard for Frederick because especially since he was winning earlier in the game, this bishop takes on h6. Okay, this time scramble is one thing, but he missed the winning chance twice.
Rook e3 was played with 2 seconds on the clock. Will he be able to reach time control? Queen c2, bishop d6.
So he needs to take one move, not to flag, so that he keeps the chances alive. So Arvind is going to try to make the most unpredictable move because he can seal the deal right now.
And we see that Frederick is getting hand ready in order to play instantly because he knows he has just 2 seconds on the clock for one move.
Such a nightmare. This is such a nightmare scenario for him because here essentially Arvind can sit for 6 minutes. He can torture the opponent for 6 minutes and not to make a move. And here Svane has to be ready to make a move at every single moment. It's entirely possible he might flag.
Yeah, it's very big opportunity for that. That's why we see his hand is over the board. He's getting ready for any move. Arvind is going to play Queen b2 and Rook f2, f3 was made on time.
He made it, and the game still continues. So good news for the German fans. He did made it, and you could actually see what's ready into pre-move. Physically, over the board game, a pre-move is actually a perfectly legal move. At least Frederick still lives in this game. His chances are still alive, but of course, it's very, very difficult for him to be in this situation. Let's go back to the overview of the other games, because there might be more action happening in the other games.
Yes, we see that there is a still game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev in the bottom middle board. It's the game in question where there was a big attack recently, but a huge turnaround has changed. So let's dive in there, because I believe the players still have not reached the time control. What is happening?
G3 apparently is a huge blunder, but let me just roll back a bit.
What happened?
There was a double X-clan move. Apparently here, bishop takes on e6 was missed by Jumabayev, because you're going to take on e6, there's going to be queen takes on c7. We did not see this, so bishop c6 was played, and g3 immediately is a mistake. Bishop e4 check, king a1, and apparently black is winning this position. Is it? Wait, there's no rook c2. I was trying to find some tactics.
I'm just wondering what was the problem? What did he have to do instead of g3? Now rook takes on h2, and apparently it was not the best option. It was a missed opportunity. There was something. It should have been something tactical in the position.
So while we are at the screen, let me just check very quickly. Rook takes on h2 was played, and here Jumabayev had some chances. So it was. Oh, if
So he could.
he just take the bishop. Queen takes on e6, queen takes on c7, king a8, and apparently there's no checks like queen d8 check, king b. No, not king b7.
Rook c7.
King a7. He missed it. He missed it after rook c7 check. He has bishop b7. He was completely winning this, and he missed it. He just took the pawn on h2.
Oh my God, what an incredible miss. But of course, it's not so easy. And both players are low on the clock. 2 minutes for Rinat Jumabayev, 1.5 minutes for Makun.
4 minutes for, 4 moves for Jumabayev, and 3. No, wait, actually it's more. I think
moves.
it's five moves for black and 4 moves for white to make.
Yeah, it's still very, it's not enough time because, of course, you want to think for quite some time for a room, but definitely it's not 9 seconds how it was for Frederick earlier. So, for
He can still take on e6. He can take on e6. Does he see the idea of king a8, king a7, and bishop b7? He can still do it, by the way. That's why the engine marks a3 is a mistake. The bishop on e6 is legit under attack. You can take it.
will he find it? That's a huge problem here, huge question to Rinat Jumabayev. Will he do it? Will he risk it? Can he calculate?
If you don't take it, you have nothing here. Like if you don't take the bishop on e6, then position is just level and the white king is safe. The bishop is going to depart and it's just a material balance on the board. So Rinat feels this is the critical moment. Only 1 minute on the clock. He misses it. He plays a5 and now this is a 3-result game again.
Yeah, one more time he's missing this take, and after queen e5 there is no more take on a6 any longer. Queen is defending the pawn on b2, queen is defending the bishop, and bishop takes a5. What a threat.
Machone is trying to play 4 more. He plays queen e5, he defends the bishop on e6. Now bishop d5 is a big check. And I think in this position, black should be very careful. He has only 40 seconds on the clock and his king is more exposed. Move 37, black needs to make 4 more moves with 30 seconds on the clock.
4 moves with 27 seconds. Rinat has to rush. He has to play faster. He plays rook c2, offering a rook trade with an idea of checkmate on g1 and b1 after rook takes on c2.
The Chinese grandmaster has a bit more time, 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Bishop d5 check feels to be tempting. Bishop takes on d5, rook takes on c2 will leave the rook defenseless. Maybe not that. Maybe after bishop d5 check, the king is going to walk away. So Machone is calculating very, very hard right now. Does he take on c2 or take on f5, win a pawn? Watch out for the background checkmate here on b1.
Huge question now for Machone. What to do? Will he trade the rooks or will it be bishop d5?
50 seconds.
He still has a bit more time than Rinat, but still 3 moves. 3 moves have to be made.
Both the players have to make 3 moves, but has slightly more time. 37 seconds versus 25. There is no increment. The players have to make 3 more moves to get safely to the next time control.
Machone is reaching for a rook. Will we see a take or will rook move away? He didn't touch the rook.
They're officially equal. It's 25 each seconds.
Now 23 for Machone. Will he move the rook? Will he take it? He took. Rook takes c2. Bishop takes c2. Instantly played. Now queen g1, queen b1 is a huge threat.
Watch out for the g1 square.
Now there should be some check. Bishop d5 or queen d5. The right checks in the
15
position.
seconds. A4 fixes the b3 square. Bishop takes on f5 is going to be queen b3 check or bishop b3. Watch out for the checkmate ideas on g1. Very difficult for white to make here a move.
You also have to be careful as black because if you move the queen away...
5 seconds, 4 seconds. He needs to make a move, not to flag.
Bishop d5 check finally played, but... And it's exactly move 40. Oh
10 seconds for black to make the only move to make to the next time control. As usual, this is the moment when people make mistakes. No, king a7, he made it. They made it to the next time control.
Oh my God, oh, it's an exciting game and moves. Final moves of the first control and they reached it. Final characters. I'm relieved.
I'm relieved. Machone is relieved. Rinat Jumabayev is relieved. All all the viewers are relieved, and the players have officially made it to the next time control. Let's go to the overview and see the other games.
Let's see what's happening there. We see all the boards already are arrived at the second time control. We see Frederick Swane against Aravind Chidambaram in the top middle board. I think that's the only person who is not relieved after reaching the time control is Frederick, because he didn't find the only move he had, and he ended up being down a queen. Arthurs, what a miss by Frederick.
Yeah, this was pretty crazy action, and I think it's a really, really great format. But by the way, speaking about it, players are not really used to this because, once again, this is the new World Championship time control, 2 hours for 40 moves, and only then the increment starts at move 41. So it's like you seemingly know this, you're aware of this, but you don't have a lot of practice with this time control, and the players are used to play with the increment, and once you get there, then things are different.
Definitely, Artus. Whenever you get 2 hours at the beginning of the game, you feel like it's a lot, but in reality, it is not, since there is no increment. Meanwhile, in the bottom left corner, David Navarre against Nicolas Theodorou. The game in question is this King's Indian, the king on b4, which is attacking the pawn on a4. Not much has been changed, but I see some action on the king side. Meanwhile, Daniel Darda against Aram Hakaban on the bottom right corner. There is an endgame. There is a bishop against the knight. The rooks have been traded, by the way, and there is a pawn on c6. I mean, what a game.
Yeah, there's a very interesting unbalanced endgame, and somehow the bar favors Darda's position a bit, but I think it's, to be honest, quite equally. So maybe let's go full screen to this. And now it's going to be a bit slower pace. The emotions have calmed down, and maybe Darda and Jacobi didn't really feel it. Things were really explosive, and yeah, things were really explosive in the other games. Well, they just had this pretty quiet endgame. Darda was pressing for most of the time, but I think that Jacobin was always within the balance.
But I have a question, Arthurs. White has an extra pawn. White has a bishop against the knight. I mean, there are so many pros in White's position. How come the position is still even? What is the compensation for Black? Is it this a pawn? Because the knight doesn't seem like to be such an active piece on a6.
I'm not even sure if White's going to win the pawn on f7. What if I just play f6? So what do you do? Like, I want to play knight b8, knight c6, and it's not like this is the kind of position where White has no risk. I mean, this isn't an outside pass pawn after all, and there might be scenarios. Let me just input some random moves like this, for example. Yeah, White might actually lose this because of this pass pawn on a5. Black's gonna trade it, play a4, collect the pawn on c4, and then just march towards these pawns on the king side and just win the game. So also for Darda, he needs to show something. For example, f6. And what do you do? For example, king b4. What if I play knight b4? And what if I play knight c6?
And what if you cannot take. You cannot take and take because then you will lose.
Yeah, you might lose this even being up a pawn. So the game still continues here, obviously. So king
Very
b5.
dangerous.
I don't know, like check.
Takes on a5.
Take and king c5. I think that Black is perfectly safe. So is it really the position where White has no risk here? No, I would say that here White can get in trouble if he's being inaccurate because this extra pawn doesn't feel, and the knight potentially can dominate the king side because this king is so far away it has to walk all the way home.
But Arthurs, I have to highlight, just look at the camera of the players which we have. Both players are absent. We have chairs playing against each other here because both players reached the time control and they just left. They need to get refreshed. It's a very funny situation when we have two chairs.
I think we need a camera. I think we need a camera on the restaurant because I still remember, Angelika, this footage from the World Championship. It was Dingleren against
Janne
she was it. And they were always not present at the table. They were like, one of them was chilling in his restroom, the other one is his restroom, and it was the producers who were trying to bring them in the same room. So what they did, they cut the footage from one room, the other room, and they just stick it together. But basically, they were present. Anyway, by the way, we see that Darda is back at the board.
Yeah, the back at the board, of course, that's what happened when you're spending so much time, especially in the time trouble. And we see other players are also at the board in the camera overview. Also, we see the viewers there, and probably it's time for us to check what is happening on the rest of the boards. Has there been some changes in the position, Arturs? I see that Frederick Swane against Aravind at the top middle board. Not much has changed. I mean, there has been a push of before, but maybe let's try to go to that game, because I feel like we have to see how Frederick is feeling himself, because it feels absolutely like a heartbreak.
It is what it is. That's the professional chess to you, unfortunately. And I believe all of us, you have been in this situation. I've been in the situation that you're playing this really great game. You give everything you can, and it's still not enough. And then you misplay, and you know that you misplay. And obviously, the biggest critic is yourself, right? You're incredibly unhappy, and we saw all the spectrum of emotions in Frederick, but I'm pretty sure he's going to recover. He's a brilliant young player, and of course, he was just incredibly unhappy about the moment that happened there, but the game, of course, still continues, and I think here the young German is still hoping to build up some kind of a fortress, because let's say we get a pair of rooks off the board. Maybe it's not so easy for the Indian Grandmaster to win this position, because, by the way, the pawn on b4 is something you want to collect, no?
Yes, you want to collect it, but there is a c5 pawn, which is a question. How are you going to stop that pawn, or how are you going to take that pawn? Because in order to break the fortress, you have to create an attack. You have to attack the pieces, but the pawn on c5 is going to be always defended by the bishop. How are you dealing with it as black? I mean, Arturs, is there any plan we might see here in the position what Aravind is thinking?
I think I want to play rook a2 first to avoid while playing rook f2, or definitely I don't want to trade the pair of rooks, and most likely these pawns are going to roll forward at some point, maybe build some mating nets. But there's one thing, Angelika, I want to do. I want to scroll back those moves to the time scramble where Swane missed the victory. Yeah, we had the engine switched on. We checked it so that we can immediately give you real-time information what's going on, because the bar was jumping wildly. And there was this one moment where Aravind was creating a lot of practical problems. So I'm going to roll back 10 moves to this position. This is what happened in time scramble. So rook e7, a bishop f4, and bishop c6. What we did not see here was the only move for white that was apparently giving the young German the winning position, and that was the move queen takes on a6. He saw some ghosts. I think he saw maybe bishop d4 check, that king has to walk away. Oh, sorry, my bad. A couple of moves can be made. I'm just going to roll back a bit. So here, bishop c6, queen takes on a6, and bishop d4. Maybe he just hallucinated in the time scramble that the rook on e2 is under attack.
But I think maybe he hallucinated that king h1, there is bishop g2. King h1, bishop g2 check.
Oh yeah, that's a very good point, by the way. Yeah.
But of course you have king h2.
So you're right. Yeah, maybe indeed he saw this, like king h1, the queen on a6 is going to be left offensive. Let's just put it on the board. King h1, bishop g2, rook takes on g2, the queen on a6 is falling. You're absolutely correct. It's king h2. It's got to be king h2. And here, according to the engine, black has nothing better than to play bishop takes on c5. Obviously, still tricks, but white is technically winning.
White is winning because white is up on exchange. There are 2 pawns on the queen side. Frederick missed this move, queen a6, and immediately after playing queen c4, I still have in my head
Did you
His
see it?
reactions.
Yeah, his reaction. Like, he did not play queen x on a6. He was already unhappy. Like, he convinced himself he has blundered before. That was his reaction. So when you are in such state, when you think you made a mistake, you're not looking for the win, obviously.
You have to find still the best move because the time is something what you have to use in that position, and he didn't have enough. So he had to play a faster move, and he had to trust himself because at one moment I saw that he was reaching for the pawn. He was reaching for queen a6, but then he went for queen c4. And
that's crazy action, really. So here we are seeing the only moves by Arvind. By the way, absolutely the best continuations. The threat is checkmate in one. And according to the evaluation bar, white is completely lost. But we also noticed that black did not take the pawn on b4. So these look really strong connected pass pawns, but apparently here there's something more important going on, which is the king's safety. I'm talking about queen g1 check, and if white plays rook f3, there's going to be a check here, rook a2. The pawn on g2 is going to fall, and most likely white is simply losing.
Yeah, so that's why there is no way to go now. I think Frederick is realizing it as well himself. We see he's trying to find the best move, but for sure it is very tough because looks like this line is forcing. I mean, Artus, probably it's good that maybe we show this line on the board shortly, how it may continue, because it looks very forcing. You have to stop the checkmate. You have to move the g-rook.
Yeah, so this is a big threat, and if you move the rook somewhere further, the rook at e3 is going to be under attack. So it's got to be this, and check, and here, and rook a2. So the pawn on g2 cannot be defended. There's no rook f2, unfortunately. So maybe instead of this, maybe after rook a1, here white can try to give a check here, and now play some sort of rook g4, but I don't see how it changes. Again, queen g1 check, king goes here, rook a2. These heavy pieces are a deadly combination.
And probably it's a good moment for us to get an overview of all games to see what else has changed and get the updates. Arthur's in the bottom left corner, David Navarro against Nicolas Theodorou. Something is changing. There are two bishops on the queen side, on the king side, and the two pawns. Other than that, we see Matchun against Rinat Jumabayev still trying, and Daniel Darda against Aram Hakobian still in this tough endgame. We see a lot of action. A lot has been changed so far in the time trouble. We've seen a lot of blunders, inaccuracies, and we're going to see more action just in a few moments, just 5 minutes to get refreshments, to get ready for the continuation of the round number 2 of the Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel. Be right back. Welcome back, dear viewers. We're at the edge of our seats from the round number 2 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We have seen a lot of action, a lot of blunders, but even more, we have some new major updates from the other games we have not followed. Arturs, what is going on in the board of David Navarra against Nicolas Theodorou? Because it looks like the rook all the way on d7 getting trapped, or what is happening?
Yeah, I think that they just decided to fight for the spotlight because there was so much action happening in the Frederick's one against Arvind, and now the things have settled down and the Indian Grandmaster is fighting for the victory. That's the game in question, top middle board, the only game of the master section. But yeah, apparently David Navarra miscalculated. He had plenty of time on the clock. He had a pretty much deadlocked position. That's the lower left corner against Nicolas Theodorou, the leader of the GMT Challengers tournament. So Navarra was trying to find a way to break through Black's very solid position, but apparently his calculation, unfortunately, at the critical moment, failed him.
Yeah, they felt for sure we should jump in that game. But before that, just shortly, Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. As we see, there is still big question. Will there be a bishop trade or not? Still, players are getting ready. And in the bottom right corner, Daniel Darde against Aram Hakabyan. They're still playing out the endgame where Black has it outside passer on the A file. But Arturs, you're right. The game which deserves our attention is David Navarra against Nicolas Theodorou. We haven't seen this game for a while, but what is happening there? How did the rook get to the d7 square? I'm just shocked seeing it there. Maybe let's pull up the board and
let's go.
See
let's go and let's try to figure out. By the way, the rook on d7 is not under attack by the bishop on g4 because you see the rook on g1 is pinned and the king on g7. And you're probably curious, and Angelika is curious, how did we get there? I already checked it. I know how did we get there. So we're going to go back about 10 moves. And this was happening not in a time scramble. The players had plenty of time. So we're going to go about here. This was the position the last time we saw where Navarra was trying to make a progress. He was attacking the pawn on a4. He had the rook on a3, bishop on c2. Everything is really close and there's not much you can do. What happened here, I believe it was rook f3, rook f8, rook f1, rook a6, here and here. So Navarra decided to try his luck to play for the win. Because once again, the tournament situation requires the players to take more risks. Victory is 4 points, draw is only 1.5 points. So he played h4.
Oh, he's opening up.
He's opening up, but why did he play h4? The point is, after h4, g takes on h4, he played rook f3. Here the engine says rook f3 is a mistake. Bishop takes on h6 would still give him equal chances. So this was based on miscalculation. He played rook f3. Obviously, the bishop cannot move. There's going to be a very deadly check. And after rook f8, he played g5. And maybe he expected h takes on g5, bishop takes on g5. This is the pin. And bishop e7 obviously is impossible because you just take the bishop. So what happened after g5? Black played double exclam move. Bishop takes on g5, sacrificing the rook on f8. Takes it. Bishop takes on d2 check. I'm pretty sure David saw this. Naki played king a3, threatening with rook f7 check, and I think he simply missed bishop f4.
Bishop f4 cutting both of the rooks. Now rook cannot get out from f8 and the h-pawn. Arturs, what about the h-pawn which is marching forward to become a queen? Oh my God, did he miss this move?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, this position looks incredibly dangerous for white. Here, rook g1, h5, by the way, only move. So there must be some sort of a miscalculation. Maybe it still goes further. Maybe he saw bishop d1. But bishop d1, this doesn't really seem like a big threat. Black can play h3, takes, rook takes on g4. Maybe he saw this line and he missed after bishop g4 that there's h2.
Oh, that this intermezzo move, and now there is no bishop check because rook is under attack on g1. It has to be moved.
So we don't really know what exactly was missed, but it's pretty clear. You don't go to this position, to a much worse position deliberately. So something was missed. And right now, he's sitting here and trying to figure out what to do because h5, h3, h2, h1 is following here. And according to an engine, what is lost?
Yeah, and rook d7 was played in this position. He's giving a check. Arthur, the next move, rook d7, he played in this
sorry,
position.
my bad.
Yes, and
Rook
he's
d7.
giving a check. His idea probably to take the pawn on c7. But looking at this king side, there are two bishops and rook, and there are so many pawns on the king side. I mean, rook cannot stop all these pawns from being advanced.
So things changed, really, but not the way he was expecting. And here you can see Nicholas is once again thinking about his choices. So he's in really great shape. I mean, he started again, if he wind back how the Greek Grandmasters tournament started, he started really terribly in the Chess 960 tournament, half a point out of 5, and I suspect, might be wrong, I will ask to Nicholas if I'll have the chance. I suspect he's got to do something with the jet lag because he's a student in the United States. So it's possible he flew here, he was not really feeling well, or maybe just tournament didn't really go well. Then he won the rapid tournament. He won the very first game yesterday with the black color against Rinat Jumabayev. And guess what? He is about to do the same very impressive stuff. 2 victories possibly with the black color. What a way to start the tournament.
Absolutely incredible. And before Biel Chess Festival, he actually won the Greek League Championship earlier, so it was a team event which he won with his team, got in first place. And before this, in June, he got the first place in UZ Chess Cup Challengers. Recently has so many successes, and coming here to Biel, especially very ambitious.
So it's not a jet lag.
So it's not a jet lag. It's
like I thought he was flying from the United States. You're saying he was in Europe all the time.
Yes. No, he was in Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan,
and then he was in Greece.
Okay. Okay, maybe just a bad tournament.
Yeah, maybe. And also chess 960 is completely different. And we see there has been take on c7, rook takes c7, but not much is changing. Does it, Arthurs?
Maybe Navarra wants to collect as many pawns as he can now, like play rook c6, rook d6, c5 idea. This rook on g1 will have to go, most likely, like h3, h2, bishop f3 is a big idea. So perhaps this is what Navarra wants. And this is something I noticed already in previous games, Angelika, is that unfortunately David has sometimes not the best time management. Like, for example, here he had plenty of time on the clock when he did it, like 40, 45 minutes, and he miscalculated. He simply miscalculated things. And also in the rapid tournament.
It was actually against Nicholas.
Against Nicholas, yeah? Yeah, this is the pattern that is happening again for David. It's not really a time scramble. It's like sometimes, yeah, he just rushes with things. And obviously, David has been under a lot of stress lately. And this yesterday's victory would have thought that, you know, that he's finally managed to find the pace. And, yeah, no this. Yeah, so he tried really hard to win the game. He miscalculated. And again, now you have all the time in the world to think about your mistakes.
Yeah, he has time, but he's not using it. As we can see, he's currently with 37 minutes on the clock, while Nicholas has 20, but with a winning position. The pawn is marching forward, and now there is not much way of stopping it. It's very heartbreaking to see David in this position, but it's a great opportunity for us to go back to the overview of the rest of the games and see if there has been some updates. And what I can see in the bottom middle board, Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, there has been trade of the bishop, and we have the queen endgame in that position. Meanwhile, in the bottom right corner, Daniel Darda against Aram Hokabian, there is still this endgame, bishop against the knight. And in the top middle board, Frederick Swane against Aravind, well, there is still the position with Rook on E1. Not much has changed. Frederick is taking his time, trying to find a way to find a fortress. What is your pick, Arthurs? Which game should we follow?
Actually, Angelica, I'm looking at Darda's game against Kakolba, and I see I've wrongly evaluated the game because apparently the Belgian Grandmaster has selected a pretty nice setup. So that's the lower right corner, the position we're talking about. And I think we're going to definitely go in, and I will try to explain why I think that Darda definitely has some chances. But the other game, Machun against Jumabayev, I think it's just fizzling out to a draw. It was a very, very exciting game. It was missed opportunities, mainly from Black's perspective. But here, we go to this position. Why I think it's not really so simple here, because Darda has managed to rearrange his pieces, and he wants to get the king towards the king side. So he needs to control the e5 square. This is basically, Black has attempted to build a fortress, and Black is not ambitious here because he cannot push the a pawn forward. It's well blocked. This knight, I just don't see a way how he can put the knight on b6. That's not possible. Knight on b2, it's also not possible. So you just cannot push the bishop at a4 from the game. So it's only white. And I'm thinking I could be playing moves like something like g4, h4, g5. So I want to push these pawns, potentially fix the pawn on g6. And let's say there's a scenario, I'll just make some couple of moves like this. Maybe not the best moves, but I just want to show the idea. Takes, 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 takes. And suddenly it's not so clear.
But isn't there like this push, like when there are 3 against 3 pawns?
I just want to show the final position. I'm sure you can play it out more precisely. Like I definitely, there's definitely the very famous maneuver you're referring to, g5 and h5 and f5, which maybe is not even working. But the point is, I wanted to get to this position where there's a pawn on g5, and this opens the way for the white king to go to f6. So nothing really has changed. Even it's a material and positional balance on the board, but Darda is still pressing here.
Yeah, I see a lot of pressure on the Armenian Grandmaster Aram Kokabyan. So he's deciding to go with the king to the king side with a king d8. So he feels a bit insecure. Do you think he feels this pressure? Also looking at the clock, a bit less. He has 5 minutes less than the Belgian champion.
I think he's building a fortress. Like he wants to put the king on e7. And let's say there's going to be g4. By the way, there might be a g5 move. Yeah, I haven't yet calculated this at all. So I just want to show what might be the fortress idea. h4, let's say I'm playing, I don't know, knight a6. And after g5, takes, takes, captures, captures. Maybe a white cannot make a progress. c6, knight c7. So something like this. But I think this could be still a very interesting endgame where Darda is going to find some resources, maybe.
Bishop c2, maybe.
Yeah, like
king
bishop
f7,
c2, like this. And
king d6.
King f7 is king d6, or maybe you need to play knight d6. And if I take and here, you have to be very, very careful move for move. So Black is not ambitious at all here.
Yeah, so Black indeed has to try to find all this defense. I mean, is it difficult concerning the time situation? I mean, it looks that Aram has still enough time to do it, but it's definitely uncomfortable to get this position. Artus, what would you do if you were Black in this position?
Play like Aram.
So he's doing everything right.
I think he found a good way to hold the position and now go back to c7. So here I think Darda is just testing things. So king e7. Here white wants to go around the king. So for example, king e7, king b5, king d8, king b6. Why would you do that? Yeah, I mean, why would you allow this pawn to go forward? So I think that Darda just tested this and the answer arrived immediately, king c7, and now Darda has to come up with something else.
And now big question to Darda. While he is taking his time, it's time for us to check which other updates we have. And I see that the Frederick Swane against Arvind Chitambaran, we see the new moves incoming. If we can pull up the bird's eye view to see what has changed in that game, because the decision was made, the rook has went to, oh my God, what is happening? Let's dive in immediately to the game.
Rook takes on g7. There was a rook sacrifice. But I think he is going to lose the bishop.
Let's open up the game on the full
Is the
size.
fortress?
I want to see the camera. I want to see the camera while the players are playing out these moves.
So what we just saw, there was a rook sacrifice on g7, bishop e5, where bishop takes a1 is to follow, but white is losing the bishop by force. I think so. So there's no rook g8. I mean, maybe you can give rook g8 check. Rook g8, king f5, take on a1. So, for example, you give a check, king f5, you take it here. This bishop probably is dropping. Like, I can play queen f4 check, and rook g3 would be walking into really terrible pin. Like h5, h4 takes here, check. Rook g3 drops the rook. g3 is going to be check, check, you lose the bishop. And king g1 is going to be queen c1, you collect the bishop. So I think it's safe to assume the bishop on a1 is falling. So the final chance, what here maybe Frederick is trying to do, he's trying to build a fortress. So maybe he wants to take on a1, give a check, so g3 is bad, check, check, the bishop loses.
King g1.
Here, check, here, takes. So I want to get a position where I play rook f3 and
Just wait.
but I don't think it's a fortress. With maybe the f pawn gone, with these two pawns gone, let's say the pawn on b4 and pawn on c5 is gone, I think I play rook f3, it should be a fortress. Like, I don't think that, I don't know, to be honest. Like,
Is there an opportunity actually to put the rook on f4 and defend it with g3 so that the pawn on b4 is protected?
that's actually a very valid point. Like this. It's worth a try. Like here, rook f4, you defend the pawn on b4. By the way, why not? And let's say you play queen e5, I play g3, h4, and maybe it's actually a fortress.
A very interesting idea from white. And then if there are two defended pawns, you definitely cannot do anything without that.
Magnus Carlsen once said, famously, he doesn't build in fortresses. I think he's wrong.
We might see one today.
We might see one today, exactly. I mean, queen f4, by the way, is played, check. Rook g3 loses, g3 loses. g3 doesn't really make any sense in terms of the fortress unless he still gets to this position. I think it's a very nice setup. The only chance for Frederick to stay the game, have the rook on the fourth rank, not allow the king to crash through, and just hope it's going to be enough to hold. Black has the queen, but it might not be enough to win the game.
Let's zoom in on the players and see what Frederick is thinking about. Now we see from the body language, Frederick is still trying to find the best option. But of course, I still see this heartbreak from the previous position in his mind. But of course, as Artus, you're mentioning, he's a strong player. He is a strong grandmaster from Germany, and he has this ability of overcome. He played his final 40th move with 1 second on the clock to reach the time control. So he will try to keep in the game. And do you think he sees the ideas for fortresses?
I mean, if I saw it like in several minutes, I'm pretty sure Frederick saw it like way before me. so he has calmed down and he's now trying to figure out where to put the pieces. So how do you get the rook on the fourth rank? By the way, what we did not see, this rook g8 check. So he, in this position, sorry that I'm putting it on the board, but there was a previous move where he played rook g8 check, king f5. He's now figuring out. Where is it? Is it g3? Rook g4, rook f4? Is it a fortress? Can I do this?
He has 4 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. He has to find a decision. We see he's taking his time. And now rook
look at
g4.
this. Look at this. Maybe it's a fortress.
Rook g4, rook f4, defending the pawn on b4.
So I'm going to approach you. Check, 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 check. Check.
But there is not much.
Check here. How do you make progress?
Queen f3, maybe?
I'm sorry.
I wait.
I mean, you would make Frederick a very happy person today. Yeah, like you play queen f3. No, but I don't see any progress. So h5 check here, and unless there could be some Zugzwangs. I don't know, like I have never seen this position in my life. Without the B pawns, maybe there could be an idea.
G3 is on the board, Artus. We have it. G3 has just been played. We might see this idea of rook g4, rook f4. It might happen.
So, I just checked the engine. Can I say it what it says?
No.
I mean, we do see the relation bar.
Yes, of course.
The bar says Black is winning if he doesn't take the bishop,
Oh,
which maybe is
illogical?
illogical, but logical at the same time. Like, I give you a check, and I don't take the bishop, but I play. What do I play, actually? I thought it's king e4. No, not king e4. No, not king e4. Actually, let me check it. So it's h5?
Stopping rook coming to g4?
Does that make sense?
It makes, I mean,
Wow, that
whenever
is
you
really hard.
whenever you put it all together, it does make sense, but can you see it from far? I mean, now queen f1, queen e1 is a huge threat of taking the bishop. There is no rook g4, no fortress. Does Aravind see it? What do you think?
Wow, it's going to take all the skill for the Indian player to pick this up. Like, I'm pretty sure he is aware that his opponent is setting up a fortress. But are you, for example, let me just put it on the board, like this one. Like, I give you a check here, I give you a check here, I take on a1 and rook g4. First, you want to make sure, is this a fortress or not? And I don't think either of the players is 100% sure. Like, nobody is 100% sure. Yes, it looks like a fortress, but there might be some zugzwang positions, so you want to test this. So Armin knows. He knows what's happening. He's aware what is the plan for the German Grandmaster. So he's going to look for more. And according to the engine here, the engine says that the correct move is h5 to take away this g4 square, but leave the bishop unattended, leave these pawns rolling forward. This is going to require very serious calculation here.
What a practical try from Frederick Swan in this position. While Aravind is taking his time, he still has a lot of it. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what else is happening, because there are major.
It's a genius defense. Like, I gotta say, he found this after being really unhappy the way he misplayed. He calmed down and he found this continuation, the best practical chance. And Arvind has to find a very difficult sequence, which, by the way, I'm not really sure that's so clear. He could have a realistic shot to save the game.
There is a big shot now for Frederick, and Aravind has to find the best option. But meanwhile, David Navarre is still struggling against Nicolas Theodore in the bottom left corner. We see the pawn has reached already the second rank. Pawn is on h2, and there is a bishop f3, a huge threat. But also there is a bishop on d1 from white. What is happening in that game, Arturs? All the rest games looks like there has been not so much developed, although the game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev in the bottom middle board, that's the one where white has two pawns against one of the black, but it's a queen's endgame and looks like equal. I would say we keep with David Navarre against Nicolas Theodore. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, I mean, the game that you mentioned, Machun against Jumabayev, it's the next pawn, and I think that white can play basically forever. There's something I want to share with you about this endgame. I don't think it's a draw. Like, I think it's going to continue for quite a while. Very interesting theoretical position, but you're right. The other game, Dara against Hakobian, is equalish, so let's see if Theodorou can find a clean victory against Navarra, who unfortunately for Navarra's and Czech fans, he miscalculated, having plenty of time on the clock.
Oh my God, the pawn has already reached h2. King is also joining the attack on the king side. King is on g5. There are two bishops. I mean, what to do now? All pawns can be taken by the white's rook, but will it help to David? What do you think, Arturs? Will this pawn bring anything?
That's a good question. I'm thinking c5. Okay, that's not what I'm thinking. Like, I think c5, his idea is to create a pass pawn in the center. But why like this?
He could have also taken the pawn and then created a passer.
I mean, I'm not sure I understand. Why do you need to include c5 and then take on d6 if I play b takes on c6? What's the
trick?
What's the idea?
But of course, very interesting way to go, breaking the pawn chain, but quite mysterious for us.
And again, play pretty quickly, by the way. But okay, maybe already here David suspects that he's He's lost. He's been trying to play very quickly. He's doing the best he can. But okay, I mean, let's just put it on the board. Okay, let's stop speculating and just take it. So b takes on c5. What does it change? I quite don't understand.
Rook d6.
Rook
yeah.
d6, and I'm just going to march with the king, yeah? Here. Seems to be pretty clear plan. There's got to be something that David wanted to do, like maybe here.
But you're not in time yet to defend the rook. King g3.
Maybe I am. Take.
Now king g2.
No. Wait. I think I found it. Ah, too bad. I found I found a silly move.
There is, unfortunately, the square.
This will be nice.
Yeah,
But yeah, the c1 square is unfortunately
covered.
covered by the bishop.
Oh, that would have been very nice.
Nice, but it doesn't work.
Unfortunately, it doesn't. Yeah, still last tries for Czech Grandmaster David Navarro. After yesterday's victory, I mean, yesterday, such a beautiful game he played and managed to score, to squeeze a win. But today, yeah, it's a different story. Today he made a big mistake in the close position and now suffering. All right, so c5. Can black take and will black take with any move? Also, probably king h4 is still a move, but taking on c5, yeah, right. Why not to take? Because they still have a lot of ideas.
By the way, I'm wondering if Nicholas is a poker player. I mean, why I'm asking this? Because so many chess players, they're poker players, and he has the same expression all the time. I just cannot get rid of him. Like, if he's feeling good, if he's feeling stressed, if he's feeling concentrated, he always has the same pose. It's very interesting to see. Because very often when you're watching the players, you can read all the emotions, yeah, how they're feeling right now. And this is the favorite pose of Nicholas, I've noticed. This is how he likes to concentrate.
That's how he sees it when he's winning, when he's losing, when he's drawing, whatever is happening, he's the same. And even I recall, after him winning the Rapid tournament and leading the standings, when he was here in the studio with me for an interview, it was like a usual day for him. I mean, from his facial expression and emotions, it was like completely normal situation. Maybe he was expecting it, but after a tough start like he had, I mean, getting a lead in the event is definitely
Nerves of
something
steel.
special.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
amazing.
Yeah.
So rook takes on d6, by the way, has been played. As you can see it, and now we are full screen. It seems that the position is technically winning. So maybe David is going to find this small trick with king h4, rook c5, king g3, rook takes on c3, king g2, and play rook c1. Because I don't really see any other ideas here to test a d pawn. Maybe roll it forward, but how do you do that? Do you play rook c6, d6, d7, and black can always just take it? The rook at h1 is not doing anything. And ideally, I was thinking maybe there's a scenario where white can take on c5, play rook c2, take on g4, and sacrifice back to exchange on h2. But even that, I just could not make it work.
Unfortunately, the king is too close, the bishops are also there on the king side, and the pawn is on the second rank. This is going to be tough to stop for Czech Grandmaster David Navarro. He's in the tough spot right now. Rook is on d6, but it's not helping that much. Probably it's a good point for us to take a look at the other games which are happening right this moment. We see there has been update in the game of Frederick Swan against Aravind Chidambaran in the top middle board, and the check has been made on d2, and the king went back to h1. Now it's Arvind's turn to find a way. Will he find the h5, or will he take the bishop on a1? I mean, this is a big question right now.
Very big question, actually. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it's so tempting to take the bishop, but even if you play this h5 move, where's the win? Like, I'm not really sure. So that's why the Indian players definitely going to spend plenty of time. So I want to go to the game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. That's the lower middle board. It's been really crazy game, and for most of the part of the game, Jumabayev was playing a fantastic chess, so he was defending accurately at the right moment. He took over the game, but then at the time scramble, he saw some ghosts. He decided not to take the piece, and he had either winning or very close to winning position, and now he has to defend this position with the position down opponent in the queen endgame. So let's go full screen, Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, because there's something I would like to show to you. So this is, according to an engine, it's a draw. But did you know that it's either all of the positions or some of the positions, even without the pawn on c6, engine says it's a draw.
Really?
Yes.
Why so?
I could be wrong, but if I'm not terribly mistaken, I think I'm not wrong. And engine holds it to a draw.
How come? How does engine do it?
I mean, I don't know how. So engine knows. Like, I think I would lose most of the time, but yeah, it's a pretty unique position. And this is where we have this pawn on c6. So what does it mean? Of course, it means that Rinat is not going to give up the pawn on c6, but how does it change having this pawn present on the board? So if we simplify things, what here white wants to trade queens, obviously. I mean, the pawn endgame should be winning, but since black is going to say no to that, it's a fair chance that this game might end with some sort of a perpetual check. The king on c3 is pretty exposed. And at some point, you're going to have to, I suppose, go back on a2. Or maybe Machun wants to move the king forward, for example, after king a6, find the right moment to secure the pawns and somehow march forward. And maybe because of the pawn on c6, there's no stalemate. I have no idea, to be honest, but it's drawish, but not a draw.
But there are still many checks which can be played. And just to remind our viewers, there are many endgames. For example, the rook endgames are the ones which are most drawn, and I think queen endgames are after the rook endgames, which is possible to draw the most because of the possibility of all the time having these perpetual ideas. And for that reason also, in order to have chances, Machun will have to try to hide with his king or create opportunities for trade of the queens on the board. And I think it's also tough for Rinat because now he has to find the square.
Oh, the game finished. The game is finished.
We have a result. Aravind is winning. Frederick Svane is resigning after unfortunate blunder in the time scramble. What a game we witnessed. King on e4 was the last move.
No fortress. So Aravind solved the problem of the fortress pretty impressively, by the way. And the young German resigns, but it was very, very, very interesting game. In this time scramble, he didn't find his queen takes on a6. By the way, giving you an update, Aravind did not take the bishop on a1. He activated the king. There's no more fortress, and Svane had to resign. Let me just show you the final position. This king e4, king f3, queen g2 is too much of a big problem. The bishop on a1 and the pawns on b4, c5 don't matter. So I don't really know. Maybe he should have tried not rook g8, but take on a1 first, and then after queen f4 check, try to play. Can I still try to do the same like queen f4 check here, queen c1, king f2, queen a2, and rook e4.
With the same idea of...
It was worth a shot. It was definitely worth a shot, but apparently, yeah, here the engine says it's still somehow lost. So apparently it was not fortress.
What an amazing game we've witnessed here at the second round of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We have the first decisive game in the Masters tournament. So far we had all the draws yesterday. Today we had 2 draws. Radoslav Wojtaszek played a draw against Vladimir Fedoseev. We had also Murzin against Selim playing the draw. And meanwhile, we have this huge result of Aravind winning, scoring this huge win. This was a pure heartbreak to witness the time scramble situation. And for now, we are going to see, we are going to try to catch Aravind for an interview to see his emotions and what he felt during the game. But for now, this is a game in question, Arturs. Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. Will there be any tricks of trying to trade the queens?
I think it's going to be a very long game. This is pretty clear. By the way, here Machun is in exactly the same position as yesterday. So he's the one having an extra pawn against Rinat Mabayev, and he has 18 minutes versus Black's 5. I mean, the only difference here, the players get extra 30 seconds for the clock. Just to remind you what happened yesterday, Machun was playing with the black color against Aram Hakobian, who had this crazy endgame, rook and 2 knights against rook and the knight, and he managed to win the game. But it was this time the Chinese grandmaster who was always in a serious time scramble, so time is a big factor. So here Machun can use the time at his disposal to have some privileges. You can always shuffle the pieces, create some threats, and if you feel you're approaching the 50 move mark, if no trades or no pawns have been moved, you just play b3 and start it from scratch.
And you're just trying and pushing and going for it. I mean, there are a lot of chances. And look at the clock, Arthur, 17 minutes for Marchun. Meanwhile, Rinat Jumabayev has 5 minutes on the clock only. I mean, this is a tough situation to be for a Kazakh grandmaster here. With only 5 minutes on the clock, you have to always calculate, is there any check, is there any queen trade? I mean, it's a tough situation to be mentally.
Absolutely. So the longest game potentially, the other games, like I don't really have a lot of updates to show to you.
But now we are going for a short break because we have a special guest in the studio. Don't go anywhere. We'll be here just in a few minutes with the interview to Arvin. So write questions in the comments so we can ask them later. See you in a bit. The first decisive game in the Masters tournament from 2 rounds has just finished, and we have the winner. Arvind Chidambaram has just won against Frederick Svane. Arvind, first of all, congratulations. What are you feeling right now?
Thank you. To be honest,
Closer, if you
was completely lucky. I got into worst position right out of the opening, and where has got a dream position, as you can see everything, knight coming in, rook a1, but probably he spent so much time in the opening that cost him at the end.
Yeah, and here was the first of the key moments. Maybe you could go through with it and tell us what have you thought in this position, because here there was the attack already starting against your king.
Oh yeah, my only hope was his time actually. I was completely busted. White moves are way easier than
You can
black moves.
also push.
Yeah, sure. So I had to play a bit faster and put pressure on his clock. So I played rook a1. So yeah, rook d4. I had to complicate things, otherwise I'm
It was a very nice find to have this sacrifice of the rook, and
yeah. Also he had plenty of good options. Let's say even knight d5 should be good enough. Also he can. I'm not sure he can take on d4. Even what he played is also fine. So many good options. But okay, let's stick to queen g3. Probably here queen d6 was the best practical try. Otherwise, I'm losing the pawn and everything, the game. So queen d6, maybe as you has mentioned, probably bishop h6 is the move. But yeah, knight h5.
Queen g4.
I guess, yeah, he cannot take on rook of 7, knight g3. I think there is nothing, to be honest. I can take on c4, rook g7, and the rook on f8 is protected. Yes.
Doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, knight h5, probably queen g4. I was thinking.
rook c4.
Yeah, rook c4. Maybe some
queen
bishop
h5.
g7 or queen h5. Queen h5.
And the problem
Rook
here
c3
was
and
rook
bishop
c3, bishop g7.
yes.
It's...
Yeah.
But of course, there are many sharp lines. It was so tough to evaluate.
Yeah, I did not want to find a win for him, so that I wouldn't feel bad during the game. So I was just playing fast and yeah. So.
But rook f5 was definitely logical to stop this.
Oh yeah.
To stop this knight h5 idea. So that's why probably he went for it. He missed this bishop g7. Yeah.
True. But I don't know what he missed. Yeah.
Did you feel relieved in this moment that? Did you feel there was something?
After rook c4, I felt I'm getting this double bishops and have very good compensation. Also his king might be under trouble. So on e4. So the point is, if he takes bishop e4, rook e5, have this nice tactic queen on g3 is unprotected.
So he took with the queen.
Yeah. So here was already low on time, so played queen g6. Here it's already difficult for him. He had to probably neutralize and okay, probably should be okay with the draw actually. But yeah, he pushed.
Here two bishops were so strong.
Yeah. So bishop f6 was important. Otherwise he gets bishop f4 and bishop e5. So I thought bishop f6 is important. Queen b3. Yeah, bishop e4. Let's get to the critical moment maybe. Yes. Bishop e3, bishop e5. Here I know he definitely had something yeah. If I go queen g3 here, he has this nice tactic. Also he can start with queen f7. Also bishop f4. No, sorry. He has to start with queen f7. Queen f7 and bishop f4 wins. So I had to go rook c7. Here was actually playing in seconds. How many moves he has to make? Some 9 moves.
Yes, it's incredible. Yeah.
So I played rook b7.
And he was playing many correct moves, but.
So here he had something. Yeah.
So yeah, the bishop f4 was the only move for him.
So bishop c6, maybe he had something here. Yeah?
And he wanted, I think he was reaching for queen a6. Queen a6 was the only move apparently for him.
Yeah, but in time pressure it's hard to
It's very tough.
Pick the pawn.
He wanted to, but he was not. And then immediately, we saw in his reaction, we were following the game live, and you saw obviously that after queen c4, he was completely devastated.
True.
Have you considered here also bishop d4 or just bishop b5? You were trying to make sure.
Yeah, true. Like I wasn't sure like which one like would put him under pressure. Like so, I thought BB5 was the move.
Yeah, of course. And
So yeah, BB5. I think AB5. I think it's like after this. Probably I should have taken on E5. Like yeah, but I thought like he had some like 5 seconds, so I thought of like keeping the pieces on the board. But yeah, it was a bad decision. Yeah. Probably after this, like this was the critical moment. AB4. Is this still winning? Yeah.
yeah, it was a
G3,
very
queen
nice
F4.
found from you.
So I think like also King G6 is important, I guess. Like let's say Rook G8, King H7, Rook G7, takes Bishop E5. Yeah, if F6, I think it should. Even still is winning, yeah. But
Somehow
probably
everything is
board,
winning, computers saying.
But I thought King G6 is the
Precise.
best, yes.
Yeah, you activate your king.
Yeah, so King F5. Bishop A1, yeah, Queen F4, Rook G3. Yeah, if he goes H4, then I take on H4, Rook H3, and Queen F4. Like he loses the bishop. Yeah, I think after this, also I think he missed King G1 was a better try, but yeah, I think he missed King E4, which like loses on the spot.
Yeah, and we saw that probably with this G3 move, we had this idea was bringing the rook to G4 to F4 to have some kind of fortress. So that's why you had to play.
It's very important, yes, as you said, yeah. Let's say he goes, let's say I take the bishop. I think here it's a draw, I guess. Like, Rook G4, and it's a draw. He goes Rook F4 and H4. It's
What a game, Aravind. I mean, do you think the format of the event and time control, because you didn't have a time, the increment for each move, helped you in a way in this game?
Yeah, definitely. Like also, like this is the first time I'm playing in this time control. So I wanted to play fast, like right from the opening, and thought I can put pressure on the clock. So it worked out.
You have played chess 960, also rapid. Currently, you're leading the board in the overall rankings. How do you evaluate your performance so far?
Still a long way to go. Not thinking about the standings at the moment. And overall, I'm happy with my play. Like even in 960, I was playing well, but the result did not go as my way. But yeah, like I'm overall happy with my play.
How are you enjoying Biel? Because the last time you were playing in Biel, it was 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, 2021 around.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's,
yes, but how different is for you this year, and how special is Biel?
Yeah, like always like Biel is one of my favorite events, and I love playing here. It's just that like I love this place. Yeah, it's so quiet and like yeah, like I hope to do well in the remaining rounds.
Thank you so much, Aravind, for your time, and yeah, what a game. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll hopefully see you for another interview.
Thank you.
Yeah, dear viewers, it was Aravind has just won against Frederick Svane. We are going to go for a very short break right now. We'll be back with more action from the Biel Chess Festival. We'll see, will David Navarre manage to escape the tough position, and will Machun win against Rinat Jumabayev? See you in a bit.
And we're back live to the only remaining game left of the today's games, which is Machun playing against Rinat Jumabayev. This theoretically probably drawn in game, but definitely chances here for Rinat, not for Rinat, but for Machun. The other game in question already finished while we're conducting the interview. Nicolas Theodorou has won his game against David Navarre, and this means that he has managed to start the Challengers tournament with a very impressive 2 victories in a row, both games with the black color. But now all the eyes are on the game of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, where the Chinese grandmaster is trying to find some practical chances to win the game.
And he's putting enormous amount of pressure, looking also at the clock. 3.5 minutes for Rinat Jumabayev. It's going to be tough to find the square for his king. And this A-pawn, I see that Machun is trying to activate it, and it looks like it can become a passer. A5, A6, maybe it can help in attack against the king on B7. I mean, what can we expect in this position, Arturs? How would you feel playing black?
I would be feeling under a lot of stress because I know that my opponent is going to play this basically forever until there's a legal trick. So it's not a very nice situation to be in, but you are dealing with the cards that you are dealt with. And I think the first thing that Jumabayev is going to make sure is that he doesn't fall to a situation where he's playing on an increment. He wants to play as quickly as possible. Also, a common trick in these situations is that you mark the moment when the last pawn moved, because this is your start of the countdown. Once again, to refresh your memory, the viewers, about the actual FIDE rules. You can claim a draw if there has not been a single pawn move or a trade for 50 moves in a row. And that's basically the only thing that Jumabayev has to keep an eye on. Of course, make sure that White's not making progress, that White cannot trade the queens. By the way, B4 played very quickly. Apparently, Machun is attempting to speed up things.
He's played b4 in a second. He's not worried. I would be actually worried in this position because at some moment there could be some checks to the king, and this b pawn was a protector of the White's king on a3. Now there might be some ideas of perpetual, but we see that also the pawns are very dangerous for black. I mean, Arturs, how to assess this? I mean,
nothing really has changed. So he just understood that the pawn will have to be pushed at some point forward. He just saved himself a lot of time, because he could have been playing this position over and over and then play maybe b4 after 30 moves. So he decided, okay, fine, whatever. Listen, let me just play pawn b4. Maybe he tried to make some progress with a5 and king a4. But ultimately, I think it could run into some sort of a perpetual check.
definitely is, and a5, a6 is another option to go for with the white pieces. It's easy play right now for white, but it's so tough to defend for Rinat Jumabayev. But he's playing queen e7 very quickly. He's blitzing it out. He's keeping the pawn on a pin to the king on b4 and opening up some ideas in the future with queen checking on the third rank. But now I'm just wondering, if you just push a pawn to a5, just a5, a6, or maybe bringing queen to b6 in some moment, bringing the king. I mean, this is something I would be very scared of from black.
Yeah, so there's definitely some practical chances, and Machun is going to research them. I think that we can also use this opportunity to check what's happening in the MTO, which is one of the largest open tournaments here at the festival, because there's more games. It's not only the GMT Masters and Challengers, it's also the
Open tournament.
The Open tournament, the Masters Open tournament. I could try to find a live game from the top boards, just to give you an update how the top boards have finished. Kartikeyan Murali has won his game against the young talent from USA, Tanya Devumi. I see there's a couple of draws. Top seeded players have dropped half a point. Board number 2 and 3, Benjamin Bock was unable to win with the black color against Christian Gluckler, and also Yilmaz Mustafa, the experienced grandmaster from Turkey, was held at a draw by Aditya Bagu Sarfan.
But the game we see right now is a game of Pranav Anand against Vincent Latorre, and we see the brilliant move on the board, by the way, has been played by white. Rook d7. We see an endgame with very interesting material imbalance.
Do you want to hear more? There was more brilliant moves.
What?
Look at this. Like, I'm going to scroll back to this position. I know you have no reference point. I just find this to be amazing. Look at this. So this is a really big mistake. White played bishop d4.
Great move.
Great move. White played a great move. White played a brilliant move. Knight takes on c7. Rook takes on c7 is going to be rook g7 check. White played a great move
again.
And white played a double exclam move. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, leaving the bishop hanging on d4, which is not possible to take due to the fork on e6. Maybe we can actually show it on the board. Rook takes on d4, knight e6 would be a fork, and then the other rook is hanging. Oh my God.
This should be easily winning. That's why here black played a rook g5. And now white has sacrificed an exchange for 2 connected passed pawns. Actually, it's 3. Because the other one is on c5, the black pawn on d5 is not going anywhere. So here, Pranav is a very, very creative young talent from India, is looking for ways to wrap these things up and possibly secure his lead in the Open tournament.
Yeah, one more time reminding to our viewers here at International Biel Chess Festival, it's not only about the Grandmaster Triathlon, there are all kinds of tournaments. Overall, actually over 15 events during this 2 weeks. Artus, can you imagine so much chess, so many events happening? There is an MTO tournament, Masters Open tournament. There is Amateurs Open tournament, ATO. There is also in the morning a Fischer Random, the freestyle chess tournament. I mean, so many events as well as Rapid, Blitz, all kinds of events. There is a youth tournament which is also taking place, and all the rest. I mean, this is absolutely a place for every chess lover, because you can find a tournament according to your rating, according to your age, and maybe even profession, because we used to have a tournament for doctors, if I'm not mistaken, earlier. I'm not sure if it's happening this year, but yeah, definitely lots of fun and great events here.
If I didn't have to comment it, I would be playing.
100%, yeah, in MTO.
100%, yeah. So unfortunately, or fortunately, I have to do the commentary. So this, by the way, is pretty much the only game being played at the top boards. All the other games have finished. I'm also seeing there's another game that is ongoing on board number 12, which just finished in a draw. Then I'm scrolling back. Move number 23 at MTO is continuing, but apart from that, yeah, that's the only remaining game. So maybe we can sit here for a while. As we can see, also we have a live camera from Machun's game against Rinat Jumabayev, and as soon as something's gonna change there, we're just gonna jump straight back.
Yeah, definitely, because there is not much action there. But here we see all the brilliant moves. I mean, absolutely love the material imbalances in the position. White is down in exchange, but these pawns on the queen side, those are the ones who are going to decide the game. The pawn on c6 is coming all the way through. I mean, Artus, is there a way to save this as black?
A short answer, no. The long answer, probably no. No, I mean, here black is looking for some ideas like get to the pawn on b3, bishop d1, rook b3, something, but no, I think the c6 pawn, these are incredibly strong pawns. King g8, knight x on d5. Now another fork is threatening here. c7, c8 is incoming. No, this game is, it's just over.
Safe to say this is almost over. We're going to see the final moves in the game. It's also a huge time pressure, only 2 minutes for black in this position. There is no way to stop the c pawn.
Let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to Machun's game against Jumabayev. This game is wrapping up, and here we see, by the way, yours idea, Angelika, a5 was played. And of course, Machun is thinking or dreaming about the future idea of a4, get the queen on b6, and that's why here Jumabayev just put the queen on g7. If you play king a4, I'm going to play queen a1 check and push back the king.
Look at this trick, queen to g7. Now, queen a1 is a huge threat with some perpetuals incoming. So king is getting more exposed to this check, and Machun is spending a lot of time. We earlier saw he had around 15 minutes. Now he spent over half of his time of trying to figure out. I mean, it's definitely tough position to be in. And if you recall yesterday's very funny endgame of the rook 2 knights against rook and 1 knight. And I think Biel is a place which delivers those very nice endgame. Every year we have something special, and from day to day, this is going to be the next endgame we're going to follow. Will White be able to win with an
This is where magic happens. Basically.
This is where magic happens.
Every single year, magic on board happens, amazing chess action, and this is why we're coming back every year. We'll keep coming back every year. And that's also why Biel is such a favorite stop for many chess players. Rinat has been here many times, and also Saleh Salem has played here
over 10 times,
11 times. Yeah, Vincent Kammer used to play here every year. Unfortunately, this year he could not come. And yeah, it was great.
Yeah, so many, and also this board for Machun is actually the first time he's in Biel, but for Rinat Jumabayev, he has been here 5 times, if I'm not mistaken, but for sure, and winning the previous edition of the Masters Open tournament was one of the highlights in his career. We see moves incoming on the board, King A4, and there was no Queen A1 because of Queen F3 probably. Yeah, but Queen A3 there would be...
Yeah, so the last move was Queen F7, not Queen A1 check, because Black would run out of checks. To be honest, I think it's pretty straightforward. Like, I think that Black has a pretty easy setup, and Machun is looking for some ideas. Like, okay, Queen D4 would be one way to finish the game immediately, but not the way you would want to. But there's a check on A2. Apart from that, if the king goes back, there's going to be Queen G7, and I just don't see any real way. Maybe he can go back with the king on E3. Put the queen on E3 and allow Black to start a lot of checks and try to run with a king, but there's just nowhere to run, really.
It is indeed nowhere to go, but what is going on? Queen on F7, huge threat. Queen A2 and Queen C2, it would be already a perpetual if the queen is staying on D3. So if we can maybe put it on the board. If White is doing something like moving the queen, let's say Queen E3.
How does this something look like? I'm curious.
Queen E3, for example.
Queen E3. All right, Queen
and
E3.
Then after a Queen A2,
Yeah.
there will be a perpetual.
Not yet immediately. Like, check, check. There's no
not a
perpetual,
perpetual.
but I'm probably going to go here. I think Black has every legal move at his disposal as long as he's not blundering the queen trade. So there could be a check, and probably King A6 is pretty safe, and you're not in time to threaten anything here. Maybe Queen F2, and I give you a check, and I start to give you a lot of checks. So maybe there is some kind of scenario where you can somehow hide behind a pawn, but I mean, oh, I found a mate actually.
For Black, yeah?
For Black. Okay, this is something it's never going to happen. It could happen maybe in a time scramble without an increment, but not here.
Oh, what a move now from
The
Rinat.
fly is back.
The fly that keeps on attacking us. Meanwhile, Machun is getting lower in the clock, 5.5 minutes right now. So he's getting closer to Rinat on the clock. While I see from body language, Rinat feels relaxed. I mean, look at him. He's not so locked in like Machun.
I mean, he has figured it out, I think. And also, as you can see, he's figured it out. He has 2 minutes on the clock, and White has 5 minutes. The time keeps decreasing. He's not seeing any ideas. He did the best he could have. And it's just sometimes it's just a draw. There's nothing you can do. So I think, considered what happened earlier in the game, the Chinese Grandmaster has nothing to be unhappy about. Like, I think he could have been in a big trouble. I can't recall if there was a moment he was better. Maybe practical chances in the time scramble when Jumabayev missed some of the good moves. So overall, it's just a very solid game by both players. And the draw should be a decent result for both of them.
Arturs, I think we have time to go back in the game just to see a bit what happened in that stage where there was a big time trouble, which mistakes were made, just to remind our viewers what was happening in the game. Because there has been some interesting tactical ideas from both sides. Bishop e6, a brilliancy which we have seen.
Yeah, so
game.
this is what we did not see so much. You cannot really take it. There's going to be a check here. There's going to be a check here, rook c7, and oh no, my queen. So it's losing. So king b6 drops the queen. That's a discovered check, or maybe there's even a mate, so I'm not going to look for it. So this is what did not happen. Bishop takes on e6 was a brilliant move. Bishop c6, and here g3 was a very big mistake. Apparently, White had to try something else, like king a1 or a4, and g3 was a big mistake. We did not see this. Bishop e4 check, king a1, and here Jumabayev could have taken the bishop on e6, and he kind of had the time. Like queen takes on c7, king a8, queen d8 check, and I think he simply hallucinated that he has to play king b7, and again he's losing. He simply missed king a7.
And then bishop b7 would defend the king. What a nice
It actually
idea.
still continues. This line still continues, yeah, b6.
Yeah, he had to calculate a lot, and he was under time pressure, and that's where there was a chance for Kazakh Grandmaster to strike, but he missed it.
And again, he could have taken an e6. Now this time it was a bit different. Like
We
queen
see-
takes an e6,
We
check.
see
It's-
some moves quickly incoming. I don't understand what is happening right now on the board. Maybe we can go to live position.
Sure.
Because there were some moves. There are checks happening right now.
Yeah, but that was the critical moment basically. And after that, I think Manchun he had never a better position. Like he was up a pawn. That's the best he could have gotten. But no, there was nothing he could have done.
Yeah, the boss players are thinking now Machun's turn to go with the king, finding the right way, and he will probably try your plan. Artur's coming with the king somewhere closer to the king of black, maybe, but
Yeah, but the body language, it says it all. Like, yeah, he knows. He knows that there's not much. So there's no need for poker face. The player knows, he knows,
we know,
we know,
everyone knows.
the viewers know.
But of course, like we always had some blunders, right? Sometimes even
Of course.
positions. So there could be still a blunder from black.
You always fight it out. I mean, that's the rule. You always fight it out. You never know. Maybe there's going to be something. Maybe the opponent miscalculates something. Maybe he misses something.
Okay, I have a question, Artur, to you. So you have this position with white pieces, and you play it against Magnus. Will you play it out, or will you agree on a draw?
I will definitely play it out. Like,
Even against Magnus.
of course. I mean, I would definitely play it at least 10, 20 moves just to give it a try. Of course, he would easily defend 100 out of 100, but I would definitely try to play it out because that's the rule. When you have no risk and you're playing from the position of strength, you have to try it. Like you never know. Maybe the unthinkable happens. Your opponent just misses something, and if you don't give it a try, then you're never going to win a single game. Like maybe these theoretical drawn endgames, rook and knight versus rook. You always have to try. Or let's say rook versus the knight and king each, obviously, right? You always have to try. Just play a couple of moves and see if the opponent knows what he is doing, and then you agree to draw. Maybe not all the 50 moves, but at least some moves.
Absolutely, Artus. But I have a second question to you. And if you have this position with black against Magnus, how many games do you think he will be able to win against you? Is there a chance? That
That's a very tricky question, I'm afraid. Like, I want to say I would save most of the games, but probably, like, there would be some moment when I would just blunder something or get too nervous that I'm making a draw against Magnus himself. So, and this is exactly what Machun is hoping for. Yeah, that this odd scenario is going to happen. So he tries to move the king towards the king's side and somehow cover the queen. Maybe he wants to go for the moment where the king is on d8 and queen d7 check. You know, maybe there's some scenario. It never hurts to try.
Obviously, it's never hurts, and boss players are getting lower in the clock. We see 2 minutes for Renat. He's playing fast. He's giving a check. Queen f6 and
Jumabayev denies. He says you're not going to get to d7. He also recognizes the only idea that white had. Queen f6 is just shutting the door. Maybe it's a draw anyway, but white tested.
so now queen e5 would not help. But the question is, what is going on after king c5? Is it queen f8 check?
Queen c5. Yeah, queen f8 looks
Queen
pretty
f8.
decent. Could be some other moves as well. Like could be even queen c3, king d6. But okay, why let the king in? I think queen f8 is pretty clean. King c5, queen f8, king c4, queen f7, and now it's time for you to retreat.
Machun is burning time under 4 minutes currently. Will he find a way to still keep a pressure on Renat? Or will it be Renat who is going to defend this game? It's the biggest question right now. But look at this body language. I absolutely love Renat's reaction. I mean, even though he's under big pressure on the clock, in the position, he's completely relaxed. I mean, this is such a nice mentality you have, just to be fully sure about your chances. And he's sure, I'm going to defend it.
I mean, he knows it's a draw. Like he knows it, that he has figured it out. So why be nervous? And he has plenty of time. Maybe at the very beginning he was feeling a bit unpleasant. But here now that White have fixed those pawns and there's always perpetual check, and White simply is running out of ideas to show. So with every single move, the confidence is increasing, and I think he already is expecting that pretty soon the Chinese grandmaster might just accept that, okay, it's just a draw.
And talking about Rinat Jumabayev, he has been famous for his big upset he scored in the World Cup against Fabiano Caruana, knocking him out from the brackets. And he's the person who is who knows how to score these big upsets, and we've seen him being the last according to the ratings in the field and winning the Chess 960 tournament in the first day, getting the biggest and the best tie breaks. And we see Queen f2 check has been played. Now, Queen e3, will we see Queen f6 coming back?
The players can still legally play 41 moves until Jumabayev can claim a draw.
Queen f6 is on the board, King d3.
Yeah, there's not really much happening. I think.
What about Queen d6 targeting the king and the pawn on b4?
No, I mean, here, as long as... So, okay, this is Machun's idea, to get the queen on b6. As long as black is not going to run out of checks, like check here. I mean, I can always even play queen c7 or queen d8.
But there is a pawn on b4 hanging. Queen d6 is double attack.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I think you can even just put the queen on c7 and not
For
allow the
safety.
check on b6. There's no need to test things. You could give a lot of checks, check, check, check. The king goes somewhere here, and then you put the queen on c7.
So it's a fortress.
Yeah, so
So
the
to
check
say.
on b6 no longer works. But I mean, of course, White has to try. He has to try these things, and I would say there's like an unwritten rule for how long you try. Like, I would say 25, 30 moves. You test the opponent knows, and this is it. But
Yeah.
some people try to till the last move, so it's completely fine as well.
Absolutely, but here in this particular case, opponents and players have the score sheets, so they know for sure when it starts. It's more tricky when it's a blitz game or a rapid game, but you don't know the count of the moves. There, the arbiters are coming only at move 70 or 75, if I'm not mistaken, and then they can come and say, all right, it's a draw, you have already played for so many moves, but the arbiters cannot intervene at move 50. It should be the player who is claiming a draw, so it should be Rinat Jumabayev who knows at which moment we will see the draw.
Let's use the opportunity also to check the ending of the game of Navarre against Nicolas Theodorou, because that's the thing we did not see finishing on the screen while this game slowly gets most likely to the logical outcome. So this is the final position of the game, and I'll just replay you the final moves after the moment where we last checked it. So c5, this was Navarre's last attempt. b6 on c5, rook d6, king h4. Black has, as we expected, marching with the king forward to promote the h-pawn. Navarre played rook g6, king h3, d6, king g2, rook e1, and bishop d2. So where was the idea? Actually, I think h1, of course, was easily winning as well. Yeah, so here, look at this. Here, Theodorou was actually getting a bit fancy because he hit the rook on e1, and now Navarre had nothing better to do than to give a check here and just promote a queen. A couple of checks later, this is where Navarre resigned.
This was a tough game for David, getting the rook all the way to the 7th rank, missing this opportunity. I mean, that was a nice idea of him to open up the king side, but in the end, he was the one to whom it backfired, unfortunately.
And also, I want to show the final moves of the game of Darda against Jacobian. This is also what we did not see wrap up. We just announced that it's a draw, and I think we left it somewhere here, where Black was building up a fortress, and ultimately he was successful. So White tried this, played g4, bishop d1, bishop f3, bishop e4 takes, and White was looking for ways to make a progress. And by the way, he did win the pawn on a5, so you would think it's a progress, but the pawn on h3 is, as you can see, falling. So Darda was advancing, knight f4, all the pawns are getting traded, knight f4, check, the pawn on c5 is eaten, and finally Black
The
just
last
kills. Oh, what is
What's
that, by the
that?
way?
Brilliant.
What on earth is going on? Really? King takes on g5 is double exclamation move, and
Wait a second, can you go back? Is there any other move? Is there bishop e2? Here, is there bishop e2?
Come on, what is this? Sacrificing the bishop. Okay.
But if we play bishop e2, why is not a brilliant move instead of king g5?
Yeah, but okay, black decided to take on g4.
No, but I mean, if instead of king g5, I'm just wondering, bishop e2?
But do you take on g4, yeah?
Yeah, but why is it not the brilliant?
But then it's a double exclamation. Okay, it doesn't really matter. All of this is completely pointless. So here, this is the built-in engine of Chess.com having some fun. Yeah, there was not much to see. Let's go back to the only remaining game. But this is how the game's finished, and this is where Machun is still pressing a bit.
Queen g3 check is on the board. Machun is trying to find the way. By the way, he is having just 2 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, for Rinat Jumabayev, it's 1 minute and 18 seconds. So both players are very low on time, but we see Machun is locked in, trying to find the best moves, while Rinat Jumabayev is pretty relaxed. As you were mentioning, Arturus, he figured it all out. For him, it's a draw. He found the way to defend.
I think also Jumabayev can be very thankful to the tournament organizers, because starting with this year, the time control is shorter. The last year, I tried to recall, what was it? It was something like at least 1 hour more.
Oh, yeah, there were 3 controls we had. We got 50 minutes after second time control. No, 60 minutes after second time control, and after 60th move there was 15 more minutes, and every move there was also a 30 seconds increment. This was insane.
Right, so he would be playing this much longer on the K. Now I think that it feels at least shorter. Can we, by the way, say that longer time controls, they make more quality games? What do you think, Angelika? Or they just extend
prolong
them?
Suffering.
Them?
I believe, of course, the quality rises with the amount of time, but I think having for example, if we're talking about 60 minutes per game and 90 minutes per game plus additional time, of course, quality will rise. But if we talk about time control we had last year and this year, I don't think that we will see that the quality is going to decrease because there is less time. On contrary, I think there will be, not on contrary, but of course there is going to be the same amount of quality which was in the previous game. Because even though it feels like these 2 hours which players are getting now, there is no increment. What do you think yourself?
It's a great choice. I really like it, because you need to somehow spice up things, and players are used to this extra plus 30 seconds. By the way, today this was the critical difference in Svana's game against Aravind, because if he had those extra 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure he would have figured it out. He did not figure it out. But again, everyone has the same rules. This is the new World Championship format. I really like it, but I just don't think that these very long time controls, they make the game quality somehow better. I think it's already pretty great, like what we're having here. And also FIDE and other organizers have been researching what is the best possible time control, and this sounds pretty good to me.
We had Aravind here with us in the studio, and he was mentioning, obviously, he was very liking the game, and definitely one of the points of his success in today's game was the time control, because Frederick didn't have any increment at those critical moments, and he was saying he was playing this time control for the first time because this is a World Championship time control. It's a very special one where there is no increment till the move 41. I cannot understand how I would feel if I'm playing this time control, because it does sound very special, and it's so unusual not to have this.
Sorry, Angelika, sorry to interrupt you here. Jumabayev is down on 30 seconds here, so he does need to be.
Oh.
I don't know what he was thinking for so long here. So here, Machun found a setup where he put the king on a3 and queen on e3 to threaten with this queen b6. But okay, so Jumabayev was just checking until the last minute. Can he play queen c7? And he did. I think this is something originally he did not want to do, but he's still safe.
He's still safe, and there is also d8 square for a queen to go back, and then there would be maybe opportunities to give some checks. So queen has some squares. Does it mean that there is more pressure? And I see Rinat is actually coming closer to the board finally. He's trying to figure everything out.
Also, you have to be a bit careful. You know, like we mentioned a couple of times that he's feeling relaxed, he has figured it out, etc. But you have to be concentrated until the last moment. I mean, things can go really sour when you lose concentration. You think things are done. This is, by the way, something I can definitely relate to myself, especially when playing like in online games. You have a completely winning position. I'm just completely, I start not to care. Like, that's it. I think I'm winning and that's it. And then I miss things. Anyway, this is completely different. This is a classical game, but you still have to concentrate. And even in these, like, you think it's a dead, dry, boring position, we have seen it from time to time that players keep missing things. And one of the reasons is they relax too early.
Both players are locked in the position, trying to find all the ways. Now it's Maciun's turn. Will he be able to find any progress in the position? 1 minute, 16 seconds on the clock for now. And he's going for Queen D4, not allowing Queen D8, but now Queen G3 is a check, which is allowed.
Yeah, now the queen goes back and white still cannot make any progress. So even with such a passive queen on C7, white has made no change. Maybe here, again, Maciun could try to run with the king around. So this is move 84. And the last time the pawn move was move 67. So 17 moves have been made, 33 moves to go. So still, I think the Chinese grandmaster should try some moves.
We're in for a lot of fun in this endgame. Maybe meanwhile we can use this opportunity to discuss. I mean, Arturs, how much do you enjoy personally Biel? Which year are you already here commentating, and how do you enjoy the city? Maybe what's your favorite peak for a restaurant or some hidden gem?
Oh, there's so many questions. Just a second. Let's
okay.
take one question at a time. So, how many years I'm here in Biel? 4 years, starting 22 and 23. By the way, Darius, you don't know that. The first 2 years I was doing here the commentary, I was also the producer. It was like a semi-pro level. And I was asking the tournament organizer to provide us with a producer. And for the second year in a row, we have the best possible producer. His name is Bic. You can hear him. He is in the corner. He makes all of this broadcast possible. He's really, really incredible. And it's been fantastic. So we've been working together for 2 years in a row, and I'm relieved. I'm really, really relieved because I remember how this was back in 2022 and 23. It was huge stress. I had to run the commentary. You were the co-host. You remember it? Like yes. We had to run like all the scenes, all the updates, manage the interviews, etc.
All the scores.
All the scores. We were having mistakes. Inter was losing at some point. This was year 2020, I don't remember.
And 23.
23. Yeah, we had some problems with connection, and this year and the last year we finally have a professional producer, and I hope that we are gonna keep this team together. It's been really, really a fun ride, and I think it's like a very gigantic answer. I enjoy my time here, and for me, it's every single year. It's basically the event of the year. What about you?
For me, it's also a highlight of the year. I've been here in 2021 when you were doing commentary remotely. You were in Riga, I remember that. And here I was taking interviews from the players. I still remember how I was in the touch with you by the Discord. I was trying to hear the questions.
Ah, that's the one. That's the year when I did the online commentary.
Yes.
The first year. Yeah, I've been here 4 years on site, and in 2021 we did like from distance. We decided to give it a try because of what was it? What was the reason? Because of COVID or something?
The year after COVID, and there were many restrictions here.
Yeah, now people already have forgotten everything. Because look at this, the life continues. Everybody is like happy, and everything continues the normal pace. And it's like it seems like a very distant and bad memory. Like it never happened. This COVID, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it has happened 100 years ago, but it has been just so recent. And yeah, for me it was also, it's definitely a highlight of the year, being here in Switzerland in the middle of the summer, I mean, for a nice weather, for a nice food, and for beautiful chess games at the Grandmaster Triathlon, a unique event, which does, I mean, there is not a single event like this in the world, so I'm really happy to be part of the broadcast and to be working with you and the Big together on this nice tournament.
Right.
Yes.
All right, so the game still continues. Obviously, there's not much happening, and the players are like below 1 minute. Here you see Machun has 40 seconds, but he's still looking for some chances. He has all the rights to do it, and he should. Now again, he tries to play King B3. And also, by the way, Jumabayev perfectly understands it. I mean, this is what he would have done. And I know that I can play myself, obviously, at professional chess for many, many years. And some players, they try to influence you. Like, they make their boring faces, like, come on, let's just wrap it up. And I know this, etc. But it's, of course, the right of the dominating player just always try it until the very end. And of course, Jumabayev would have done exactly the same if he was playing with the white color.
Definitely, Artus, he would. I mean, every player is trying to squeeze an opportunity because it's a format which is the most exciting here in Biel. Because for every win, there are 4 points which player can get. And that is the reason which keeps opponent players fighting in this match. We see King A6 has been played on the board. And King C4.
I mean,
is
here, Machun is trying some chances. So, by the way, a move ago, there was this one moment when Jumabayev had to be careful. Maybe according to an engine, like it doesn't really matter, but this King A6 move he played, this is very accurate here, and Machun is attempting to press a bit on the clock. So the position I'm talking about was right here. So if he would have played, for example, Queen D6, then you know after Queen E3 check, you have some problems, and you cannot go here. Here there's going to be Queen B6, even though I think you can allow this check on B6, so it shouldn't be a big deal. You just play King A8. It just creates some chances for white, so why would you do that? So that's why he played this King A6, King C4. Now he has 15 seconds on the clock, so not like 100% sure after all.
8 seconds for Rinat. He has to play a move. He has to find it. King on C4. What will he do? He has to play it. With 2 seconds on the clock, he goes for Queen D7.
And this also gives hope for Machun because he sees that Jumabayev is not like 100% sure. You always try, you always keep creating problems, you hope the opponent relaxes. And this is exactly the moment I was talking about. Like Jumabayev felt very relaxed, something like 10, 15 moves ago. And now it's like he made a move with only 2 seconds on the clock. So you got to concentrate until the very end.
You hope you're going to crack your opponent under pressure, but Machun, meanwhile, is also having 50 seconds only on the clock. So that shows definitely that he's also unsure how to press it here. And meanwhile, Arturs, how many moves do we have? So it's move number
we have like 30 moves still to play.
Still 30 moves. So it's still a huge space for mistakes. Queen D3, what a move, targeting the queen, and there is also King C5 check available.
Yeah, so Queen E7, I think it's a pretty reasonable move, stopping the king from getting to C5. Yeah, playing an increment is not something that Jumabayev wanted.
Not too much fun, but...
Can he go for the pawn game? This is what he's trying to calculate.
No, he's deciding to be safe. Queen E7. He plays with 9 seconds on the clock. Now Machun is trying to find a way. I mean, he cannot reach with the king, the pawn on C6. He cannot go to the C5, but what else that he can do in this position?
There are some practical problems here, like
right.
Queen B6, and with only 30 seconds on the clock, it's not like you're totally sure, so you want to give a check. But what if the king goes forward? Then after King B7, what if there's a check? So you start to see ghosts.
Yes, Queen F7 may be the way to keep the 7th rank and the check. And he's going for it. Queen F7, check, King C5, and then will be King B7. No check on the 7th rank.
Wait, but I might still play A6 after that. Ooh. King A6 and then take the pawn. But okay, Machun retreats on C3. Maybe testing what if Black gives a check here on F3. There's going to be Queen D3. It doesn't cost you anything. So, of course, you give it a try. The other check is here.
Will you play Queen C7 to stop it? I mean, I would play solid. I would go with the queen back. I would be scared to give checks. Maybe I will not be in time to return with the queen.
Can't give checks. Like, yeah,
there
you go. Queen C7 is played.
Queen C7 is again on the board.
Yeah, so here, White is trying everything. And ultimately, all he can do is hope for a mistake. And if Jumabyev is going to find all of the correct moves, he's going to still end with a draw. So queen f6, what's the threat? I suppose he just wants to dominate the king. So king b7, I think here Jumabyev should be playing a bit faster.
King b7 with the idea also gives some checks. Queen g3 suddenly will be an option at some moment. Maybe giving some checks to white's king, maybe perpetual.
Also, one thing that can finish the game immediately to a draw is a threefold repetition. But when you like go in circles, so many ways, you start from the king side, queen side, king side, queen side. When in a time scramble, you are not sure if this is a threefold repetition or not. And I've been in this situation so many times when your opponent tries to press, you're like not 100% sure. And even if it's a threefold repetition, if you don't claim, it doesn't really happen. So, yeah, every single position basically looks the same. By the way, queen d7 is played, again, stopping the white king from advancing.
Yeah, because there would be a checkmate. See that Rinat is giving some movements, he's trying to maybe relax a bit, but Machun is not letting him relax. Queen on f4. Now there is queen d5 check.
Yeah, that's an easy check. I think that's the move you can play immediately. Here the arbiter brings a new score sheet. I think the most terrible thing from my experience that the player could have done. So let's say this typically happens at the standard score sheet, which has 60 moves. So you make 60 moves, the game's the draw, the player has been pressing for forever, and you think like, okay, listen, we are approaching the end of the score sheet. Let's just, make a draw. And he's like continuing, you have the new score sheet, you write the moves like for white, black, place, date, you add 61, 62, etc. You may move 61 and he offers draw. Come on.
All this effort.
All the effort for an extra score sheet. Yeah, this has happened so many times. Like I don't know, why would you do that? But I mean, normally, of course, the stronger side he still tries to play until the very end. But even this can annoy you, so it can happen.
Yeah, only one move that leave on the score sheet. Definitely, such situation happened to me as well. King is on d4, trying to wait to enter the position, but queen d5 looks like a easy check to be played here as black.
I think we can stop our analysis here. We just follow the live action. There's nothing dramatic happening. And again, we already explained it many times that Machun is just hoping for some fatigue or some tricks, or maybe Jumabyev is going to blunder the queen trade. It's a perfectly understandable strategy. He has to do it.
He has to try because it's his last chance for 4 points, and that's what bring into place. I believe if it was just, for example, 2 points for a draw, which would not make so much difference, maybe the players would have agreed on a draw, or maybe play would be different, would be not motivated.
I think they would have agreed to a draw if this was like a different scoring point. Exactly, like that's why I really love this tournament format. 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw. So you always are pressed. I don't think you really need the Sofia rule, which is present in the tournament, that the players cannot agree to a draw before move 40, because the tournament format itself already motivates the players to try.
Artus, I have a question to you. Would you love to participate in Grandmaster Triathlon?
Would I do what? Sorry.
Would you love to participate in Grandmaster Triathlon yourself?
That's a very interesting question. Yeah, but then I could not do the commentary.
Yeah, that's a big disadvantage.
So if I could not do the commentary, yeah, I would love to play. Yeah.
Or you would need to find a substitution.
No, but I would better do the commentary. Like if I would have, if they would ask me, do you do the commentary or play in the GMT? I would do the commentary. Like now I would definitely do the commentary. 10 years ago, I would agree maybe to play in the triathlon myself. And so, but no. I love the commentary.
Yeah, I do enjoy it as well a lot.
This is move, by the way, 96. 4 moves until move 100.
Oh, we're going to see probably one of the longest game here at Biel. And one more time, Biel delivers always these end games. And Queen A2, the last move which was played on the board. And The queen is ready to deliver some checks, and Machun has to find a way not to get into perpetual, which is not so easy anymore.
There's a question. So I have to choose. Either play in the GMT or do the commentary and produce as well. Oh my God, this is so unfair. I don't know. I would still do the commentary and do the producing.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
But it's
I
going
think
to be
I love
very
it so much.
tough.
Yeah. Or maybe I just don't want to play so much. I don't know. No, I mean, I enjoy playing still, but on a limited basis.
But you won the Latvian championship.
Yeah. But there was a different reason, so let's not really go into that. And I won it. But yeah, I see our producer is trying to kick me off balance. And now he's playing all kinds of scenarios that maybe I play in GMT, but I do the commentary, and did I have to do the producing as well, and not Angelica as the co-commentator, and then they're going to add something in.
And I am doing producing.
My stance is firm.
And you have to do commentary alone.
Here we go again. I knew it.
And it always continues.
Actually, doing alone, I have done this, the commentary alone, but it's very difficult. Like, I can do it, but it's very stressful. So I'm very, very happy that you're here.
Oh, I'm very happy that you are. I mean, I couldn't do it without you, but I'm happy that you are happy that I'm here.
So we're mutually happy. Very good.
They know that we know that they know. All right. Queen B2 was played.
This
Some
already
checks.
gives a lot of checks. I think here Machun wants to, again, give this last shot to get the king on D8 and then somehow cover from checks or force the queen trade or something. So the game still continues.
Queen C1 as king is going to go further. And I think at some moment Rinat has to try to cut those files for the king to enter.
Now, but here's the trick. Like, I don't think you really have to push the king on D8. At some point, you could just put the queen on H7 or something.
That's a good point. So you can check, for example, Queen C2 and then bring the queen to H7.
Like, yeah, check here and queen H7. Let's say check here and here. Even this is a draw, but again, you need to watch out for A6, and maybe maybe you lose the pawn on C6, and the counter starts again. You don't want to do that,
And we don't want him to do that.
No, we are going to sit here for as long as it takes, of course. So we're gonna
We're going to enjoy this. Yes.
Yeah. So this is the idea. Once again, check here, and maybe check and here. And check and here and another check and I'm running out of ideas really.
We have moves on the board. Queen was checking off from H1. And now the same idea, bringing the queen to H7. Probably is going to happen. But then after king E6.
Move 101.
Oh, we reached it. We reached move 100. Let's go. But I'm just afraid queen H7. He's not checking on H7. He's checking on H5.
Yeah,
now
Jumabayev
king
has 2
E6.
minutes, plenty of time.
But now king E6, and there is no opportunity for queen to come to the 7th rank due to the queen check and trade of the queens. You have to be careful.
Absolutely.
So now queen H7 would not work.
I mean, of course, Machun is going to test if Jumabayev is not going to miss the queen trade, and then Jumabayev is going to show that he knows how to give diagonal checks, and with that, I think it's going to be it. But where does he want to put the king? Like king E7, king E8, so that there's queen F8. I think he wants to get a king on E8 because king on D8 is going to be a check on H8, and king on D7 is going to be a check on H3. Queen E6, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there is a way to hold, but of course, time is bringing too much pressure on Rinat as well. He might blunder any moment, but so far he's holding.
This brings me memories back. You know, Angelica, I had the pleasure or the non-pleasure. I actually can't yet decide. I was playing in 2021 FIDE Grand Swiss in Riga, which was this absolutely insanely strong tournament, $500,000 prize fund. Riga is my home city, and I was one of the wild cards from the players. And we were playing in a COVID lockdown, like Latvia was a lockdown. And we played this Grand Swiss. Anyway, it was draconic rules. So we had 11 games in in 12 days, one rest day, super long time control. The games were lasting 7-8 hours. There was like 3 time controls. There was Sophia rules, and the weakest opponent I had was 2650 rated level player. It was so crazy, and the
Which
games
rating did you have at that moment?
like maybe below 26 something. Yeah. And every player was coming at me with white, black, yellow. It doesn't really matter. It was so crazy to survive this. And it was pretty standard that games like these, they would go for 7-8 hours. And I remember very clearly one thing. So do you think I was pitting the players and myself? No, it was the arbiters, because
Oh no.
they had to sit there every day. So imagine that the game continues for 7-8 hours, and the hole is empty. And there's one guy who's trying to. It was every single day. There was always somebody, and the arbiter had to sit there until the very end, and he had to sit there 7-8 hours. I still remember it. So this is really hard, and let's appreciate also the amazing arbiters doing this job and keep the fair play and everything they're following, because they have to be present there. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I think the arbiters could say, like, listen, you guys, you just leave the score sheets. See you at
Just
the
finish
restaurants.
the game, yeah. Just bring us the score
Yeah,
sheet.
but they have to sit there.
They have to sit and be there, and we have had also many moments here at Biel when the games were so long that the arbiters couldn't even get the dinner because some of the restaurants are closing earlier, and they had to sit there at the boards. We had the chief arbiter of the Grandmaster Triathlon, Laurent Freud, and also the arbiter of the open tournaments.
They wanted the kebabs, yeah? I think.
Yeah,
This was the only place open.
Yes, the only place open was, and they would get this, but obviously the arbiters many times are not happy. But sometimes there are short days. I think yesterday was one of those days with a short opportunity. But today we're having a very long game.
Yeah.
And we'll see, will we get till the 50 moves?
Move 106, and the last time the pawn moved, let me check, 67. Yeah, we are very close. Like, it's 10 moves. It's 10 moves. And I think that Machun is going to try until the very end. Okay, he has decided. He has decided to try until the very end. And 50 moves, and I'm pretty sure that Jubabayev already has listed which move is the one where the white pawn was on a5, and absolutely he doesn't want a scenario where white includes a6, and then we get more 50 moves, like trade the a pawn for the c pawn. He wants this game to be done as quickly as possible.
For sure, you do want to get rid of it, but Machun is still trying. He's still trying for the sake of 4 points to get higher in the standings, since yesterday was a day he lost his game against Grandmaster from Armenia, Aram Hakabyan. And Rinat Jumabayev lost to Nicolas Theodorou yesterday, so both of the players are trying. Of course, Rinat has to try to save a draw, and he's defending, he's trying his best, but I don't see any checks
Great,
any longer.
he ran out of checks. So this is move 108, and this is the moment when you start to see ghosts.
Maybe there is Queen b5 defending the pawn on c6 and attacking the pawn on b4 with a threat of c5.
This actually could be pretty unpleasant, especially since you see Queen d7, and you also have to watch out for e6 and Queen c6. I would say if Machun has any chances, it's gotta be here. So he got the perfect setup, and maybe a couple of checks that Jumabayev gave were not really the best. The game is still a draw. But here, this is where you start to feel a bit nervous, because you start to see all kinds of ideas for your opponent.
Artus, I would love to play something like Queen b5. Will it work? My idea is attacking the pawn on b4. I want to introduce a threat of c5.
King c7 is good.
Oh.
Yeah, Queen b5 is good. By the way, even in previous position, Queen d5 even is a good move, because now you say you can take on d5, but it's going to give me a strong pass pawn.
Actually, now you could trade the queens, but only on d5 square. Not
Only on d5, yeah.
Oh, what a nice idea. And
7 seconds, by the way, was for Jumabayev. So he needs to survive. Let me tell you precisely how many more moves. Move 108. And So the game is going to be a draw on move 117. I'm pretty sure that Jumabayev already has like marked at the score sheet 117. Thank goodness it's not 121 because it would be the third score sheet. So 117, there should be like a big red line. This is where I call the arbiter, or not one move later. So.
Do you think he highlighted for himself this move and both of the players?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you have to. Like, you have to. This is your visual cue. You know, I have to survive until this moment. And the sooner, the closer it comes, the better you feel, of course. Like, so, yeah.
So, yeah, both players are trying their best. I mean, Machun is trying not to reach those 50 moves without pushing any pawns or winning any pawns or trading the queens. Meanwhile, for Rinat, it's a task to keep the king away, to keep the queen away and hold the position like this. Will he manage to do it? I mean, what I realized is that Machun added quite some time on the clock by getting increment, while Rinat is getting lower on the clock, 37 seconds. Does constantly being under such time pressure will cause some mistakes? Arturs, what do you think?
Well, there's also obviously the real life issues if you have to sit for a very long time. You cannot leave.
The natural issues.
Yeah, there is a pressure, I would say, and I think it applies for both players. So it could be all kinds of factors. Let's not really go into detail, but yeah, there is pressure.
Yeah, there is a big pressure, and definitely players are not drinking too much water for that reason, and they're still focusing on the move. So king is on c7, queen d8 is one of the checks which is threatened in the position. And oh, by the way, I see a threat, queen d8, and then if king goes to f7, which is only square, queen d5, yeah, and offering a trade.
I mean, queen e7 check is going to be king c8. This is what you can
Yes.
play automatically. The king is cut off. Maybe here Machun is looking for some a6 ideas, give up the pawn, and Jumabayev is praying that he doesn't go to that position. Here, king e7 doesn't really come with a threat. Maybe the idea he wants queen h7, check, but even that probably is a draw. Queen d5, I think, is a draw. Queen d4 is a draw. Queen h7 is a draw. Queen d8 is a draw.
Wait, how many pieces do we have? Is it table base?
10 seconds.
It's a table base, by the way, Arturs.
Oh. Yeah, but
We have another table base. Queen d4?
yeah, I'm not very good at table bases. Probably. Yeah.
It says all moves draw.
Yeah, there's a large list of moves that our dear table base says. There's a couple of moves that lose, by the way, but they don't really make any sense.
They don't really. I mean, there are moves definitely which are losing here, even for white. But of course, Machun is not going to place those ones. And
also notice, by the way, Angelica, that the fact that Jumabayev a couple of times, they made a move in only a couple of seconds on the clock. This only encourages Machun, right? Of course.
It does.
Because if here Jumabayev had like 5, 6, 7 minutes, I don't think he would be trying so hard. So you feel the opponent is like not entirely sure, like he plays until the last seconds. It's like, come on, I gotta give it a try. I have to try it until the very end. So maybe originally he was not planning to play all the 50 moves, but now like he sees he was this close, like the opponent was a bit nervous, you're fighting it out.
yes, absolutely. He is trying to fight it till the very end. But now that the queen and the king are away from the pawns on the queen side, suddenly queen on d4 is targeting those pawns. And big question, how do you defend it? Because there are no checks right now for white's queen. White cannot give checks to black's king. And pawn on b4 is a piece which you have to take under control. And the only move I see to defend the pawn is queen b3 and or queen e1. Is it true? Is there no other way to defend the pawn, Arturs?
Which pawn?
On b4, because b4 pawn is under attack.
Ah.
Is there the only way?
Oh,
Oh,
well, I think now, yeah, you can just take the pawn on b4. You're right.
can you just take it?
Yeah, should be okay.
Queen takes on b4. Maybe there is some queen d7 you have to consider. The time is running for Rinat. He has around half a minute right now 20 seconds maybe.
Queen b4, and then Jumabov starts to play for the win.
Oh.
Moves.
And
No,
he do
okay.
it?
Of course not.
Of course not. Will he take the pawn on b4?
No, you can just take it, yeah.
He's taking the pawn. Will we see queen d7? What is going on? With 3 seconds on the clock, he's going for it.
Queen d7, queen c6, and yeah, that's it. So
Will we see a draw in a few moves?
yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, Machun did try it. Now the 50 move is reset, but I don't think it's really going to change anything because the pawn on a5 is dropping. So we're seeing the final moves, and here there's no ideas. I think queen takes on c6, queen a5 is going to be shake hands. a6 maybe, but you have to be a bit careful actually not to play too much. Yeah, like a6, I could play queen b6. No, there you go. That's an agreement to a draw basically. Yeah, queen c6, queen a5, and there's going to be a draw by Jumabayev, and Machun is going to accept it.
Yes, absolutely. He is going to go for it. Probably it was already too much of pressure on Machun, and he decided to go for a draw.
Oh, they're going to play into Bear Kings. Okay,
Yes.
queen d6 and the draw for.
Oh, the game finished. We have the result of the final game of the round number 2 of the classical portion of the GMT. In Challengers Group, the draw between Machun and Rinat Jumabayev. What a game we witnessed, Arturs.
Longest game so far, and every single year produces long games, and this year we have a slightly shorter time control. So let's check the current results of the second round of the classical portion. As you can see, we had 2 decisive games, each in Masters and Challengers. This crazy game, Aravind against Frederick Svane, and that's the game also that for the young German is going to be remembered for a long time. He was winning twice, he missed it, and then in the time scramble he hallucinated because of this no increment rule. He made a mistake and then he lost a very, very important game. Mirzan Fedoseev was an uneventful game, ended with a draw. The same for Wojtaszek versus Salemselech, which finished with a theoretical repetition.
Meanwhile, in Challengers, Nicolas Theodorou managed to score a second victory in a row and get all the way up in the standings. All the rest game finished in a draw. We have just witnessed Machun against Rinat Jumabayev. Such a long game where Machun was trying to go for it. And Daniel Darde against Aram Hakabyan was also pretty interesting games, which ended up peacefully. So it's time for us to check what are the standings after round number 2. And we see in the Masters, Aravind has 12.5 points, 2.5 points in front of Vladimir Fedoseev, getting up in the standings after today's victory. In the Challengers, Nicolas Theodorou with 16 points. It's 3.5 points in front of Aram Hakabyan. I mean, Arturs, do we see a clear leaders already after round number 2? Or
No, this
everything
is
will change?
really impressive because also notice that the third place, Makun, is now behind the leader 9.5 points. And if we calculate what would be in classical, how many points would be if we wouldn't have the scoring of 4 points for a victory, so 9.5 points, that's like 2.5 point difference. That's a lot for such a short distance. And then, of course, we're going to also have the final stage. So here, Nicolas Theodorou and Jacobian, they seem to be really well on their pace to qualify for the final stage. And it might as well happen that nobody else is going to make it, but probably still too early to tell because this is only round 2 and there's 3 more classical rounds to be played.
What a day, Arturs, we had today here in the studio. Incredible games in the Masters and Challengers of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Tomorrow, round number 3 is going to continue and more action is to come. We are going to wait you here in Biel at the same time, at the same place at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. We wish you have a pleasant evening and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.